Breathiness, 25–30% natural increase. Flames raced up the walls to spread across the ceiling. Orange, red, alive. The fire was looking right at her. She could hear it breathing. It rose up, hissing and spitting, following her as she crawled across the floor. Smoke swirled through the room, choking her. She stayed low and held her breath as much as possible. All the while, the greedy flames reached for her with a voracious appetite, licking at her skin, scorching and searing, singeing the tips of her hair. Chunks of flaming debris fell from the ceiling onto the floor, and glass shattered. A series of small explosions detonated throughout the room as lamps burst from the intense heat. She dragged herself toward the only exit, the small doggy door in the kitchen. Behind her, the fire roared, as if enraged by her attempt to escape. The fire shimmered like a dancing wall. Her vision tunneled until the flames became a giant monster, reaching with long arms and a ghastly, distorted head. It crawled after her on the floor, its hideous tongue licking at her bare feet. She screamed, but the only sound that emerged was a terrible, choking cough. She turned to face her enemy, felt its malevolence as the flames poured over her, trying to consume her, trying to devour her from the inside out. Her scream finally broke past the terrible ball blocking her throat, and she shrieked her terror in a high-pitched wail. She tried to call out, to beg for water to come to her, to save her, to drench her in cool, soothing liquid. In the distance, the shrieks of the sirens grew louder and louder. She threw herself sideways to avoid the flames. Rikki Sitmore landed hard on the floor beside her bed. She lay there, her heart racing, terror pounding through her veins, her mind struggling to assimilate the fact that it was just a nightmare. The same old, familiar nightmare. She was safe and unharmed, even though she could still feel the heat of the fire on her skin. Very. Her hand fumbled for the clock radio, her fingers slapping blindly in search of the button that would stop the alarm that sounded so like the fire engine from her dreams. In the ensuing silence, she could hear the sound of water flowing, answering her cry for help, and she knew from experience that every faucet in her house was running. She forced herself to sit up, groaning softly as her body protested. Her joints and muscles ached, as if she'd been rigid for hours. Rikki wiped her sweat-drenched face with her hand, dragged herself to her feet, and forced her aching body to walk from room to room, turning off faucets as she went. At last, only the sink and shower in her bathroom were left. As she went back through the bedroom, she turned on the radio, and the coastal radio station flooded the room with music. She needed the sea today, her beloved sea. Nothing worked better to calm her mind when she was too close to the past. The moment she crossed the threshold of her bathroom, cool sea colors surrounded her with instant calm. The green slate beneath her feet matched the slate sea turtles swimming through an ocean of glossy blue around the walls. She always showered at night to wash the sea off of her, but after a particularly bad nightmare, the spray of the water on her skin felt like a healing wash for her soul. The water in the shower was already running, calling to her, and she stepped into the stall. Instantly, the water soothed her, soaked into her pores, refreshed her. Her personal talisman. The drops on her skin felt sensual, nearly mesmerizing her with the perfection of their shape. She was lost in the clarity and immediately zoned out, taken to another realm where all chaos was gone from her mind. Things that might ordinarily hurt, sounds, textures, the everyday things others took for granted, were washed away like the sweat from their nightmares or the salt from the sea. When she stood in the water, she was as close to normal as she would ever get, and she reveled in the feeling. As always, she was lost in the shower, disappearing into the clean, refreshing pleasure it brought her, until abruptly the hot water was gone and her shower turned ice cold, startling her out of her trance. Once she could breathe without a hitch, she toweled off and dragged on her sweats without looking at the scars on her calves and feet. She didn't need to relive those moments again. Yet night after night, the fire was back, looking at her, marking her for death. She shivered, turned up her radio so she could hear it throughout the house, and pulled out her laptop, taking it through the hallway to her kitchen. Blessed coffee was the only answer to idiocy. She started the coffee while she listened to the radio spitting out local news. She dropped into a chair, stilling to concentrate when it came to the weather. She wanted to know what her mistress was feeling this morning. Calm? Angry? A little stormy? She stretched as she listened. Calm seas, little wind, a freaking tsunami drill? Not again. What a crock, she muttered aloud, slumping dejectedly. We don't need another one. They'd just had a silly drill. Everyone had complied. How had she missed the report in the local news that they had scheduled another one? When they conduct drills of this magnitude, it was always advertised heavily. Then again, Rikki sat up straight, a smile blossoming on her face. Maybe the tsunami drill was just the opportunity she'd been looking for. Today was a darned perfect day to go to work. With a tsunami warning in effect, no one else would be out on the ocean, and she would have the sea to herself. This was the perfect chance to visit her secret diving hole and harvest the small fortune in sea urchins she'd discovered there. She had found the spot weeks ago, but didn't want to dive when others might be around to see her treasure trove. Rikki poured a cup of coffee and wandered out to the front porch to enjoy that first aromatic sip. She was going to make the big bucks today. Maybe even enough money to pay back the women who'd taken her in as part of their family for the expenses they'd incurred on her behalf. She wouldn't have her beloved boat finished if it weren't for them. She could probably fill the boat with just a couple of hours' work. Hopefully the processor would think the urchins are as good as she did and pay top dollar. Rikki looked around at the trees shimmering in the early morning light. Birds flitted from branch to branch, and wild turkeys walked along the far creek where she'd scattered seed for them. A young buck grazed in the meadow just a short distance from her house. Sitting there, sipping her coffee, and watching the wildlife around her, everything began to settle in both her body and mind. She'd never imagined she would ever have a chance at such a place, such a life. And she never would have, if not for the 5 strangers who'd entered her life and taken her into theirs. They'd changed her world forever. She owed them everything, her sisters. They weren't her biological sisters, but no blood sister could be closer. They called themselves Sisters of the Heart, and to Rikki, that's exactly what they were, her sisters, her family. She had no one else, and knew she never would. They had her fierce, unswerving loyalty. The 5 women had believed in her when she'd lost all faith, when she was at her most broken. They invited her to be one of them, and although she'd been terrified that she would bring something evil with her, she accepted, because it was that or die. That one decision was the single best thing she'd ever done. The family, all 6 of them, lived on the farm together. 300+ acres, which nestled 6 beautiful houses. Hers was the smallest structure. Rikki knew she'd never marry or have children, so she didn't need a large house. Besides, she loved the simplicity of her small home, with its open spaces and high beams and soothing colors of the sea that made her feel so at peace. A slight warning shivered down her body. She was not alone. Breathiness. 25–30% natural increase. Rikki turned her head, and her tension abated slightly at the sight of the approaching woman. Tall and slender, with a wealth of elegant blonde hair, untouched by gray in spite of her 42 years, Blythe Daniels was the oldest of Rikki's 5 sisters and the acknowledged leader of their family. "Hey, you," Rikki greeted. "Couldn't sleep?" Blythe flashed her smile, the one Rikki thought was so endearing and beautiful, a little crooked, but providing a glimpse of straight white teeth that nature, not braces, had provided. "You're not going out today, are you?" Blythe asked, and nonchalantly went over to the spigot at the side of the house and turned it off. "Sure I am." She should have checked all 4 hoses, darn it. Rikki avoided Blythe's too knowing gaze. Blythe looked uneasily toward the sea. "I just have this bad feeling." "Really?" Rikki frowned and stood up, glancing up at the sky. "Seems like a perfect day to me. Are you taking a tender with you?" "Hell no," Blythe sighed. "We talked about this. You said you'd consider the idea. It's safer, Rikki. You shouldn't be diving alone." "I don't like anyone touching my equipment. They roll my hoses wrong. They don't put the tools back. No, no way." She tried not to sound belligerent, but she was not having anyone on her boat messing with her things. "It's safer." Rikki rolled her eyes. How was having some idiot sitting on the boat while she was under the water not diving alone? But she didn't voice her thoughts. Instead, she tried a smile. It was difficult. She didn't smile much, especially when the nightmares were too close. And she was barefoot. She didn't like being caught barefoot, and in spite of Blythe's determination not to look, her gaze couldn't help but be drawn to the scars covering Rikki's feet and calves. Rikki turned toward the house. "Would you like a cup of coffee?" Blythe nodded. "I can get it, Rikki. Enjoy your morning." Dressed in her running shoes and light sweats, she managed to still look elegant. Rikki had no idea how she did it. Blythe was refined and educated, and all the things Rikki wasn't, but that never seemed to matter to Blythe. Rikki took a breath and forced herself to sink back into the chair and tuck her feet under her, trying not to look disturbed at the idea of anyone going into her house. "You're drinking your coffee black again," Blythe said, and dropped a cube of sugar into Rikki's mug. Rikki frowned at her. That was mean. She looked around for her sunglasses to cover her direct stare. She knew it bothered most people. Blythe never seemed upset by it, but Rikki didn't take chances. She found them on the railing and shoved them on her nose. "If you're diving today, you need it," Blythe pointed out. "You're way too thin, and I noticed you haven't gone shopping again." "I did too. There's tons of food in the cupboards," Rikki pointed out. "Peanut butter is not food. You have nothing but peanut butter in your cupboard. I'm talking real food, Rikki. I have Reese's Pieces and peanut butter cups and bananas." If anyone else had snooped in her cupboards, Rikki would have been furious, but she just couldn't get upset with Blythe. "You have to try to eat better." "I do try. I added the bananas like you asked me, and every night I eat broccoli." Rikki made a face. She dipped the raw vegetable in peanut butter to make it more edible, but she'd promised Blythe, so she faithfully ate it. "I'm actually beginning to like the stuff, even if it's green and feels like pebbles in my mouth." Blythe laughed. "Well, thank you for at least eating broccoli. Where are you diving?" Of course, Blythe would have to ask. Rikki squirmed a little. Blythe was one of those people you just didn't lie to or ignore, as Rikki often did to others. "I've got this blackout I found, and I want to harvest it while I can." Blythe made a face. "Don't speak diving. English, hun. I don't have a clue what you mean." "Urchins, spine to spine. So many. I think I can pull in 4,000 pounds in a couple of hours. We could use the money." Blythe regarded Rikki over the top of her coffee mug, her gaze steady. "Where, Rikki?" She was like a very bulldog when she got going. "North of Fort Bragg." "You told me that area was dangerous," Blythe reminded. Rikki cursed herself silently for having a big mouth. She should never have talked about her weird feelings with the others. "No, I said it was spooky. The ocean is dangerous anywhere, Blythe, but you know I'm a safety girl. I follow all dive precautions and all my personal safety rules to the letter. I'm careful and I don't panic." She didn't normally dive along the fault line running just above the Fort Bragg coast because the abyss was deep and great whites used the area as a hunting ground. Usually, she worked on the bottom, along the floor. Sharks hunted from below, so she was relatively safe, but harvesting urchins along the shelf was risky. She'd be making noise, and a shark could come from below the shelf. But the money. She really wanted to pay her sisters back for all the expenses they'd covered for her in helping with her boat. Blythe shook her head. I'm not talking about your safety rules. We all know you're a great diver, Rikki, but you shouldn't be alone out there. Anything could go wrong. If I'm alone, I'm only responsible for my own life. I don't rely on anyone else. Every second counts, and I know exactly what to do. I've run into trouble countless times, and I handle it. It's just easier by myself. And she didn't have to talk to anyone or make nice. She could just be herself. Why go north of Fort Bragg? You told me the undersea floor was very different, and the sharks were more prevalent there, and it kind of freaked you out. Rikki found herself wanting to smile inside when just seconds earlier she'd been squirming. Blythe saying freaked out meant she'd been spending time with Lexi Thompson. Lexi was the youngest of their family. I found a shelf at about 30 feet, covered with sea urchins. They look fantastic. The fault runs through the area, so there's an abyss about 40 feet wide, and another shelf, a little smaller but still packed as well. No one's found the spot. It's a blackout, Blythe, uni spine to spine. I can harvest a good 4,000 pounds and get out of there. I'll only go back when no one's around. Blythe couldn't fail to hear the excitement in Rikki's voice. She shook her head. I don't like it, but I understand. And that was the trouble. Rikki was both brilliant and reclusive. She seemed to take her talents for granted. Blythe could ask her to program something on the computer, and she'd write a program quickly that worked better than anything else Blythe had ever tried. Everything about Rikki was a tragedy, and Blythe often felt like holding her tight, but she knew better. Rikki was very closed off to human touch, to relationships, basically to anything that had to do with others. She had allowed each of the other 5 women into her world, but they could only come so far before Rikki shut down. She was haunted by her past, by the fires that had killed her parents and burned down her foster homes, by the fire that had taken her fiancé, the only person Rikki had ever let herself love. You had another nightmare, didn't you? Blythe asked. In case you're wondering, I turned off the 3 other hoses around your house. Blythe didn't ask how the water had gotten turned on. The entire family knew that water and Rikki went hand in hand, and that strange things happen when Rikki had nightmares. Rikki bit her lip. She tried a casual shrug to indicate nightmares were no big deal, but they both knew better. Maybe. Yes, I still get them. But you're getting them a lot lately, Blythe prodded gently. Isn't that 4 or 5 in the last few weeks? They both knew it was a lot more than that. Rikki blew out her breath. That's another reason I'm going out diving today. Breathiness. 25–30% natural increase. Blowing bubbles always helps. You won't take any chances, Blythe ventured. I could go with you, take a book or something and read on the boat. Rikki knew Blythe was asking if there was a possibility she would get careless on purpose, if maybe she was still grieving or blaming herself. She didn't know the answer, so she changed tactics. I thought you were going to the wedding. Isn't Elle Drake getting married today? You were looking forward to that. Another reason why the ocean would be hers and hers alone. Everyone was invited to the Drake wedding. If you won't go to the wedding and you need to go to the sea, then I'll be happy reading a book out there, Blythe insisted. Rikki blew her a kiss. Only you would give up a wedding to go with me. You'd throw up the entire time we were out there. You get seasick, Blythe. I'm trying ginger root, Blythe said. Lexi says there's nothing like it. She'd know. Lexi knew everything there was to know about plants and their uses. If Lexi said ginger root would help, then Rikki was certain it would. But Blythe was not going to sacrifice a fun day just because she feared for Rikki's safety. Rikki's life was the sea. She couldn't be far from it. She had to be able to hear it at night, the soothing roll of the waves, the stormy pounding of the surf, the sounds of the seals barking at one another, the foghorns. It was all necessary in her life to keep her steady. Most of all, it was the water itself. The moment she touched it, pushed her hands into it, she felt different. There was no explanation for it. She didn't understand it, so how could she explain to someone else that when she was in water, she was at peace, completely free? Blythe, I'll be fine. I'm looking forward to going down. You're spending too much time alone again, Blythe said bluntly. Come to the wedding. All of the others are going. Judith can find you something to wear if you'd like. Rikki had a tendency to go to Judith for advice on what to wear or how to look if she was going to an event where there would be a large group of people. Blythe obviously mentioned her on purpose in the hopes that Rikki would change her mind. Rikki shook her head, trying not to show a physical reaction when her entire body shuddered at the horror of the thought of the crowd. I can't do that. You know I can't. I always say the wrong thing and get people upset. She had met Blythe in a group grief counseling session, and somehow, Rikki still didn't know how or why, she'd blurted out her fears of being a sociopath to the others. She never talked to anyone about herself or her past, but Blythe had a way of making people feel comfortable. She was the most tolerant woman Rikki had ever known. Rikki wasn't taking any chances when it came to doing anything that might alienate Blythe or any of her other sisters, and that meant staying away from the residents of Sea Haven. Rikki, Blythe said, with her uncanny ability that made Rikki think she read minds, there is nothing wrong with you. You're a wonderful person, and you don't embarrass us. Rikki tried desperately not to squirm, wishing she were already at sea and as far from this conversation as possible. She adjusted her glasses to make certain she wasn't staring inappropriately. Sheesh, there were so many freaking social rules. How did people remember them? Give her the ocean any day. And you don't need to wear your glasses around me, Blythe added gently. The way you look at me doesn't bother me at all. You're the exception then, Blythe, Rikki snapped, and then bit down on her lip hard. It wasn't Blythe's fault that she was completely happy or completely sad, utterly angry or absolutely mellow. There was no in-between on the emotional scale for her, which made it a little difficult, whether Blythe wanted to admit it or not, for her to spend time with other people. Besides, everyone annoyed the hell out of her. I'm different, Blythe. I'm comfortable being different, but others aren't comfortable around me. That was a fact Blythe couldn't dispute. Rikki often refused to answer someone when they asked her a direct question if she didn't feel it was their business. And anything personal wasn't anyone's business but hers. She felt her lack of response was completely appropriate, but the individual asking the question usually didn't. You hide yourself away from the world, and it isn't good for you. It's how I cope, Rikki said with a small shrug. I love being here with you and the others. I feel safe, and I feel safe when I'm in the water. Otherwise, she shrugged again. Don't worry about me. I'm staying out of trouble. Blythe took a swallow of coffee and regarded Rikki with brooding eyes. You could be a genius, Rikki. You know that, don't you? I've never met anyone like you, capable of doing the things you do. You can memorize a textbook in minutes. Rikki shook her head. I don't memorize. I just retain everything I read. I think that's why I seriously lack social skills. I don't have room for the niceties. And I'm not a genius. That's Lexi. I'm just able to do a few weird things. I think you should talk about the nightmares with someone, Rikki. The conversation was excruciating for her, and had it been anyone but Blythe, Rikki wouldn't have bothered making an effort. This conversation skirted just a little too close to the past, and that was a place she would never go. That door in her mind was firmly shut. She couldn't afford to believe she was capable of the kind of thing others had accused her of, setting fires, killing her own parents, trying to hurt others. And Daniel. She turned away from Blythe, feeling almost as if she couldn't breathe. I've got to get moving. Promise me you'll be careful. Rikki nodded. It was easier than arguing. You have fun at the wedding, and say hello for me. It was so much easier being social through the others. They were all well-liked and had shops or offices in Sea Haven. All were a big part of the community. Rikki was always on the outside fringe and was accepted more because she was part of the farm than for herself. The residents of Seahaven had accepted the women of Rikki's makeshift family when they'd moved here, just a few short years earlier, all trying to recover from various losses. She forced a smile because Blythe had been the one to give her a place to call home. "I really am fine." Blythe nodded and handed her the empty coffee cup. "You'd better be, Rikki. I would be lost if something happened to you. You're important to me, to all of us." Rikki didn't know how to respond. She was embarrassed and uncomfortable with real emotion, and Blythe always managed to evoke real emotion, the heart-wrenching kind better left alone. Rikki felt too much when she let herself feel, and not enough when she didn't. She pushed out of her chair and watched Blythe walk away. Rikki was angry with herself for not asking Blythe why she was out running so early in the morning, why she couldn't sleep. Blythe, of all the women, was an enigma. Rikki was an observer, and she noticed how Blythe brought peace to all of them, as if she took a little bit of their burdens onto herself. Rikki sighed and threw the rest of her coffee out onto the ground. Sugar and coffee, what was up with that? She glanced up at the clear sky and tried to concentrate on that, to think of her sea, the great expanse of water, all blues and grays and greens, soothing colors. Even when she was at her stormiest and most unpredictable, the ocean brought her calm. She went back into her house, leaving the screen door closed, but the back door wide open so she wouldn't feel closed in. She quickly polished the cupboards where Blythe had touched them, leaving undetectable prints. Washed the coffee mugs and carefully rinsed off the sink around the coffee pot. Rikki hummed slightly as she packed a lunch. She needed a high-calorie meal, lots of protein and sugar. Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase. Peanut butter sandwiches, 2 with bananas, even though there was an old saying that bananas were bad luck, and a handful of peanut butter cups and 2 bags of Reese's Pieces would keep her going. Her job was aggressive and hard work, but she loved it and reveled in it, especially the solitary aspects of being underneath the water in an entirely different environment, one where she thrived. Extra water was essential, and she readied a cold gallon while she prepared and ate a large breakfast, peanut butter over toast. She might not like sugar in her coffee, but she wasn't stupid enough to dive without taking in sufficient calories to sustain her body functions in the cold waters. She ate, toast in hands. She didn't actually use her dishes. Her sisters had given her the most beautiful set with seashells and starfish surrounding each plate. She carefully washed the entire set on Thursdays and her wonderful set of pots and pans on Fridays, and she always had them displayed so she could look at them while she ate her sandwich. She'd washed and bleached her wetsuit the night before and made certain that her gear was in repair. Rikki repaired all her own equipment religiously, waiting for that one moment when all her senses would tell her there'd be a calm and she could go diving. Her gear was always ready and stowed at all times, so the moment she knew she could make a dive, she was ready. Her boat and truck were always kept in pristine condition. She allowed no one except the women in her family to step onto her boat, and that was rare. No one but Rikki touched the engine, ever, or her baby, the Honda-driven Atlas Copco air compressor. She knew her life depended on good air. She used 3 filters to remove carbon monoxide, which had killed 2 well-known locals a few years earlier. She knew the tides by heart, thanks to the Northern California Tide Log, her Bible. Although she'd committed the book to memory, she read it for fun daily, a compulsion she couldn't stop. Today, she had minimal tide ebb and flow, with hopefully no current, optimum working conditions where she wanted to dive. Despite Blythe's concerns, Rikki really did consider safety paramount. Rikki stowed her wetsuit and gear in the truck, along with her spare gear. Divers, especially Rikki, generally kept a spare of every piece of equipment on hand just to be safe. Rikki kept hers in an airtight, locked container, which she checked periodically to make sure everything was in working order. Moments later, she was driving toward Port Albion Harbor, humming along to a Jolie Drake CD. The rather famous Drake family lived in the small town of Seahaven. The Drakes were friends with her sisters, particularly Lexi and Blythe, who was actually a cousin, but Rikki had never talked to any of them, especially not Jolie. She loved Jolie's voice and didn't want to chance making social mistakes around her. Strangely, she'd never been bothered by others' opinions of her. Friendships were too difficult to manage. She had to work too hard to fit in, to find the right things to say, so it was easier just to be herself and not care what people thought of her. But with someone she admired, like Jolie, she was taking no chances. Better to just keep her distance entirely. Rikki sang along as she drove down the highway, occasionally glancing at the ocean. The water shimmered like jewels and beckoned to her, offering the peace she so badly needed. She'd had a few months' reprieve from her nightmares, but now they were back with a vengeance, coming nearly every night. The pattern was familiar, an affliction she'd suffered many times over the years. The only thing she could do was weather the storm. Fire had destroyed her family when she was 13, definitely arson, the firefighters had said. A year and 6 months later, a fire had destroyed the foster home she was staying in. No one had died, but the fire had then set. The third fire had taken her second foster home on her 16th birthday. She had awakened, her heart pounding, unable to breathe, already choking on smoke and fear. She'd crawled on her hands and knees to the other rooms, waking the occupants, alerting them. Everyone had escaped, but the house and everything inside had been lost. The authorities wouldn't believe she hadn't started any of the fires. They couldn't prove it, but no one wanted to care for her after that. No one trusted her, and in truth, she didn't trust herself. How had the fires started? One of the many psychologists suggested she couldn't remember doing it, and maybe that was the truth. She'd lived in a state-run facility, apart from the others. Fire starter, they'd called her, and the death dealer. She'd endured the taunts, and then she'd become violent, protecting herself with ruthless, brutal force when her tormentors escalated to physical abuse. She was labeled a troublemaker, and she no longer cared. The moment she turned 18, she was gone, running, and she hadn't stopped until she'd met Daniel. He'd been a diver too. Rikki turned her truck down the sloping drive leading to the harbor, inhaling the fragrance of the eucalyptus trees lining the road. Tall and thick, the trees stood like a forest of sentinels, guarding the way. The road wound around, and the Albion fishing village came into view. She drove on through to the large, empty dirt parking lot, and then backed up to the wooden guard in front of the gangway, connecting to the dock. As she unpacked her gear, the last remnant of her nightmare faded. Now, in the daylight, beside the calming influence of the ocean, she could almost be grateful for the nightmares. They always heightened her awareness of safety measures on the farm, and the recent spate reminded her it was time to check all the fire alarms, sprinklers, and extinguishers. She could never risk growing complacent again. Even if she was not the one who had somehow started the fires, someone else had. It seemed clear to her that someone wanted her and everyone near her dead. She'd almost run from Blythe and the others in order to protect them, but Rikki had been so beaten down, so close to the end of her rope, she couldn't have survived without them. And despite everything, Rikki wasn't ready to die. Thankfully, her newfound sisters had realized how important fire safety was to her, and they had spent the extra money on everything she'd asked for. Rikki walked along the dock until she came to her baby, the sea gypsy. She didn't buy clothes or furniture, her home was stark, but this boat was her pride and joy. She loved the radon, all 24 feet of her. Everything on her boat was in impeccable condition. No one touched her equipment but her. She even did her own welding, converting the design of the davit to make it easier to haul her nets on board. The river was calm, and the boat rocked gently against the bumpers. There was a soothing mixture of sounds, water lapping and birds calling back and forth. There was one lone camper trailer in the park and no one in sight. The harbor was nearly deserted. She went through all her checks and started the engine. Rikki untied the lines and cast off. A familiar eagerness raced through her veins as she pushed the sea gypsy from her dock. For Rikki, no feeling on Earth matched the thrill of standing on the deck of her boat with the powerful engine, a 454 Mercruiser with a Bravo 3 stern drive and 2 stainless steel propellers rumbling under her feet, and the river stretching out in front of her like a wide blue path. The wooden bridge spanning the river, with a sandbar and rocks on either side, was her gateway to the ocean. The channel was narrow and impassable in low tide or heavy swells. With the wind on her face, she maneuvered the boat out of its slip and kept a low throttle. As she moved along the channel, the sandbar to her right could present problems, and she kept to the center as the Sea Gypsy swept around the curve to enter the actual sea. Breathiness, 25–30% natural increase. Double-crested cormorants vied for space on the closest sea stack, a small island made of rock where the birds nested or rested. She sent them a smile as she judged her mistress. She never fully trusted the weather reports or tide books. She had to see for herself exactly what mood the ocean was in. Sometimes, in the protection of the harbor, the sea felt and looked calm, but the waters beyond the landmass could betray her angry mood. Today, the ocean was calm, the water smooth and glistening. The Sea Gypsy swept out into open water and Rikki relaxed completely. This was her world, the one place she was truly comfortable. Here, she knew the rules, the dangers, and understood them in a way she could never understand social situations and human interactions. As the boat rushed over the water, the sky overhead was blue and clear, the surface below as smooth as the California coast ever managed to be. She had a great engine, built for speed, a gift from her sisters, and one she could never begin to thank them for. She rushed past caves, sea stacks, and cliffs. From here, the coast appeared a different world altogether. Pelicans, cormorants, and osprey shared the skies with seagulls, sometimes diving deep, their bodies sleek and streamlined as they plummeted into the depths after fish. Little heads popped up here and there as seals surfaced close to shore, hunting for a meal. 2 seals played together, somersaulting over and over in the water. Spray burst up the cliffs in a display of power as the sea met land. She lifted her face to the salt air, smiling at the touch of water on her face. She began to sing, one hand weaving a dancing pattern in the air as she maneuvered the boat with the other. Singing was almost a compulsion, each time she found herself alone where no one could see or hear her, an invitation, a language of love. The notes skipped over the surface to the sides of her boat as it rushed over the water. Tiny columns began to form, sparkling tubes that danced over the surface like mini cyclones. The sun gleamed through them, lending them colors as they twisted and turned gracefully. Some rose high, leaping above the boat in thin rainbows to form an archway. Laughing, Rikki shot through it, the wind and water on her face and ruffling her hair like fingers. She played with the water, out there in the safest place she knew, with the shore in the distance and the water leaping all around her boat. Water was drawn to her in some mysterious way she didn't understand, coming when she beckoned, saving her life numerous times, making her feel at peace when everything and everyone she loved had been taken from her. Under her direction, the water plasticized, forming shapes. The joy bursting through her there on the water where she was so alive could never be duplicated on shore, where, for her, there was only vulnerability and emptiness. She anchored the Sea Gypsy just off the shelf, but gave herself plenty of scope just in case a large wave did come at her out of nowhere. She checked her equipment a final time. Eagerness rose inside her, unmarred by any hint of fear. She loved to be in the water. Being alone was an added bonus. She didn't have to try to adhere to conventional social customs. She didn't have to worry about hurting someone's feelings, embarrassing her chosen family, or having people make fun of her. Out here in the water, she could be herself, and that was enough. Out here, she couldn't hear the screams of the dead, feel the scorching heat of a blazing fire, or see suspicion on the faces around her. After rubbing herself down with baby shampoo, she warmed her suit by pouring hot water from the engine in it before putting it on. Once again, she checked her air compressor, her lifeline. She'd spent a great deal of money on the Honda 5.5 horsepower engine and her Atlas Copco 2-stage air compressor with the 3 extremely expensive filters, 2 particulate filters with a carbon filter on top. Divers had died of carbon monoxide poisoning, and she wasn't about to go that way. She had a non-locking Hansen quick release on her end of the main hose so she could detach quickly if necessary. She carried a 30 cubic feet small bailouther backup scuba tank on her back. Some of the divers dove without one, but since she usually dove alone, she wanted the extra protection. Rikki didn't care to be bent by an emergency ascent. She wanted to be able to come up at the proper speed should anything happen, such as a hose getting cut by a boater who did not see her dive flag. Donning her weight belt and then her bailout, she put on the most important instrument, her computer, which kept track of her time so there was no chance of her staying down too long. She had a compass to know where she was and where she wanted to go. Grabbing her urchin equipment, she slipped into the water, taking 4 500-pound capacity nets with her. The massive plunge into the water felt like leaving Earth and going into space, a monumental experience that always awed her. The cool liquid closed around her like a welcome embrace, bringing with it a sense of peace. Everything inside of her stilled, made sense, righted. There was no way to explain the strange sensations she experienced that others obviously didn't feel when being touched. Sometimes fabrics were painful and noises made her crazy. But here, in this silent world of beauty, she felt right, her chaotic mind calm. As she descended, fish circled her curiously, and a lone seal zipped past her. Seals moved fast in the water, like small rockets. Normally, they would linger, but today, apart from a few scattered fish, the sea seemed empty. For the first time, a shiver slid down her back, and she looked around her, at the deserted spot. Where had all the fish gone? The San Andreas Fault was treacherous. A good 900 feet deep or more, it was a long black abyss stretching along the ocean floor. At around 30 feet deep, a high shelf jutted outward, and the extensive jagged line of rock was covered in sea urchins. The drop-off was another good 30 feet across, where a shorter shelf held an abundance of sea life as well. Rikki touched down at the 30-foot shelf and immediately began to work. Her rake scraped over the urchin-crusted rocks along the shelf wall, the noise reverberating through the water for the sea creatures to hear. She worked fast, knowing that sharks could hunt her from below, whereas normally when she worked on the ocean floor, she wasn't as much danger. Her feeling of dread increased with each stroke of her rake. She found herself stopping every few minutes to look around her. She studied the abyss. Could a shark be prowling down there in the shadows? Her heart rate increased, but she forced herself to stay calm while she went back to work, determined to get it over with. The sea urchins were plentiful and large, the harvest amazing. She filled her first net in a matter of 20 minutes, and as the weight increased, she filled the float with air to compensate. In another 20 minutes, she had a second bag filled. Both nets floated just to one side of her while she began working to fill the third net. Because she was working at 30 feet, she knew she had plenty of bottom time to fill all 4 500-pound nets, but she was getting tired. After finishing the last bag, she hooked all 4 bags to her hose and stayed on the bottom while she let the bags go to the surface, holding the hose to slow the urchin's ascent and to keep the air from leaving the float once it reached the surface. She climbed her hose a foot a second until she hit 10 feet, where she stayed for 5 minutes to be good and safe before completing her ascent. Working in the water was exhausting because of the continual flow of the waves. The wash could push forward and back against a diver, and, exposed as she was, and having to be careful not to fall into the abyss, harvesting the urchins had made her arms feel like lead.
Breathiness, 25–30% natural increase. At the surface, she hooked the bag lines to the floating ball and climbed on board. Using the davit, she hauled 2 full nets aboard and stored them in the hold. Exhausted, she sat down to rest and eat 2 more peanut butter sandwiches and a handful of peanut butter cups, needing the calories before bringing in the last 2 nets. The strange dread that had been building in her seemed to have settled in the pit of her stomach. She sat on the lid of the urchin hold and ate her sandwiches, but they tasted like cardboard. She glanced at the sky. It was clear, little wind. and the sea itself was calm, yet she felt threatened in some vague way she couldn't quite comprehend. As she sat on her boat, she twisted around, looking for danger. It was silly, really, the feeling of impending doom. The day was beautiful, the sea was calm, and the sky held no real clouds. She hesitated before she donned her equipment again. She could pull up another 4 nets filled with sea urchins, bringing her total to 4,000 pounds, enabling her to pay a good amount of money toward the farm. She was being silly. This part of the ocean had always given her a bad feeling. Resolutely, Rikki put on her weight belt and hooked her hose to her belt before reaching for her tank. The air around her suddenly changed. It was charged, and pressure pushed on her chest. She was still reaching for her tank when she felt the tremendous swell building beneath her. Rikki turned her head, and her breath caught in her throat. Her heart slammed against her chest as she stared at the solid wall of water rising up out of the sea like a monstrous tsunami, a wave beyond anything she'd ever witnessed. The wave rose over Rikki like a solid wall, lifting the boat as the swell reached her. She threw her hands into the air as if warding it off, singing her song to the sea as she was launched forward into the swollen water. She went under, rolling with the turbulence, falling, her weights taking her down. She caught at the hose attached to her suit and shoved the regulator into her mouth, grateful she'd been prepared for a dive and that she'd taken enough precautions to give the boat plenty of scope. She sent up a silent prayer that she wouldn't go into the abyss, or go down too fast or too deep, or any of the other hundreds of disasters that could happen. She tumbled, somersaulting through the murky depths. Her heart was racing, but she knew she had to stay calm. Every instinct in her body was screaming at her to get the hell out of there, to fight to get back to the surface as fast as possible. But at the very best, that would mean a helicopter ride and being stuck in a chamber, something someone like Rikki could never do. In spite of the wild ride, her breathing remained the same, as she tried, in the inky darkness, to figure out where she was. She didn't want to end up in the abyss. Her body screamed at her to fight, that if she didn't, she would be dead, but her experience kept her calm, accepting of the ocean's power. Don't panic. Calm. That was life under the water. Death was fighting. She simply rode out the wild ride, relying on her diver training and instincts. Something large crashed into her, knocking her backward. She glimpsed a body smashed hard against the smooth rocks of the shelf. He wasn't in dive gear, she saw that much before he disappeared. Swearing, she swam after him, kicking strongly, knowing the water was too cold to be without a wetsuit. He had no scuba gear, no way to breathe, and he was being thrown repeatedly against the rocks, which luckily were smooth from years of hard swells, shaping them into polished artwork that few people would ever see. That art would most likely save this man's life. Kelp wrapped around her arms and held her prisoner for a moment, but she stayed still. Panicking got one killed faster than anything else. Eventually, the long bulbous tubes released her, and she swam toward the shelf. It took her a few bad moments to find him. His body lay against the rocky shelf, the sweep of the kelp holding him prisoner and then releasing him. He was continually pushed against the shelf, and she noted in a calm part of her brain that she'd have to check him for spines if she managed to get him to the surface. He wasn't fighting the kelp or trying to stabilize his body against the sweep of the ocean. She snagged his arm, and he whipped around, his wide eyes staring directly into hers. She indicated the regulator and pushed it into his mouth. There was no panic in his eyes, which was good and probably indicated he was an avid diver. But there was no real fear either, and that scared her. He couldn't just accept death, not if he wanted to live through this. The water was freezing, and she had to get him topside, as soon and as safely as possible. She didn't know how badly he was injured. Minutes, seconds counted now. She kept her arms around him, kicking strongly for the surface, willing him to hang on. She kept her gaze fixed on his, using her eyes, telling him she'd get him to safety. He was a big man. He didn't fight her, which surprised her. Most people would have panicked. The cold was getting to him, making his movements lethargic and heavy, but each time she pushed the regulator into his mouth, he didn't protest, and he knew enough to blow out when she was using the regulator. They stared at one another, and she swore that she felt as if she were falling into his eyes. He didn't take his gaze from hers, not once, not like everyone else always did. It was as if they were so connected that if they looked away from one another, neither would make it to the surface. She felt as if the water flowed through her to him and back again, binding them together in a strange ritual she didn't understand. It was hard to breathe, even with the regulator. Her entire being was absorbed into his, as if their heartbeat were the same, their pulse one single beat, their lungs in unison. She'd never felt so close to another human being, not even Daniel, her fiancé. She felt part of this man, as if they shared the same skin, the same lungs. Their eyes were staring into each other's souls. At 10 feet, she indicated her gauge and held her to her, her hand clinging to his shirt collar, anchoring him. For the first time he moved, pressing his hand to his heart and then up to the side of his head. She spotted a blood trail and realized he was injured. He wasn't just cold, he'd been slammed against the rocks and hit his head. That changed everything. She needed to get him to the surface much faster than she'd thought. She kicked, but he shook his head, indicating he was fine and to wait, at least the required minute. Rikki watched him closely, now a little nervous that a shark might be attracted and come up beneath them. Her stomach was in knots, an ominous sign. She took the regulator, taking in air, and then pointed up. He made no response, but didn't protest as they once again began their ascent. He was heavy and getting heavier by the moment. She felt the exact moment when he stopped breathing, saw his eyes go lifeless, but he was still calm. No fighting, no panicked moment where he grabbed and fought her. He simply was gone, and she was left alone, staring into glassy eyes. She kicked hard, taking them to the surface, rolling him onto his back, trying to keep the regulator in his mouth while she looked around for the boat. It had survived the huge swell thanks to the extra scope she'd used. It was difficult fighting her way across the distance with her burden, and she was already exhausted from the wave battering her. It took a few moments to dump the nets from the float ball and attach the hooks to his belt. There was no way to pull his weight into the boat. She would have to use the davit to haul him to the deck. She'd left the nets full of urchins in the water. She always left the davit line in the water to hook one float to and to save her the trouble of hooking it up from topside.
Breathiness. 25–30% natural increase. Scrambling on board, she tore off her gloves and tossed them aside as she ran to the davit and pressed the button to raise him from the water. She caught his arm and guided him over the gunwale. His body flopped limply onto the deck. Nearly sobbing with her effort, she rolled him over and tore open his shirt to lay her ear over his heart. Nothing. Frantically, she put her fingers to the pulse in his neck. "Very you, don't you die on me. You were breathing a minute ago." She rolled him onto his side and lifted his middle, trying to clear his lungs. And then she began CPR in earnest, using her regulator to push air into his lungs, just as she had in the water. Twice she thumped his chest hard, trying to kickstart his heart. "Come on, come back," she hissed, and kept working his heart. She was determined. He'd been sharing her air, looking at her. "You are not doing this." She put her ear to his chest again. "There, faint, fluttering. That's it, you're fighting," she encouraged. "You want to live." She really looked at him then. He was all muscle, total muscle. His chest and ribs were covered in scars, bullet wounds, knife punctures and slices, burns. She sank back on her heels, gasping. Torture. This man had been tortured methodically over time. He'd been wounded repeatedly. Who was he? Where had he come from? She looked around. There was nothing in sight. No boats, no ships, nothing at all. And she hadn't seen anything before she'd gone down the first time. "Hold on," she said aloud. "I'll put out a mayday and we'll get you out of here fast." She turned her back on him and hurried over to the VHF radio. As she reached for it, a hand shot past hers and yanked the cable out of its socket before whipping around her neck and jerking her backward against a hard chest. His forearm was nearly choking her. She dug her fingers into his pressure points and turned into his arm, applying enough weight to spin out, although he caught her by her hair and jerked her back into him.
She clamped both hands over his, dropping straight down and spinning, coming back up, nearly breaking his wrist before he let her go. He closed in on her fast, too fast to avoid. Outraged, Rikki erupted into a fury of fists, feet, and headbutting. She was slight, but she had honed her skills on the street, in foster homes, in state-run homes, even in gyms. She knew how to hit in order to do the most damage, and when she was attacked, she fought back with everything in her. The man was obviously badly injured, but he was enormously strong. He seemed to know which pressure point would do the maximum amount of damage, and he was a big man, very muscular. Not one of her blows rocked him, but twice she kicked his thigh dangerously close to his groin. He closed in on her quickly, wrapping his arms around her and taking her down hard. She hit the deck face down, his knee digging into the small of her back, his sheer size pinning her so it was impossible to move. He spat something at her in a language that sounded like Russian. She couldn't understand the words, but the razor-sharp edge of the knife against her neck said it all for him. She froze, her breath hissing out in a long exhale of sheer anger. He must have known she was more angry than scared. In spite of his injuries, the knife never wavered. He spoke in a foreign language, obviously asking her something. His voice was intimidating, commanding, authoritative. That only added fuel to her rage. She forgot the knife for a moment and kicked back at him. "Speak English or kill me, but do something soon or I'm going to shove that knife down your throat." Because in spite of everything, she was getting a little claustrophobic with him on top of her and her face pressed into the deck of her boat. She had a bad habit of losing control when she was pushed this far, and she didn't trust herself, not with a knife against her throat. There was a short silence. "Who are you? What did you do to me?" Her heart jumped. He spoke English with an accent. Certain tones appealed to her, and his voice had something rich that settled inside of her that sent her temperature up another notch. "I'm the person who saved your sorry self, and believe me, I'm sorry I bothered. I dropped 2 full nets of spines to save your sorry dead self. I'm the captain, so you can just get the hell off my boat. And while you're at it, get the hell off of me." She didn't dare move again because the knife didn't, but sooner or later he was bound to pass out again. She couldn't imagine that he wouldn't, and then she'd throw his ungrateful self back to the sharks. Lev Prakenskii kept his weight solidly on the little hellcat spitting and snarling beneath him. He was sick, disoriented, and his head hurt like a son of a difficult person. He had no idea where he was or what was happening, but he had to assess and make sense of the situation fast. He was on a fishing boat. Only one person appeared to be aboard, a woman with a major attitude problem. She wasn't cool and calm like an operative. She wasn't afraid like a target would be. She was furious. He couldn't see that she had any weapons, only the tools of her craft. He'd never seen an immaculate fishing boat, but if there was such a thing, this was it. Everything looked to be in pristine condition, although worn with age and weather. He could kill her instantly, either with the knife or simply by snapping her neck, and throw her body overboard, seize her vessel, and escape. Or she made a sound of sheer anger, rage running through her like the tide. He could actually feel her resistance coming at him in waves when she should have been scared out of her mind. There was something valiant about her. And she really had pulled him from the sea and revived him, that much was true. So maybe he owed her more than a quick death. She spoke English with an American accent. "Who are you?" he hissed in a menacing voice. He pushed fear at her, wanting to subdue her quickly because his strength was running out. "I'm your worst nightmare," she hissed back, in no way intimidated. Her black eyes never left his face, never blinked. She had a fierce stare that intrigued him when little did any more. She didn't appear intimidated. In fact, she was so furious, it occurred to him she might be thinking of trying to attack him. Laughter rippled through his mind. He hadn't laughed in years. He couldn't remember feeling amused, yet there it was. He was exhausted. His head seemed to be splitting open. He had no idea where he was or who was trying to kill him. and he wanted to laugh. This little slip of a woman thought she was his worst nightmare. She had no idea what she'd just pulled out of the sea. She used an interesting choice of words to describe herself. He was fairly certain she was exactly what she looked like, a diver, one who had risked her life to save his. He was exactly what she'd said she was, everyone's worst nightmare, the real deal. She stiffened, hearing the sound that had escaped his throat, something between a groan and laughter. His amusement only dumped more fuel onto her rage. "You'll pay for that," she hissed. "I'm sorry." It was just that she was extraordinary, and for the first time in his life, he wasn't certain what to do with someone. "While you're laughing, you'd better not put one cut in my wetsuit. You already broke my radio. Get off me." She enunciated each word. "You weigh a ton." He'd been careful with the knife. His body was shaking from cold, but he'd kept his hand steady. It was an insult for her to think that he might accidentally nick her wetsuit, and she should have been worried about him cutting her throat. He let his breath out and knew his strength was waning. He had to make a decision, life or death. He had no doubt he could manipulate a woman. He had more weapons in his arsenal than guns, but he was weak, and that made him vulnerable. A little reluctantly, he removed the knife from her throat and eased his weight from her.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. The moment she was free, the woman flung herself onto her back and sat, pushing backward with her heels to put distance between them. Overheated, she tore off her wetsuit top, uncaring that she was exposing soft skin to his startled gaze. She dragged a sweatshirt from behind her and yanked it over her head. They stared at one another across the deck. The moment their eyes met again, his heart contracted. She had the blackest eyes he'd ever seen, turbulent, stormy, dark, fierce velvet that appeared almost as liquid as the sea itself. She looked like a wild thing, moody and beautiful and out of reach. "Who are you?" she demanded. That was a good question. Who exactly was he? He had many names, many faces. People who saw him rarely survived. He was tired. He brushed at his face and his hand came away smeared with blood. What should he tell her? He needed her now. Needed an ally, a place to hide, to recuperate. What would appeal most to a woman like her? And that was the problem. It was difficult to get a handle on her. He read people easily. It was a gift of birth, of training, of years of experience. But she was difficult. She fought with the fury of the devil, was obviously a free soul out here on the sea, and had the most direct stare he'd ever seen on anyone. He hunched his shoulders to make himself look smaller and less intimidating, and wiped at his face again, deliberately smearing more blood. "You look like hell," she observed. "I can't call the Coast Guard because you ripped out my VHF. I'm going to have to get you to shore as fast as possible." He held up his hand. "No, I can't be seen." He forced a trembling note into his voice. "I think someone's trying to kill me." "That's a shocker," she said, sarcasm dripping from her voice. It wasn't exactly the reaction he was going for. And people thought he was a social nightmare. Where was all the womanly concern and sympathy? She was looking at him with dark, stormy eyes that still said she wanted to kick the crap out of him. She wasn't the most forgiving woman he'd ever run across. He tried a tentative smile. "I can't blame you for being upset. I was disoriented. I think I was just in survival mode." That much was the truth. "I didn't really understand what was going on. I thought you had attacked me." She took a breath and nodded, accepting his explanation. He had the feeling he would have to stick close to the truth with her. And what in the world was the truth? He didn't know anymore. He found himself rubbing his temple and wincing when he touched the raw, jagged edges of a wound. "I can't remember what happened. Do you know?" That sounded pathetic enough to touch even a skeptic. And he was beginning to really like her face, that pixie face with the incredible bone structure. She hadn't taken her enormous eyes off of him, almost hadn't blinked.
She looked at him like he was a tiger crouched on the deck of her boat, ready to attack. She hadn't exactly relaxed. Her eyes were too big for her face and were heavily fringed with black lashes. Her hair was thick and a little wild, with ragged edges making her look even more like a pixie. Her chin was stubborn, her mouth generous. She regarded him with suspicion, but he could see she might just have an Achilles heel, a soft spot for someone in trouble. A rogue wave knocked me off the boat. I found you in the water, but I have no idea where you came from. There's a shelf down about 30 feet, and you were being slammed into that. The fault line runs along there, and I managed to snag you before you dropped off it. She poured cold water onto a clean rag and handed it to him, keeping her hands in sight and her movements slow. Then she handed him a glass. Drink this. He took the tumbler from her, his fingers brushing hers. His heart jumped, raced, his breath hitched. He frowned as he took his time drinking the contents. He didn't have reactions to women, not real reactions, not like that, not unexpected and for no reason. His body was freezing. It felt as if he'd been beaten with several 2x4s over and over. It wasn't as if he needed physical comfort. So why in the world would he react to her touch? He didn't like puzzles, and he sure as anything didn't like things he couldn't explain. Your name. It wasn't a question this time. He ran his fingers through his wet hair and kept his expression as blank as possible. He frowned as if trying to remember. What to use? He needed something as close to the truth as possible. There was just something about her that raised a red flag. Like maybe she was one of those rare people who sensed lies. And he was very good at lying. He didn't know any other way of life. Lev. I think it's Lev. I can't remember much. Are you a criminal? A smuggler? He frowned and rubbed at the blood with the wet cloth. I don't know. Her expression didn't change much. Her lips compressed, and some of the storm in her eyes dissipated. He'd been right not to deny the accusation. She was more comfortable with his lack of knowledge than if he'd denied being a criminal. He obviously wasn't a fisherman. He was armed and he looked dangerous, even as battered as he was. She wasn't going to buy an innocent act. Do you know how you got out here? I didn't see any other boats before or after the wave hit. He looked her straight in the eye and allowed a touch of fear in his gaze. I don't know. My mind is a blank. I can't remember what happened to me or who I am. But every time I think about going to the authorities, I get this very bad feeling. That was a calculated risk. She was alone on a fishing boat out in the ocean, a maverick, a loner, one who didn't frighten easily. She probably had an aversion to authority and police and questions. It was a connection between them, small, but at last he'd found one. He could find more. You need a doctor. What in the world am I going to do with you? Triumph swept through him. His teeth were chattering now, and he could feel the edges of his brain fuzzing over. He held on to consciousness grimly. Thanks for pulling me out of the water. He touched his chest, as if it hurt. You CPR. She scowled at him. I used the regulator. It seemed important to her to let him know she had not touched her lips to his, no matter how tempting the thought might be. And strangely, he found it tempting. She had a very attractive mouth, and he mentally kicked himself for noticing. Never allow emotions to come into play. His life was at stake. She was expendable. A stranger. She meant nothing. He attempted a small smile, although his face seemed frozen. From the feel of my chest, the CPR was vigorous. I'm not good at anything medical. He allowed his gaze to slide over her. She was too thin. He doubted if anyone would call her beautiful, but she had a certain wild appeal, smelling of sea and salt and wetsuit. However you managed it, thank you. She seemed too fragile to have pulled him on board by sheer strength, so she was resourceful and tenacious. Admiration for her snaked inside of her and settled somewhere he didn't want to think about. She held up her hand. Don't try to stab me. I'm just getting you a blanket. Lev noticed she'd used the word try. She still thought she was the one in control. He watched her every movement carefully through half-closed eyes. It didn't matter that he was in bad shape. He was alert and coiled, ready to spring should she make one wrong move. She was trapped on deck with a dangerous predator, and she moved as if she knew it, keeping her hands in sight as she pulled a blanket out of the locker for him. Yet he knew she didn't accept the knowledge. She obviously didn't want to get too close, so she tossed the blanket to him. Lev didn't disabuse her of the notion that she was safe, out of his reach. He could be on her in a second, and he knew just about every way there was to kill someone. He sighed as he wrapped the blanket around himself, still shivering uncontrollably.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. Thanks, he murmured again. He was injured more severely than he'd first guessed because she was definitely getting under his skin. He had the feeling he was just as uncomfortable with her as she was with him. Look, you have a concussion, and if you've lost memory, it's severe. You were really battered against the reef before I could get to you. I have to get you help. We can't just stay out here. I'm not going to die, he reassured her. Can you recover your bags? She blinked, shocked. He definitely shocked her. My bags? With your catch. You said you dumped your catch in order to rescue me. She waved that aside. You need help. That comes first. I'll come back out and see if I can recover them later. She looked down at the water, and for the first time, he could read her expression. There was longing, need, not for her lost catch, but for something else. His mind, as clunky as it was, as shadowy and hazy, began to form an idea that left him a little shocked. An element? Could this woman be element-bound? Where there was one bound to an element, there were at least 3 others. He'd read about such a thing, but had never run across it. It was a miracle of nature. But there was that look on her face, almost loving, certainly in need. Have you always lived your life by the sea? She shrugged. I don't like being far from the water, and it's how I make my living. It seemed impossible to just stumble accidentally over something that had the potential for tremendous power. A key to one of the elements? Water. He shook his head, and instantly his vision blurred, reminding him he was probably hallucinating anyway. He looked her straight in the eye again. I'm not going to a hospital. I can't afford too many questions, not when I have no answers. Just get me back to shore, and I'll find my way. Rikki scowled, turning away from him, trying to think when those intense eyes had her more than a little rattled. His eyes were a piercing blue, like the sea itself. He was gorgeous. She didn't get close to men who were gorgeous. She judged his height to be over 6 feet, wide shoulders, a thick, muscular chest, narrow hips. He was all muscle. The man was a walking mythology statue, a poster child for women's fantasies. His face was all hard angles and planes. He looked tough, and she had no doubt that he was. He was shivering continually. Cursing under her breath, she knew she couldn't just leave him. You know you could have a blood clot. You hit pretty hard. I'll be fine. He settled deeper into the blanket, and long lashes veiled his blue eyes, giving her some relief. Go get your catch. I'm not going to a hospital, so it doesn't matter where we are or how long it takes us to get back to the harbor. Rikki studied his face. He wasn't exactly lying, but he wasn't telling the truth. He had no doubt that he would find his way to shore, and neither did she. He was a resourceful man. Drink some more water. This won't take long, she said, making up her mind. She was going to take him at his word. If the boat started up, she might be able to dance the water right over the top of him and spill him right back into the sea. Lev watched as she poured hot engine water inside her wetsuit top and then stripped off her sweatshirt and pulled on her vest with a diver's immodesty. He couldn't help but think she didn't notice him as a man, more like a catch she pulled from the sea.
A part of him was a little disgruntled over that, while another part wanted to smile. She was very focused once she decided on a course of action. She reached for her gear, hurriedly shrugging into her bailout tank. He watched her get ready through narrow, brooding eyes. He wanted to move, to put his hand in the water and feel the response to her when she went in, but he couldn't summon the energy. Instead, he watched her go in. Watched the water reach for her, welcome her, as if it enveloped her and held her. He held his breath as she disappeared beneath the shimmering surface. She looked peaceful, like part of the sea itself, not awkward like some divers he'd observed over the years. And the water poured over and around her, caressing her body. He pulled himself up short. What in the world was he thinking? He was losing it. The continual rocking of the boat made him feel slightly nauseated, which he would have found mildly alarming if his brain wasn't quite so fuzzy. As it was, his queasiness was just another discomfort among so many. Mostly the cold bothered him. Even his insides were cold. Pain he could manage. He'd lived with pain as a child every day. He could walk on glass and keep going. But the cold? He couldn't stop shivering. With her off the boat, he could relax, just for a few minutes, try to get oriented, try to remember what in the world had happened to him, and who wanted him dead this time. Survival mattered. He had a strong sense of self-preservation, and this unique woman with her solitary lifestyle could be his best chance. He needed to have a plan. The sound of the water lapping at the boat was soothing. The Honda ran lightly in the background as it fed her air. Occasionally there was the cry of a gull overhead. He didn't look up. It was too much effort. This woman went from rage to calm in seconds. She was controlled, had good instincts. She could see lies better than most. She had incredible eyes. His body jerked. Where in the world had that come from? Women were tools. That was what this one was, a tool, to be used, like anything else handy. He leaned his head back until he could rest a little more comfortably. Just this once, he wanted to disappear, be someone else, anyone. He wanted to be like all those people running around living their lives. What in the world was normal? He didn't even know. He solved problems. He killed people. He moved in and out of the shadows and never emerged into sunlight. That was his life, and he'd always lived it without question. And why could he remember that when he didn't know which of the names or faces in his mind were really his? What in the world difference did it make that she had incredible eyes and a very generous mouth? He wiped his face and looked down at the amount of blood on his hand. Head wounds tended to bleed pretty badly. He should stitch it up, but he was too tired. His arms felt like lead. It was easier resting beneath the light, high-tech silver survival blanket and thinking about her. What was it about her that appealed to him? He'd slept with many beautiful women, seduced them, used them, took the information essential to what he was working on, and then, in some cases, disposed of them if it was needed. He wasn't capable of emotion. Emotion got in the way. And by the time he was 12, he'd learned not to let himself feel anything for anyone. There were moments of weakness, and this was one of those moments. It would pass.
Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase. He was tired, hungry, cold, and had no idea what in the world had happened to him. His mind simply blanked when he tried to remember what he'd been working on, who he'd been after, who was after him. His life was a game of cat and mouse. Survival was always the prize. If he didn't know what in the world was going on, he was already down. He needed the woman. She was a tool for survival. His wanting to stay with her had nothing to do with her eyes or mouth, or her fiery temper, her absolute passion. What would it be like to feel passion? To have someone with those eyes look at him and no one else, look at him for no other reason than because she thought he was hers?
He pressed his fingertips to his temples and applied pressure. He must be really weak and sick to be thinking like this. There was no belonging, no home, no hers. There couldn't be for someone like him. He was a machine. He wasn't human. He'd lost his humanity nearly 40 years earlier in a school where children were taught to kill, to serve, to be robots, no more than puppets. He frowned. What in the gosh was going through his mind? One didn't question service, or who or what they were, but he'd been programmed from his childhood. There was no deprogrammer for someone like him, only a bullet in the head at the end of the day. Odd that he could remember details of his past, yet not the why of it or what the gosh had happened to him. He'd tracked a preacher once, one who liked boys and often visited Thailand. His appetites were insatiable. Right before Lev had shot him, the man had told Lev that he had no soul. At the time, he hadn't even thought about it. Why now? Why was he suddenly contemplating the truth of that? The woman had looked at him with her large, heavily lashed eyes, dark as midnight, suspicious. But she'd looked at him, into him. She saw him, and for one moment, while she'd looked at him, he had seen himself. His heart thudded, and for the first time since he'd been a child, fear gripped him hard. She'd seen inside of him. No one could see him. He'd built a fortress, strong and powerful, surrounding that one small broken piece inside of him that he'd never been able to harden. She'd seen it. I was certain she had. His fist hit the side of the boat hard. He had to kill her. He had no choice. She couldn't live, not if she knew he was vulnerable. He forced air through his lungs. It would be easy. Cut her airline. Leave her down there. Take the boat and sink it somewhere. She'd vanish in the ocean, like so many fishermen did. It was the smart thing to do, the logical thing. He didn't move, not one muscle. He just crouched there, waiting for her to come back, waiting to see her eyes again. And that was just about the stupidest thing he'd ever done in his life. He thought he might have been unconscious for a short while. The boat creaked and rocked, and the motion would have been soothing if it hadn't been for the nausea and the ever-present headache. His skull felt like it was about to explode. He was thirsty, but it was too much effort to lift the water to his mouth. He sat there and tried to piece together his life. It came to him in images, jagged pictures, all violent. Scraps of boyhood memories haunted him with blood and pain. Bullets slammed into his body, piercing flesh and bone, shattering his insides. He felt the blade of a knife stabbing at him over and over, cutting deep. Something pounded the soles of his feet. Pain engulfed his body. He accepted it. He could stand while in pain, fight while in pain, perform while in pain. He could withhold information, lock it away in a part of his mind even he couldn't access. Discipline. The word repeated itself over and over in his head. He murmured it like a talisman to hold on to. Discipline. Yes, a voice agreed softly. Discipline is important. The voice was soft, feminine, too young. He shook his head to clear it. So many of them died, and he couldn't stop it, like a flood. Shh, he cautioned. Don't make a sound, no matter how much it hurts. You can live with the pain. They'll just hurt you more if you make a sound. I won't, don't worry, I won't make any noise. A cool hand touched his forehead, and he caught the wrist, pinning it down, his eyes flying open. He didn't like anyone touching him. The face in front of him wavered. He couldn't center on it. He tightened his grip, not understanding what was happening to him. It was difficult to see, but eventually, through all the haze, he made out a pair of heavily fringed eyes looking back at him. His world narrowed to that intense gaze, black as night, so black the eyes were nearly purple, liquid, like the sea on a stormy night. A man could drown there if he let himself. His breath hissed out. Sex is a tool, nothing more. It's all right. It's going to be all right. He shook his head. I can't save you if you won't listen to me. It's all right. I'll get you out of this. Her choice of words puzzled him. He was the one to get her out. But he'd failed. He'd failed them all. How could she know what needed to be done when he didn't know? She didn't try to fight his hold on her. Rather, she stayed very still, almost as if she knew any movement might set off his instincts. And none of his instincts were good. Discipline mattered. Pushing the shattering pain away, he forced his brain to function. His thumb stroked back and forth over the inside of her palm. She'd removed her mittens and he was touching bare skin. The center of her palm drew his attention until he pressed the pads of his fingers there, tracing 2 small circles over and over, as if he could etch them into her skin. "They're missing," he muttered, his eyebrows drawing together in a frown. "The symbols, they should be right here." "You've got a concussion," she explained. "You need to be in a hospital." He closed his fingers around her hand, holding tightly. "They'll kill me. If you take me there, they'll find me and they'll kill me." "Don't worry, I'm not going to let anyone kill you." He had no way of telling her he was her enemy. He couldn't form the words, and that told him he really wasn't thinking clearly at all. Everyone was either his enemy or a tool. There were no friends in his business. He just needed a safe place to rest, to figure out what was going on. "I'll take you somewhere safe." Her voice was soft, melodious, a fantasy. He knew a hallucination when he was in one. There were no beautiful eyes promising him a sanctuary, looking at him as if they saw inside of him and past every shield, stripping him down until he was vulnerable. If someone really saw him, they'd kill him and throw his body overboard, not fight to save him. And if they didn't manage his death, he'd have to kill them to protect that vulnerable part of himself. "You're in danger," he tried to warn her. If she was real and she was looking at him like that, then for once in his life, he had to take the job personally. Just this once. For those eyes, what the gosh? Was she stripping off her clothes? Her wetsuit? No one actually hung up their wetsuit, did they? She used a bucket of fresh water to rinse off the salt water and wiped herself down without embarrassment, as if he wasn't really there, watching the towel glide over her body before she pulled up her jeans and half-buttoned a shirt. There were scars on her legs and feet. He was certain of it. He'd mapped out her body in his head. He was mesmerized by the shape of her, the look of her soft skin. So thin, but still complete. All the while she'd dressed, her movements were quick and efficient. There were no flirty moves or hints of seduction, almost as if she thought herself alone. Although those black eyes bored right through him. She had no adornments, no piercings, not even in her ears. But she did have a tattoo flowing down one hip. Tears? Water droplets? She'd kept it away from him, and that only intrigued him more. He felt a powerful pull towards her. The deck beneath him vibrated. Breathiness, 25–30% natural increase. The boat rocked more. Stay away from the nets. Those spines aren't poisonous, but they can puncture you and break off in your skin. I had surgery after one went through my hand. They'll go through a car tire and cause flats. When I close my eyes at night, sometimes I see them everywhere and I can't get away from them, like they're hunting me. They can be bad news. I've got them away from you, but don't move around. He wanted to laugh at the warning. He should be afraid of sea urchins? That really was laughable. He was so far into the hallucination, it was insane. Sea urchins? Spines? Where the gosh was he? A theme park? He felt along his thigh and found the reassuring presence of his knife. A pro would have searched him and found multiple weapons. She hadn't touched him, other than to pound on his chest and get his heart working again. What was real? What was in his mind? His skull squeezed down on his brain and little explosions went off so that he grabbed his head and just held it. The boat threw him around a little, as if they were speeding through the water, but she left him alone. He needed that space to gather his defenses and come up with a plan of action. Every movement of the boat was agony, but he was used to pain, and it steadied him. He used it to concentrate, to bring his splintered mind back under his control. First thing, assess his situation. Basically, he was really in trouble. He had multiple identities, but he had no idea which ones were safe to use or which was real. He couldn't remember how to get access to money or weapons. He wasn't certain what he had with him. He knew he was in danger, but from whom or what, he had no idea. He was in enemy territory, but there was no clue as to how he'd gotten there or what his mission was. He had no idea who he was supposed to report to. If his head wasn't hurting so very bad, he'd smash it against the wall out of sheer frustration. He could only glimpse pieces of his past, fragments of violence, of running, of danger. He didn't have a family, nothing soft in his life, nothing vulnerable. He had no friends, no one he trusted. What the gosh kind of life did he live anyway? Nothing makes sense, he murmured aloud. She doesn't make sense. I have to get you to my truck and then come back and take the catch to the processing dock. Someone will have seen me coming in, so we have to hurry. The woman bent over him, trying to slip an arm around his back. Lev slapped her arm away and looked her steadily in the eye, wanting her to know he meant business. If this is a trap, I'll kill you. I know, tough guy, she responded. There was something wrong with her answer, with her voice, with that steady gaze. She didn't fear him. Everyone feared him. They looked at him and saw the killer. She reached for him again, and he blocked her arm. Exasperation crossed her face. Not anger or fear, but the exasperation one might feel toward an unruly child. She rubbed her forearm. Listen to me, Lev. She pronounced his name wrong, but he liked the way it rolled off her tongue. We're about to have company. I'm trying to get your sorry self into the truck and out of sight before that happens. Cooperate with me, or stay here and let whoever is hunting you shoot you. He stared into those black, black eyes, soft and liquid and stunningly beautiful. Where on earth had she come from? She was like a sea nymph rising out of the ocean to drag him from a watery grave. He shook his head at the pure nonsense. He didn't read fairy tales, and he sure as anything didn't believe in them. She sure as anything didn't talk like the princesses in the books either. He nodded his head, but waved her to his left side, leaving his right hand free. He was ambidextrous. He could kill with equal precision from either side, but he was weak, and he wasn't taking chances. She wrapped her arm around him, and surprisingly, considering how thin she was, the woman was strong. His legs were pure rubber, but he forced them to move, one foot in front of the other. He could hear her breathing with the effort of taking his considerable weight. She barely came up to his shoulder. It made him feel like less than a man, leaning on her that way. He hated it, hated the idea of being so helpless that he had no choice. He muttered under his breath, "Are you swearing at me in Russian?" She looked up at him as she helped position him near the dock. "Put your hands on the gunwale, and for goodness sake, don't fall in. I'll get off and help you onto the dock." He thought he'd been swearing silently, not out loud. That only served to remind him he was very far gone. He wasn't grounded enough in reality to trust himself. He gripped the gunwale, allowing his gaze to sweep the harbor. It was surprisingly empty. He knew immediately that he hadn't been here before. He remembered places, like maps laid out in his head. He could actually see grid marks, and once he'd been somewhere, the map was indelibly printed in his mind. Of course, he couldn't trust his mind right now. He wasn't even absolutely sure who he was, which of those numerous identities was really his, or what he was supposed to be doing. The woman stepped easily onto the dock and reached for him. There was determination on her face, and goodness help him, compassion. What on earth was he? A lost puppy? He kept his head down, although he didn't see anyone close or paying attention. She walked him to an older model truck, kept, like her boat, in great condition. He'd bet if he raised the hood, the engine would be gleaming and polished. "I have to get my gear and take care of the uni. If I drive you to the house and come back, I'm doing something out of the ordinary and someone will notice. You can lie on the seat while I take care of business. Stay under the blanket and out of sight." The thing is, this is going to take a little time. He tried not to look alarmed. He was already swimming in and out of reality. He wanted to be hidden away, to be out of the open, where he had a better chance of regrouping and surviving. Why so long? They'll hoist the nets off my boat, weigh them, and put them in totes for the forklift to take them to the truck. It takes time, but most of the boats didn't go out, so it doesn't look like there's a wait at all. I'll have to clean my boat as well. I can't take the chance of spines from the sea urchins on deck. I can bleach my gear at home. It made sense, but all he wanted to do was close his eyes and sleep. He needed somewhere safe. He forced a nod. Are you absolutely sure you'll be fine? I can take you to a hospital. No, he said it firmly. I'd be dead in an hum. So you're certain someone's looking for you? They'd tried to kill him, hadn't they? Otherwise, she wouldn't have had to drag him half dead out of the sea. He shrugged and concentrated on getting into the truck without his head falling off or falling in a heap at her feet. She helped him inside and handed him the blanket. He caught her hand, his thumb tracing circular patterns in the middle of her palm. Tell me your name. Rikki, Rikki Sitmore. She flashed a small grin. I have a last name. He had the impulse to smile. There was something irresistible about her. He wanted to tell her he had multiple last names, but he refrained. I'll try to hurry, but it will take time. You said that. Rikki made a face at him, rolled her eyes, and slammed the door closed. There were reasons why she didn't go near people. They were all crazy. She'd pulled him out of the sea, and if she'd been thinking at all, she would have left him there. Now he was her responsibility. Shoving her sunglasses firmly onto her face to cover her usually direct stare, she climbed back aboard her boat. For some reason, she could look straight at Lev, and strangely, the way she looked at him hadn't bothered him, as it would most people.
Breathiness. 25–30% natural increase. Shrugging, she pushed off with her boat and swung around the other boats tied up to the dock to bring hers under the platform. The hoist was already in position, and Ralph lowered the hooks for her to attach her nets to the scale. You came in early, he called to her. I just got here, she shrugged. No one else went out today, Ralph said, scribbling on paper and attaching the name of her boat to the white totes he filled with her urchins. Rikki was relieved at that. She liked the other divers, and the thought of that monstrous wave running them over was frightening. Saw you had company. Something wrong? She stiffened but forced a casual shrug. No, she muttered after a long, awkward silence. The men were used to her sullen answers and rarely tried engaging with her. She turned quickly away, leaving him to deal with the bins himself. Normally, she helped, but she didn't want to chance him asking her any more questions. She drove her boat back to her berth and scrubbed it down meticulously as she always did, losing herself in the task while the water lapped at the sea gypsy, rocking her gently. She focused completely, not allowing anything into her mind but the sheer feeling of her boat, the sky, and gulls surrounded by water. She loved the way the droplets of water glistened on the deck like diamonds, prisms of glittering colors, each unique and beautiful. Sometimes she got caught up in looking at them for long periods of time. She had to force her mind to stay focused on finishing as quickly as possible, and it took discipline not to disappear into the routine and flow as she usually did. Each net was put away carefully, her hoses rolled in the way she had to roll them, a loose, precise circle that appealed to her. No one ever touched her equipment. They didn't put it away exactly as it was supposed to go, which was another reason she didn't have a tender on her boat. But how could she explain how uncomfortable it was to Blythe, people touching her things, and meaning to do well, but only making her crazy by not putting things exactly where they should be? There was a right way, and no one seemed able to comprehend that. She sighed and pushed her glasses on her nose. She'd stalled as long as she could. Her boat and equipment were as clean as she could get them. She had inspected her air compressor and the hoses, and now, if there wasn't a dead body on the seat of her truck yuck, she would have to face the music and do something with him. Better the dead body.
If none of her family was home, she'd be stuck with him, and she had absolutely no idea what to do with him because no one came into her house while she was in it. Blythe was the only person she let in, and she couldn't be inside while Blythe was. She pushed her thumbnail into her mouth and chewed on it, frowning as she made her way back to the truck. She stood outside for a moment, drawing in air, steeling herself to be in such close confines. He was in her truck. That was almost as bad as him being in her home. She was beginning to wish she'd never pulled him out of the water. Biting her lip hard, she yanked open the door. Lev exploded out of the blanket, wrapping both hands around her neck and pinning her head to the seat. She couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Fury shook her before panic set in. His fingers were like steel pins, cutting off her airway. Her world began to go black and small stars burst in her brain. Just as suddenly, he let her go. She slipped to the ground, coughing, holding her throat, gasping desperately for air. Her glasses had come off. When she could finally breathe, she glared up at him, her eyes meeting his. He looked more confused than ever, not remorseful, confused. And gosh it all, she was the one with no social graces, and at least she knew enough to know that he should be feeling tons of remorse. "Get out of my truck," she snarled, reaching to snatch her dark glasses and shove them back on her face. She avoided rubbing at the marks she knew would be on her throat. It felt swollen and tight. He could have easily killed her. She recognized that. He could have in seconds. The knowledge didn't make her any less angry. "I'm sorry." "Get." Instead of obeying, he moved back across the seat to give her room. She sat there in the dirt a moment, swearing under her breath. "Everything okay?" Ralph called. He stood on the platform, frowning, hands on his hips. Color swept over her face, she could feel it, as she scrambled to her feet. Ralph squinted, trying to see into her truck. She glanced at Lev. He was hunched over, his face hidden, the blanket around him. "Just slipped in the gravel," she called, and climbed into her truck. She started the engine without looking at Lev and lifted a hand toward Ralph before driving out of the parking lot. She counted to 100 before she glanced at her silent passenger. "Are you insane? Because if you are, just say so. I'll drop you wherever you want to go and we're done." "I said I was sorry. It was a reflex." He shivered continually beneath the blanket. "A reflex? I see. Killing people is a reflex?" He looked at her then, his blue eyes piercing through her sunglasses. "I didn't kill you," she snorted. "You tried. If I'd tried, you'd be dead. That's twice. I said I was sorry, and I am. My head is pounding, and I can't seem to tell the difference between what is real and what I'm hallucinating." "Then you're going to the hospital." "No, you might as well kill me yourself." Rikki sighed. "Don't tempt me." She stopped at the stop sign at the top of the hill and tapped out a rhythm on her steering wheel while she considered what to do. He was unstable, no question about it, and she was no nurse, but... She sighed again and turned right toward Sea Haven. The farm was located just off of Highway 1. The drive to the property was lined with trees of every kind, great towering giants, even redwoods. She loved the redwoods, which were so majestic and regal. She thought of them as sentries guarding the way to the farm. The double gate was ornate. Lissa had made it, welding and twisting the iron into a work of art. All of them loved it. Once the gate was open, she drove in slowly, making certain it closed behind her. She focused completely on her surroundings, blocking out Lev while she entered the farm. She knew every tree and shrub. She knew where everything was, and if anything had been disturbed, and she always paid close attention to detail. Blythe warned her that she was paranoid, but before entering her home, Rikki always walked around it, circling to look for signs of someone nearby. Footprints, crushed leaves, gas cans, kerosene, anything flammable. She drove to Blythe's home first. She was the first choice to rid Rikki of Lev. He needed someone strong, and Blythe was no nonsense and would see right through him if he lied, she hoped. Mostly, she just wanted to get rid of the man. She knew the minute she pulled up to the large house that Blythe hadn't returned. "Gosh it," she hissed aloud. "How long does it take to get married? 5 minutes?"
"Do you want to get married?" he asked, confused. "No, let me think. I was going to find somebody who could take care of you. Blythe or Lexi are the best ones, I would think. But she didn't want Lexi with this stranger. She was too young. I want to stay with you." She flicked him a quick, angry look. "Well, you can't. No one comes in my house. I don't like it." His teeth chattered. "Just for a little while, until I can figure out what's going on. I don't even know my own name for certain." What choice did she have? She hadn't done a single thing right yet. But how was she going to manage having someone in her home, her sanctuary? She didn't even know if it was dangerous, but she guessed it probably was. If she was starting fires, she was starting them in her sleep, when she was under stress. Having this stranger in her home would definitely be stressful.
Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase. I don't know what to do. For the first time, she was really beginning to be afraid. Maybe I could just get you warm. You can wait for Blythe in my house. Who's Blythe? My sister, sort of. It's complicated. She drove to her house, watching the drive, looking for tire tracks. "Stay here," she ordered as she parked her truck and jumped out. She hesitated with the door open. "If you lay one hand on me when I come back, you'd better make certain you kill me, because you won't live through it if you don't." Lev watched her mouth compress into a line of warning. He thought she looked more like temptation than danger. She fascinated him. She hadn't screamed, not once. She hadn't reacted in any of the ways a woman alone with a killer should have acted. "Take off your glasses." She stepped back. "Why?" "I want to see your eyes. You really are crazy." She started to turn away from him. "Rikki." It was the first time he'd called her by name, and her shoulders stiffened. She turned her head and looked at him over her shoulder. "I need to see your eyes. Your eyes. Ground me." Her tongue moistened her bottom lip. She frowned, but her hand went up to the frames, her fingers curling there for a heart-stopping moment while she decided whether or not to indulge him. He found his breath remained trapped in his lungs. She whipped off the glasses, and he could breathe again. He found himself there, in the bottomless depths of her eyes. The very deepest sea had come alive and looked back at him, found him, saved him. Something broken in his head righted itself. He took a deep breath and nodded. She pushed her glasses back on her nose and walked away from him. He didn't take his eyes from her as she searched the ground surrounding her house. She was looking for something, and she was meticulous about her inspection. She had a small porch on the front of her house, and like her boat and truck, it was immaculate. She crouched down and peered at the dirt near a hose. The hose was wound around a cylinder very neatly, and there was obviously a lot of hose, but he couldn't detect a single kink in it. She disappeared around the corner of the house, and he shoved the door open immediately, his heart contracting until it hurt. For a moment, he was afraid of it stopping. It had hurt like that right before it had stopped. He remembered the moment vividly. He'd been drowning in her eyes, controlling the pain, so connected he was part of her, living and breathing. And then she'd looked down toward the murky depths, breaking the contact. At once the pain had struck, violent and brutal. His chest tightened until he thought he might explode, and then he was sinking into blackness, emptiness, a void, cold and dark and merciless. He didn't like losing sight of her, not when she was his salvation, and that made no sense to him. Nothing made sense. He tried a few cautious steps and had to grip the door. The ground tilted and his stomach lurched. "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to wait?" Again, he had that strange reaction to her waspish tone, and he wanted to smile. He couldn't shake his head because it might explode, and if he answered, he might vomit. He kept his teeth tight and reached blindly for her. She stepped up to him and took his weight. They both nearly toppled to the ground before he managed to steady himself, using her like a crutch. Her breath hissed out of her, and he hoped he hadn't hurt her. She wrapped her arm tight around his waist, muttering to herself as she walked him toward her door. Again, he had the impulse to laugh, which was insane when every step made him sicker. The ground rolled and little rockets exploded behind his eyes. She began to tremble and slow, as if she was reluctant as they gained the porch. "Maybe you should sit outside in the chair there and rest," she suggested. "I have to lie down." He really did, and it was going to have to be soon. He heard her grind her teeth. She propped him against her and unlocked her door, shoved it open, and took him inside. She felt her shudder and attempted to ease his weight from her, but his legs turned to rubber. She kept him upright with surprising strength. "A few more steps, and you'll be in the bedroom. I'm going to lay you down and try to get your wet clothes off." She sounded dispassionate, as if he wasn't a man at all. She didn't seem embarrassed by the thought of removing his clothes, but then she was a diver, and he knew they often had to strip with other divers around them. He didn't mind that she wasn't embarrassed, but it vaguely bothered him that she didn't see him as a man. With his head pounding so hard and his chest so tight, he wasn't certain of anything, so he dismissed the notion as idiotic. The moment he stretched out on the bed, he closed his eyes and let her work. She found his knife in one boot and his holdout gun in the other. There was another knife strapped to his leg, another gun in his belt, a third one in a harness, another knife, and 3 small daggers in loops at his belt. She didn't say a word, but her breathing changed. She inhaled several times quite sharply. That made him want to smile too. She found his throwing stars and the 2 throwing knives, but she missed the garrots sewn into her clothing. "What are you, some kind of assassin?" He didn't answer. She was tugging his clothes off of him, and he knew the instant she saw him as a man. Her hands stilled, and she made a single sound, a low note he couldn't quite interpret. He opened his eyes and caught her looking, her eyes enormous and beautiful, the lashes fanning the sweep of her high cheekbone. She looked up at him, and he felt a physical jolt. She cleared her throat and tugged on his jeans. "Lift up." It was more difficult than he thought it would be. His energy was gone, and his body felt like lead. He couldn't control the continual shaking. She tossed aside his clothes and wrapped blankets around him, enclosing him in a warm cocoon. He found it interesting that she didn't say a word about the numerous scars on his body. When she turned away, he caught her hand. He waited until she looked back at him. "I need my weapons, just in case." "You won't shoot me, or stab me, or throw one of those thingies at me?" "No." She snorted. "How would you know? You don't know what you're doing half the time." Still. She sighed and began stacking weapons on the bed beside the pillow. "Fine, but I'll be royally annoyed if you try to kill me again. It's getting old." He frowned as he watched her pick up his clothes and the wet blanket she'd taken off her boat. She didn't have an ounce of self-preservation. He was a stranger. She had marks from his fingers on her neck. He'd put a knife to her throat. Still, she'd given him back his weapons and turned her back on him, as if it were all of little consequence to her. She wasn't afraid of him, although he had a nagging feeling she was afraid of something. Maybe not fear exactly, but she was worried or anxious. He watched her through narrowed, half-closed eyes, keeping his breathing regulated so that she dismissed him to take his clothes to the laundry room. He heard her but couldn't see her as she started up the washing machine. Then she was back, meticulously wiping up her hardwood floor until it gleamed. She must have warmed some blankets because she stripped off his blanket and took 2 more around him, still muttering to herself under her breath. He really was far gone and confused because he was beginning to find that habit rather adorable. As long as he remained focused on her, he didn't think about pain, or what the hell had happened to him, or who wanted him dead, or who he was supposed to kill. He didn't want her out of his sight. She moved with a quiet efficiency that reminded him of the way water flowed. She paid attention to detail, and he noticed that she inspected the windows in the room. Once, she ran her finger along the ledge and muttered a little to herself.
Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase. She left the room and returned with a cup of water. He could see steam rising as she bent over him. "If you drink this, it will help warm you up. I've got to clean up the wound on your head. You're still bleeding and it's a mess." She slid her arm under him and helped to half lift him, enabling him to take a few small sips of the warm water before she laid him back down. "Thank you." She regarded him with her enormous black eyes.
"You're a mess. You really should be in the hospital." He had the feeling she wanted him in the hospital, not because she thought he might die, but because she wanted him out of her house, out of her bed. "I can't." She frowned at him and rubbed the bridge of her nose. "You're pretty very stubborn, aren't you?" He thought that was evident and not worth answering, so he just let himself disappear into her eyes. She had beautiful eyes. He loved how liquid and soft they were. She started to move away, and he caught her arm. "Don't go. I don't like people touching me." He should have let go of her, but instead he rubbed the pads of his fingers up and down her bare arm. Her shirt was still half-buttoned, and he was tempted to stroke her flat belly just to know the texture of her. "I don't like it either," he said, and it was true. Funny, he'd never admitted that to anyone. It didn't particularly matter. He did what had to be done, but he didn't like it. Maybe not in the same way she meant. His was a matter of personal space and natural avoidance of closeness with others. But Rikki, he studied her face. "I don't think my touch bothers you that much." She blinked. She rarely blinked, but he'd struck home. She compressed her lips and then narrowed her eyes at him. "You're pretty arrogant for a man who can't move with a pile of weapons sitting next to him." "You have such a penchant for violence." She looked outraged. "I do. You're the one being hostile. I'm Mother Teresa here, and I don't like sick people." "Do you like anyone?" Amusement was creeping in again. He was beginning to like the feeling. "Anything?" "Not particularly." She snatched her arm away from him as if just remembering he was touching her and she was supposed to be protesting. "And you especially." She rubbed at her arm as she stalked away from the bed toward the bathroom. The rubbing turned gentler, almost a caress, or maybe that was just in his mind. Figuring her out was fast becoming an obsession, but perhaps it was because as long as he was concentrating on her, he didn't have to look at himself, and he didn't bear close scrutiny. Not now, not when he felt exposed and vulnerable. She returned, this time with a warm washcloth and a small, very tidy emergency kit. "This might hurt. Lexi might do a better job. Do you want me to wait for her? She's good with people, especially people in pain. It's sort of her thing, helping them." "You do it. We've come this far, and I'm used to you now. I wouldn't want to accidentally attack Lexi." Her expression changed, her dark eyes going stormy. "You keep your hands off of her. I would have no problem sticking your own knife right through your heart if you touched her." So she had a protective streak, another Achilles heel. He'd been beginning to think she was cut off from everyone, but there it was. The storm, the promise, and she was dead serious. He liked that. He didn't want a saint. He was no saint, and one would never be able to. What the hell was he thinking? He really had taken a blow to the head. The warm cloth moved over his head. She wasn't rough, but he wouldn't call her gentle either. Evidently, she wasn't the soothing type, but she took care of the wound with the same efficiency she did everything. She was meticulously detailed, taking her time to close the gaping laceration with butterfly strips. She removed every trace of blood from his face and neck before she was through. He heard her washing her hands and all the equipment she used before she returned to him. "I'll let you sleep." There was uneasiness in her voice. "Don't go yet." Because he didn't dare go to sleep. He might really kill her if he woke up disoriented. He needed to be able to figure out what the hell was going on. He wanted to breathe her in, feel her presence, until he could identify her anywhere, anytime. He was almost there. A few more minutes and she'd be close to him. He just... something. It was there in his mind, that elusive something. A few more minutes. She gave him that little frown he was becoming familiar with. The moment she made that face, his heart contracted. God, she had some kind of hold on him, as if she had stolen a part of him there under the sea. "Look," she spread her hands out in front of her. "In case you haven't figured it out, I'm not exactly normal. I can't have anyone here. As soon as Blythe gets back, you're going." He kept his gaze locked with hers.
In case you haven't figured it out yet, I'm not exactly normal either. You're safe with me. I know the feel of you. Your scent. I won't make the same mistakes again. I'm taking a shower. Oh, God, she was killing him, making him want to laugh out loud. Where had his sense of self-preservation gone? He didn't feel emotion. That was far too dangerous. He shivered beneath the blankets, suddenly afraid for her, for himself. You're still cold. I should have thought to rub you down with some warm oil. Lexi makes it, and I use it sometimes when I come in from a dive. It warms you up fast. Can you roll over? Because I'm not rubbing your front. Why not? If you want a massage, turn over. He managed it, although he had to grit his teeth, and he didn't bother lifting his head from the pillow. He kept his face turned toward her and his hand inches from his gun. The safety was off, and he could aim and fire in a heartbeat if she made a wrong move. Yeah, that was more like him. He recognized that man. Breathing a sigh of relief, he watched her face while she drew down the blanket and then poured oil into her hands. The first touch of her hands alarmed him on a gut-wrenching level he didn't understand. He hadn't lied when he said he didn't like anyone touching him. He had control of his body at all times, complete, absolute, and utter control. He could manipulate others through his practiced touch because of his extensive training in various forms of intimacy, but he was the one who commanded his body's response, not his partner. He decided who and when, and he was always, always in control. Until this moment. His breathing changed. Heat rushed through his veins. He told himself it was the oil, spreading warmth over his skin, but he felt a sizzling, scorching heat spreading lower, centering, until, of its own volition, without his consent or command, a powerful desire stirred within him, pulsing with need. He had a head injury. Pain crashed through him if he dared to move his head, yet his body was intensely responsive. What the hell was going on? He took a breath and let himself absorb the feel of her hands on him. She massaged the oil into his shoulders, her fingers lingering in the long slash along his shoulder blade. Then her palm glided to his arm to trace the bullet wound there, and his body trembled. She massaged deep with her strong fingers, rubbing the oil into his biceps and then down his forearms to his fingers. His breath stilled in his body. Her fingers were magic, sliding over his, in between, the oil absorbing into his skin while he melted into her. The warmth of the oil added to the illusion of becoming part of her. His heart beat a strange rhythm, pounding for her. He wanted to experience her fully, breathe her into his lungs, be part of her body, seek deep connection with her. A long ago instinct stirred in his broken mind, something he'd once heard, a long ago childhood memory about a woman who would complete him, an element he needed. You haven't asked me. He needed distraction.
Breathiness. 25-30% natural increase. With his head and heart pounding and a powerful sensation building within him, with her hands moving along his back, easing every ache while the warmth poured into his body, he was desperate to divert himself from the unfamiliar needs of his body. And she was a need now, like a drug infused through his skin, through all his senses. His body absorbed the oil, but it was really her presence filling him. Your scars? Would you tell me if I asked? What I know, the bullet that nearly severed my spine. He waited until she found it, until the pads of her fingers stroked over the spot like a caress. Amsterdam. I know that, but not why or who. The knife along my hip was Paris, and one up by my shoulder blade, Egypt. I know where I was with each of them, but not why. I should have taken you to the hospital. She was frowning again. He could tell by her voice. He wished he could see her face, but she was working on his lower back, and he lost his own voice as well as his ability to think straight. Little explosions were going off in his head, and a powerful sensation built within him. His body was powerfully aroused. Her hands went to the backs of his thighs. Impersonal. He repeated the word silently over and over to himself. She would have done the same for anyone needing help. He'd have to kill any man she touched like this. His body should have been relaxed, not ready to take possession of hers. He was acutely aware of her every movement, her breath, the swing of her hair, the beat of her heart, her hands moving over his muscles, pressing deep, stroking and gliding. He knew she was wholly focused on what she was doing, not on him. And God help them both. He wanted her to notice him. He needed her to see him as a man, not some very pet project. Or worse, maybe she was caught up in the way the drops of oil landed on his skin in the same way she seemed to be wholly focused on water. He gathered his strength, pushed pain to the back of his mind, and shifted his weight, easing off the powerful arousal she couldn't fail to notice. It took her a moment to look up from kneading his calves. Her hands stopped abruptly, and he heard her shocked inhale. He rolled over, needing to see her face, her eyes. She shoved back away from him, her eyes widening, the long lashes veiling her expression. As she went to pull away, she held up her hands, palms out, defensively, as if warding him off. Long buried, maybe even unknown instincts took over. His hand whipped up, pushing air toward her left palm. Sparks danced between them, silver and gold, like tiny fireflies. She cried out and cradled her hand to her, that little frown drawing his attention to her soft mouth. "Let me see. What did you do?" "I don't know. Let me see." Her gaze dropped to his intense arousal, and her eyes grew stormy. "Just put that away." There it was again, that urge to smile. "It's not a weapon, and you put it there. You take it away." "Well, we found out one thing out about you, didn't we?" She snatched the blanket and flung it over him, tenting his powerful arousal. "You haven't had sex in a long time." She was close, so he caught her wrist and turned her injured palm over, drawing her hand closer for his inspection. 2 faint marks, circles intertwined one through the other. He pressed the pad of his thumb over the marks and rubbed in a circular motion. "If you think I brought you home so you could have sex, you picked the wrong person. I don't do that sort of thing with just anyone." His fingers tightened around her hand. "I'm glad to hear that." He moved his thumb, and the circles had faded, leaving only a faint redness. Instead of remorse over marking her, he felt a strange satisfaction. He let go of her and allowed his eyes to close. The massage had driven the last vestiges of cold from his bones and left him exhausted. "Talk to me from the door when you need to wake me up. Make certain I'm alert before you come in." "What happened to 'you're safe'?" she asked aloud, and, sending him another frown, she stalked out, leaving him to sleep. Her sisters had to come home soon. Rikki paced back and forth on her front porch. How long did a reception last anyway? Were they going to be dancing all night? She rubbed her itching palm down her thigh and then pressed her hand hard against her tummy. What on earth had ever possessed her to bring someone home and put him in her house? She must have been out of her mind. No one stayed in her house. She couldn't stay in there with him. Now she had to sit outside and wish she had a cup of coffee. She wasn't going inside to make one either. She stuck her thumbnail in her mouth and chewed on it. What if he needed something? What if he croaked? In her bed? Sheesh, the repercussions of her idiotic decision were mind-numbing. He was a complete stranger, and most likely a homicidal maniac, judging by his weapons and his reflexes. She paced back and forth, huffing out her breath and mumbling curses and threats toward him under her breath. It wasn't even safe to have him in her house. If Blythe and the others were right, and she wasn't a sociopath, then someone was trying to kill her and anyone who might live with her. Or she hated people near her so much that she tried to kill them alive and then didn't remember it. Either way, it wasn't a good scenario. She whirled around and glared at the door. She couldn't go into her own house. A man who was very imposing. She buried her face in her hands. Why did she have to think about him in that way? She should be thinking about how insane he was, all of his scars and how he got them, or his weapons and what it all meant. She thought about him naked while she'd showered and washed her hair. Her body had actually reacted to the sight of him. She'd felt a blush start somewhere in her tummy and move up to her neck. Fingers of awareness crept down her spine and tingled over her thighs. Her body pulsed with need. Her beloved water, instead of wrapping her up like a blanket and comforting her, had felt sensual on her skin. She'd meticulously bleached her wetsuit and hung it up, scrubbing her bathroom and shower after use, and then put his clothes in the dryer. She'd paced back and forth in her living room while the walls drew closer and closer together, and her lungs couldn't get enough air. To escape the knowledge of him naked in her bed, she'd fled her own house in desperation. She pressed the heel of her hand against her forehead. What on earth had she been thinking, bringing him into her house? No one went into her house. It just wasn't done. Well, Blythe did, to get her coffee, but they always drank it out on the porch. She never took chances. Not with the women who had believed in her, who offered her a family, who loved her in spite of all her failings. She bit at her thumbnail. Where are they? Why weren't they home? Blythe had to come home and save her from her own stupidity. She needed him out of her house now. The pacing lasted hours. Eventually, she realized she had to go check on him. There was nothing else for it. If she was lucky, he'd be dead already, and then she wouldn't have to figure out how to get him out. Maybe she'd just dump him back in the sea. Feeling a little elated over the thought, she squared her shoulders, took a long look around, and steeled herself to go back inside. The moment she entered the house, she felt his presence. He seemed to fill up every room. The house smelled of Lexi's oil, the faint scent of almond and lemon. Rikki rubbed the bridge of her nose, and after a moment of indecision, discarded her sunglasses. The house was dark, and he was probably asleep. She knew she wore the glasses as much for armor as she did to keep others from being uncomfortable with her direct stare, the way he looked into her eyes. She huffed out her breath and moved as silently as possible to the doorway of her bedroom. He took up the entire bed. Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase. His breathing was even, but somehow she knew he was instantly aware of her presence, like a predator. The uneasiness building inside of her flared into a massive ball of churning bile. She was going to have to keep him, here, in her home. That was the consequence for her stupidity. She didn't dare turn him over to one of her sisters, not even to Blythe. He was too dangerous. She pressed her fingertips to her temples. What was wrong with her? She really didn't have survival instincts the way other people did. Although her sisters teased her that she was paranoid, she acted without thinking things through. This man could never go to Blythe's house with his weapons and his reflexes. Rikki was responsible for him, not the others. She had to protect the others. Fear has a scent to it. "If you think I'm afraid of you, you're mistaken," she answered. "I don't have people in my home, and I thought I could ask one of the others to deal with you, but I realized I can't do that to them. So you're stuck with me." Something like that. She knew she sounded moody and less than gracious, but he'd disrupted her entire world. Her home was her sanctuary, and he'd invaded it. When you say you don't have people in your home, you mean that literally, don't you? Yes. Now she sounded sullen. I don't even like talking to people. He might as well know she wasn't going to be any kind of soothing nurse for him. How are you at finding some kind of aspirin? She shrugged and went through the bedroom to her master bath. All medicines were kept in her personal bathroom. She had a guest bathroom, always kept meticulously clean, but no one had ever used it. Still, she wouldn't keep her personal medicines in the guest bathroom. She found the bottle and shook out 2 pills. She never drank water in the bathroom either, so she had to go into her kitchen to get the water. She passed him without saying a word or giving him any explanation of what or why she was doing anything. His opinion of her didn't matter. She had her ways of doing things, and they suited her just fine. As always, when she turned on the tap, the water pouring out appeared to be a silvery stream of shimmering beauty. She could see perfection in each individual crystal drop. She couldn't resist touching, allowing the water to cascade over her hands, her skin, and to meld with her in that comforting way, like living gloves. She turned her hands palm up and allowed the water to hit the exact center of her left palm, where the faint, disturbing marks had faded, yet sensations seemed to remain, as if she'd been branded in some way beneath her skin. The water was not only soothing on her palm, but sensual, flowing over her skin like silk. She felt a stirring of desire, a throb of heat, a rush of fire through her veins. Her body ached with a growing awareness. Small, teasing sensations, feather-light, like fingers drifting down her thighs. "What on earth are you doing?" She heard the voice clearly in her head, his voice, thick with desire, with the same need that coursed through her entire body. Gasping, she jerked her hands out from under the running water. She caught the echo of her gasp from the other room. For a moment, her body pulsed with desire, so acute she couldn't think straight. Feeling was everything. Sensations of need, of lust, of desperate desire flooded her mind. She even caught an image of him, his touch igniting a deep longing within her, a connection that felt both intimate and overwhelming. His desire? Hers? She couldn't be certain. She only knew that she'd never experienced such need, and it was all wrapped up with a complete stranger. She could still feel his muscles within his body, hard and defined. He'd felt like velvet over steel. Somehow, the pads of her fingers had absorbed him into her, so that he lived and breathed in her. She looked wildly around her kitchen, and for the first time since she'd moved in, her home was no longer her refuge. She pressed her thumb hard into her palm and abruptly ran out onto the porch where she could breathe. She actually put her head between her knees, feeling a little faint. "Rikki?" She turned her head without lifting it, still bent over, and their eyes locked together. At once, she felt as if she was falling into him, becoming part of him. He was wrapped in a blanket and stood swaying in the doorway. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead and his skin looked gray. He cleared his throat. "Are you all right?" He looked like hell, but he was asking her if she was all right. She straightened slowly, never breaking eye contact. She doubted she could have, even if she tried. She was a prisoner now, connected to him, a part of him, and she didn't have a clue what to do about it. "I don't know. You?" He smiled unexpectedly, a brief flash of white teeth, although his blue eyes didn't change expression at all. "My head hurts." His eyes warmed then. "And so does my body. Whatever you were doing, it felt like you were touching me, intimately." She pressed her thumb harder into the center of her palm. "You need to go back inside before you fall down." "Come with me." She sighed. "It's difficult. Because you don't let anyone in your home." His blanket slipped, and she caught a glimpse of the long, sturdy column of his thigh before he righted it. He'd said home, not house. His description appealed to her. "Come on." She stepped close to him and slipped her arm around his back, allowing him to lean on her. "Get back in bed. I'll give you some aspirin. Can you eat anything?" "No, I still feel sick. I think I took a pretty ugly hit on the head." He swung the door closed behind them and locked it. "Good thing you're hard-headed." She glanced at the door and then up at him. "Are you worried about visitors? It's not like I get many." "Your family." She nodded. "Yes, my sisters come by, but as a rule, they don't come into the house. Blythe gets coffee sometimes in the morning and sits out on the porch with me. They just open the door and call to me. I wouldn't want to accidentally shoot anyone." She scowled at him as she lowered him to the bed. "Keep up the threats and I'll throw your weapons in the well." "Did you think that was a threat?" His voice was mild. "I was giving you a warning. I don't have a clue what the hell happened to me. Only a sense of danger and one very large instinct for self-preservation. I really wouldn't want to hurt anyone you cared about." She could see sincerity in his eyes, but she didn't altogether trust his motives. More likely, he was issuing a warning, so she would keep everyone away from him and he could hide without worrying. In her house. Her scowl deepened as she helped to prop him into a sitting position. She tucked blankets around him with the same meticulous attention to detail she did everything else. She waited until he took the aspirin and drank the water before she spoke again. "I put your extra ammo under the bed. You've got enough to start a small war." Lev studied her face. She had a stubborn little chin. He decided to push her a little more. She hadn't thrown him out yet. "Don't let them know I'm here." "My sisters?" She gave him that little frown he had already begun looking for. "I don't lie to my sisters." "I'm not asking you to lie. Are they going to ask if you have a man in your house?" She toed at an imaginary speck on the hardwood floor. "No." "Then we don't have a problem, do we? I should be out of here soon. You can't even walk by yourself." She held up her hand to stop him from talking. "I'll think about it." She continued to look at him through the thick veil of her lashes. "Are you going to explain?" "Explain what? I can't remember my own name." "Why I heard your voice in my head. And don't tell me it didn't happen. I may be strange, but I don't hear voices." Her eyes went as black and shiny as obsidian. He was fascinated by that. "The storm warnings. It was your voice."
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. You said, "What the hell are you doing?" You didn't say it out loud. It was in my head. He couldn't look away from her gaze. He wanted to wake up to those eyes every morning, see them the last thing before he slept, take them with him into his dreams. No one should have eyes like that. "I might be telepathic," he shrugged. "I don't have an explanation." She should have accused him of being crazy, but she didn't. "I know some people have extraordinary gifts. There's a family in the village." She broke off as if she were giving him classified information. Something stirred in his memory, but he couldn't pin it down. The glimpse eluded him before he could catch and hold it to him. Frustrated, he studied her face. He liked looking at her. She had angles. "I don't know about extraordinary gifts. I was trying to come up with a plausible explanation. Are you telepathic?" "No, absolutely not." She rubbed her palm as if it were hurting her. He held out his hand. "Let me see." She cradled her hand protectively against her. "I don't think so." She pushed back her hair. "Look, it's really late. Why don't you go back to sleep? You shouldn't be sitting up anyway. We can sort all this out later." He kept his hand out. "Let me look." "Has anyone ever told you that you're pushy?" He felt amusement welling up again. His head hurt really badly, but he was ready to smile. "I can't remember much, so I'm going to say no." "Given your personality, that's most likely a lie," she pointed out, and stepped closer to the bed, her reluctance showing in the slow offer of her hand. His fingers closed around her wrist, and he drew her toward him with a steady, firm pressure. Each time the pads of his fingers touched her skin, he felt absorbed, connected to her, as if he was sinking deeper into her. He was almost desperate for a deeper connection. The feeling she gave him from just touching, skin to skin, was exquisite. She delighted him, intrigued him, made his body respond with a profound sense of attraction. It was a new experience, and one, at first, he didn't want, but now that he was beginning to reason again, he could enjoy every moment, every breathtaking sensation. He rubbed the pad of his thumb over the center of her palm, tracing the two joined circles, although he couldn't see them. His brain mapped positions and recorded them for him. Every instinct, every memory of her was exact. He knew precisely where those circles had sunk beneath the skin of her palm. He pushed healing warmth at her. He'd learned to heal his own body from minor injuries when he was a child, using the energy around him. He surrounded her hand with the energy he drew on and pushed it into her palm. "Does that feel better?" There was silence. He looked up and met her gaze. She wasn't looking at her palm. Instead, her eyes were glued to his face. He felt the now familiar jolt in the vicinity of his heart when he locked gazes with her. "You can do things other people can't," she whispered, sounding slightly odd. "My hand was aching, and it doesn't now." "I'm glad. After all you've done for me, I haven't shown much in the way of appreciation." He retained possession of her hand, stroking his thumb back and forth, blatantly trying to mesmerize her. He didn't want her leaving him, not with his heart pounding and his head so very confused.
Sometimes, like now, he thought she belonged to him. Lexi can heal things, but with the things she grows, she can mix together various plants and make you well in hours. She's amazing, and she can grow anything at all. She does almost all the gardening, although we all help, but she can't just touch someone. He sent her a small smile, tugging a bit until she sank down onto the bed beside him. She automatically smoothed out the blanket as she sank lower, but she didn't remove her other hand from his as he brought it up for his inspection. I don't think it's fair to say I healed anything. You didn't have a cut. He brought her hand up to his throbbing head, brushing her fingers across the steri strips. Rikki tugged until he reluctantly released her. Get some sleep. It's very late, and I get up early. I won't go out on the boat tomorrow, but I'll see if I can pick up any news about what may have happened to you in the village. As she stood and half turned from him, he felt the first hint of unease that immediately put him on alert. He struck hard and fast, catching her wrist and dragging her down beside him. Someone's coming up your road. We'd see the headlights. They just turned onto it, but they're definitely on the road leading to your house, not one of the others. Even in his weakened state, he'd caught glimpses of the layout of the farm. He'd already mapped out several escape routes in his head. She wiggled, trying to get free, but she obviously was more worried about injuring him further. Stop it and listen, he hissed. I'll cover you from the living room. If they come up to the house, open the door and leave it open, but step to one side. I have to be able to see you, so stay within sight of the left side of the room. It's my sister. She knew I went out for a dive, and she's just checking that I'm home safe. She'll come to the kitchen door, not the front door. And you need to mellow out. Sheesh, you think you want to shoot someone. You think I can't tell that you're worried someone's hunting you? You have thread on the windows, and you checked all of them to make certain they weren't touched. You circled the house looking for footprints and any disturbances in your plants. Even the layout of the plants is more to catch an intruder than for looks. Headlights suddenly spilled light across the wall in the living room, proving him right. Every door is locked, not with standard locks, but security locks. And when I bolted the door, you didn't protest. You were more worried about what's out there than what's inside this house with you. Don't argue with me. Help me into the kitchen and I'll cover you from there, just to be on the safe side. She regarded him with suspicion, and he couldn't blame her. He still hadn't made up his mind what to do if she told anyone about his presence. He was confused and knew that made him doubly dangerous, a wild animal trapped and fighting for survival. The bits and pieces coming into his brain weren't good, not any of them. The only thing good was this woman staring back at him with enormous witch eyes, dark with distrust. Again, he noted, there was no fear, none. He wondered what it would be like to see trust in her eyes. She gave a small nod. It's Blythe, she assured, but if you feel safer covering me, then I'm fine with that. She didn't add her usual warning, but her mouth was set in a stubborn line. He had the sudden urge to lean forward and kiss her. His head nearly exploded before he realized he had actually made a move toward her. She hadn't moved, and their lips were inches apart. They stared at each other. She made a little moo with her lips and slipped off the bed. Lev released her immediately and, trying for a modicum of modesty, wrapped the blanket closer around him, even as he grabbed his favorite gun. Rikki was silent as she wrapped her arm around his waist and helped him to stand. She didn't know why she was indulging him. She should have just picked up the gun and hit him over the head with the silly thing. It was just a little disturbing that he had caught her security measures, as injured as he was. Not once had any of her family noticed, and she liked it that way. She set him in a chair and went out onto the porch off the kitchen, leaving the door open as instructed. She watched Blythe exit the car. "Did you have a good time?" She called out loud enough that Lev couldn't fail to realize it was in fact her sister, and he could just put away his gun. "I was worried about you. I tried to call you on your cell several times."
Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase, and I left 4 messages on your machine. Blythe closed her door and came up the stairs. She reached for Rikki and hugged her. Rikki tried to hug her back. She didn't mind Blythe touching her, but she always felt awkward, unsure what to do in return, so she usually stood and waited for it to be over, feeling foolish. She recognized Blythe was distressed.
I'm sorry, I never think to check my messages, and I don't have a clue where that cell phone is. She looked around as if she might find it in the flower bed. Blythe came all the way onto the porch and dropped into her favorite chair. There was a huge wave, Rikki. It came out of nowhere. The Drake stopped it, but I was afraid you were caught out at sea when it came. I was. It knocked me off my boat, Rikki admitted. She kept her body between Blythe and the door at all times, standing upright and making certain Lev didn't have a shot if he felt so inclined. She wasn't about to place Blythe in danger. Blythe paled, her soft brown eyes going wide as she searched Rikki for damage. Rikki couldn't stop her hand from drifting up to her neck to cover the smudges there. I was just about to go down for another load when it struck, so I had my gear on. No big deal. Of course it was a big deal. Tell me what happened. Rikki shrugged. I was thrown from the boat and went down about 30 feet. I just shoved my regulator in my mouth and I was fine. Blythe shook her head. Honey, you can't keep diving alone. You need a tender. If I'd had a tender in the boat, they wouldn't have had on a suit or a tank, and they would have been in the water right along with me. Instead of my own survival, I would have had to think of someone else. I don't have to worry about anyone else when I'm out there. If something happens, I depend on myself. Tell me about the wedding, she added to change the subject. Blythe smiled immediately. It was so beautiful. All of them ended up getting married. Jonas and Hannah had to stand up for all of them. Elle and Jackson were taking off for their honeymoon. I think they're traveling through Europe. I think everyone left for a honeymoon, with the exception of Jonas and Hannah because they'd already had theirs. Rikki frowned a little at the mention of Jonas and Hannah. Jonas Harrington was the local sheriff, and he always made her uneasy. She'd caught him eyeing her a few times, and she had the feeling he'd delved into her past and was watching her in case there was a local fire. Maybe she was just paranoid, but she stayed as far from him and his deputies as possible. Any other news? She prompted. I think Jolie might be pregnant, Blythe said, but that's just a guess. That wasn't exactly the news Rikki was looking for. Did you all have fun? Blythe nodded. Everyone asked where you were. Lexi danced up a storm. That girl is amazing on the dance floor. I wish I could learn her moves. She laughed softly, her eyes bright with pride. She and Lissa were very popular tonight. Everyone wanted to dance with them. Rikki smiled. Lissa and Lexi tended to be the center of attention wherever they were. No one could help but look at them. She was as proud of them as Blythe was. You look tired, Rikki, Blythe said. You should be in bed. Rikki shrugged. I always worry until everyone is safe at home. It was a grudging concession to admit it, but then with Blythe she was often more forthcoming than with anyone else. There was something motherly about Blythe, and Rikki had forgotten what that was like. Blythe could wrench emotion out of her when no one else could. Blythe gave her a smile that started a faint glow inside of Rikki. I know you do. The others carpooled. They're already in their homes and are safe. Get some sleep. Rikki had no idea how she was going to do that, but she managed a nonchalant shrug and waved as Blythe headed back to her car. Rikki waited until the car was safely away before going back inside. The lights were out, but when she glanced at the chair where she'd placed Lev, she could see it was empty. Startled, she looked around the room, her heart pounding. He was lying face down on the floor at an angle where he would have been able to get past her with a shot at Blythe while she was sitting in her chair. Gritting her teeth together, she slammed the door closed and locked it before stalking across the room to toe him in the ribs. You are really annoying. I mean, really. I told you exactly what to do, and you didn't listen, he snapped back, his tone impatient. I hurt like hell thanks to your inability to pay attention. Her breath hissed out as anger mixed with adrenaline poured through her. I paid attention, you cretin. I don't take orders from you or anyone else. It didn't occur to me that you'd be so determined to shoot someone that you'd take the chance of hurting yourself further. I swear, if you do one more thing to piss me off tonight, I'm going to put your sorry self back in my truck, drive you to the cliffs, and toss you over. Now, get up. He stared up at her for a long time. Her eyes were hot, his ice cold. They looked at one another for an eternity, Rikki trying to sustain her anger, which was usually easy enough to do. She was either happy or sad or angry. There was never an in-between for her. Right now, she was confused. He was just such a strong man, tough as nails, obviously hurting, sprawled out on the blanket, naked, with his gun in his hand. He hadn't turned the weapon toward her, even though she was threatening him. And he'd thrown the blanket on the floor instead of wrapping himself in it to stay warm. Her heart jumped. Even in his weakened state, he'd seen her. He'd seen her need to have everything in her house a certain way. Lying naked on the floor was not okay. Well, maybe she could make an exception in his case. She studied his body. Perfectly symmetrical, every muscle was defined, chiseled, like a sculpture. His skin flowed over the framework of his bones and muscles. Large bones, dense and strong. He looked a little like the pictures she'd seen of the early Olympians, warriors, every one of them, fighters in a time when it was necessary. She watched the way his muscles moved beneath his skin as he shifted position, the art of the motion and the fluid grace fascinating her. "Rikki." His voice startled her. She'd been so caught up in the flow of muscle beneath skin, she'd forgotten what she was doing. What had she been doing? She blinked at him, bringing him back in focus. "While I appreciate the fact that you like my body, I could use a little help getting up." What? Even to her own ears she sounded confused. His voice gentled, turned soft, almost seductive. "Come here." She felt her body's instant response to his tone, almost as if he hypnotized her. She'd actually stepped forward without thought, without consent, a wholly natural response to his summons. She frowned at him. "Who are you?" "I wish I could tell you. Whatever I am, Rikki, whoever I am, it isn't a good thing." She slipped her arm around his back and used her leg muscles, honed by fighting the currents beneath the ocean as they shoved her back and forth, to help him to his feet. "Maybe, and maybe you would have shot me just now if you're all that bad. Give yourself a break and just get in bed and go to sleep. We can sort all this out in the morning." He seemed heavier this time, and a small bit of blood trickled down the side of his head. She bit her lip. She shouldn't have listened to him. She should have overcome her own aversion to the hospital and just taken him. "The bathroom. All that water you keep shoving down me is beginning to be felt." She hesitated, nearly panicking. Her bathroom was only a few steps away, while the guest bathroom was at the other end of the house. Her things. For a moment, she couldn't breathe. He was invading, everywhere. "Rikki, it's okay if you want me to use the other bathroom. I can make it." Again, his voice stroked over her with gentleness.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. It made her feel small and silly to have everything her way. It wasn't like she had an obsession with germs. It was that everything had to be a certain way. That's ridiculous. We're right here. She forced herself to help him through the door. Once outside of the bathroom, she leaned against the wall with her heart pounding and every muscle tight and protesting. For a moment, there was chaos in her brain. What if he touched her things, messed up her towels, moved her soap dispenser? She could feel her pulse pounding. Little things could make her explode with anger. She'd worked on it, did breathing exercises, but still, when people messed with her things, and what if that was the kind of thing that triggered her mind to set fires in her sleep? She was distressed, overtired, and someone was in her house. She put her head between her knees, feeling sick. She knew better than to trust herself. And if a maniac was out there, destroying homes because she was in them, she'd just placed Lev's life in danger. "What's wrong? I can feel your distress. It's pouring off you in waves." She stiffened, slowly straightening, looking around her. It was his voice again, distinctly his voice, and he knew she was upset. "Don't talk to me in my head." Deliberately, she thought the words rather than saying them aloud, uncertain of what to expect. Could they really talk to one another telepathically? It was long suspected in Sea Haven that the Drakes could talk to one another, but she'd never had a single telepathic experience until she'd encountered Lev. The door opened and he hung onto it, his blue eyes drifting over her, searching her expression, her eyes. "Are you okay? I know this is difficult for you." He was the one who was injured. She frowned again and wrapped her arm around him. "You washed your hands, didn't you?" His smile fascinated her. "Yes, ma'am, I'm all about cleanliness." He was teasing her. She'd never been good at the concept, although living around the other women the past 4 years had helped her. Lexi was a terrible tease, and as young as she'd been, with the horrific background she'd had, they all had protected her as much as possible. If teasing was how she needed to cope with stress, then even Rikki was willing to learn to deal with it for her. Rikki didn't dare look up at his face as she took him on, through to the bedroom. She was getting used to that face, the angles and planes, the shadows and scars. His face appealed to her in the same way his body did. She was afraid, once she focused on it, she'd be captured and would reveal the strangeness of her mind to him. She tucked the blankets around him. "You need to go to sleep, Lev. It's very late." "I can't." She met his eyes, and her stomach took a plunge, as if she'd dropped into a deep blue sea. He was looking up at her. He was a tough, scarred man, a warrior with 1,000,000 weapons. His eyes were flat and cold, yet she could see his confusion, his vulnerability. She realized exactly why she'd brought him home, why she'd taken such a chance, what she saw in him. Herself. She was looking at a man who was utterly, absolutely alone. He was confused and had no idea what or who he was. Something shifted inside of her, softened. Blythe had found Rikki when she was exactly the same way. She'd been completely alone and so confused about herself. She still didn't know if she caused fires or if she'd been responsible for the deaths of her parents and the loss of 3 homes. She had no idea if she'd killed the only man she'd ever loved. For all she knew, she was a murderess. She was terrified to trust herself, let alone anyone else. Just as this man was. She actually felt connected to him in some way she couldn't break. She couldn't abandon him. Maybe it was payment for what Blythe and the others had done for her. All she knew was there was no way to walk away from him. She acknowledged the danger. He very likely could be just what he appeared, a killer of some kind. But somehow that didn't seem right to her. He'd done 2 things that stuck out in her mind that were a bit contrary to his being completely evil. He hadn't killed her when he obviously had the opportunity, and he'd dragged himself from a kitchen chair to the floor, causing himself a great deal of pain in order to protect her from an unknown threat. He'd observed that she was worried about intruders, and he'd risked further injury and certainly a great deal more pain in order to protect her from the bed. No one had ever done that for her before. "You don't have to worry," she reassured him, looking him straight in the eye. "I'll watch over you. If anything suspicious happens, I'll wake you up. Just go to sleep now." "You're asking me to trust me." She couldn't help herself. There was one unruly strand of hair that spilled into the middle of his forehead. She brushed it back with gentle fingers. "I trusted you, bringing you home, going down for the uni, and leaving you alone in my boat. I left the keys in my truck. I know you noticed them. I gave you back your weapons. You didn't trust me when the woman came tonight." Blythe. Her name is Blythe, and I owe her everything. I can take a chance with my life, but not with hers. All I'm saying is, you came home with me. Let me watch over you tonight, and then tomorrow you can go back to being whoever you want to be. His blue eyes moved over her face, as if memorizing every detail, and looking deeper, under her skin, behind her eyes, deeper still, as if he might judge the truth of what she was saying. "How will you sleep?" Her fingers reluctantly left his face. "You're in my house, in my bed. It's safer that I'm out of the house and stay awake, and I can't explain to you why." It was his turn to frown. "But you'll talk about this with me tomorrow." She shrugged, not committing to anything and unwilling to lie. What would she say? I might be a psycho? But then he thought he was one as well. "Good night, Lev. If you need me, I'll have the kitchen door open." Rikki snapped off the bedroom light and left him. Either he'd drift off or he wouldn't, but at least he could rest. She dragged a spare blanket from the linen closet and made a fresh pot of coffee for herself before going out onto the porch and settling into the hammock swing. It was her most comfortable chair, and she planned to spend the night there.
It was always cold in the evening, and already the fog blanketed the trees and gardens, snaking its way into the yard, so she could barely make out her sleepy flowers and shrubbery. She loved the feel of the fog on her skin, those drops of mist that shrouded the night in a wet veil of silver. She snuggled beneath the blanket, pulling in her feet, a little uneasy. She put her apprehension down to having a stranger in her house, but still, she couldn't settle. Twice she walked around the house, wishing she could make up her mind whether or not to get a dog. Ariana loved animals and was always bugging Rikki and all the others about getting dogs for protection. A dog was one more thing for her to worry about if a fire started in the night. She sipped at her coffee and looked at all the places she'd studied 1,000 times. Vantage points where someone might be able to hide in concealment and spy on her home and family. How paranoid did it make her that she scouted all the areas and visited them regularly to check for signs someone had been watching her? She sighed and kicked at the railing with her bare foot. Very paranoid, but she wasn't ever going to stop. It was the only way she ever managed to sleep at night. Flames raced up the walls and poured across the ceiling, liquid fire, running like rivers through the house, consuming everything in sight. The roar was loud, angry, and the flames reared back, looking seeking. The orange and red inferno rolled into giant fiery balls, while wind rushed from wall to wall, fanning the conflagration.
Breathiness, 25–30% natural increase. Heat filled the rooms and great black gaping holes appeared in the walls. Chunks fell from the ceiling while the inferno blazed hotter. Water! Come to me! Help me! Water! Lev woke, gun in his fist, heart pounding, head throbbing, but most of all, his left palm was so painful it felt like someone had shoved a knife through it. He could hear the sound of water all around him, in the bathroom, the kitchen, outside, even on the roof. He forced himself into a sitting position, wiping at the beads of sweat dotting his forehead with his arm. What the gosh was going on? The echo of that frightened female voice still reverberated through his mind. His brain didn't feel as fuzzy. He had a whale of a headache, but he could think. His dream. No, her dream. Rikki. She was dreaming, or more precisely, having a nightmare, and somehow she was projecting her nightmare to him. He pressed his palm to his leg while he breathed away the last remnants of heat and fire surrounding him. Struggling to his feet, he managed to stagger into the bathroom and turn off both the shower and the sink. The basin had filled up, and water had run onto the floor, so he dropped a towel on the mess and went on through toward the kitchen. The sound of water pulled at him again as he went down the hall, and he pushed open a door to find the laundry room. Water ran in the washing machine. He turned that off, spotted his neatly folded clothes sitting on the dryer, and pulled on his jeans, hastily buttoning a couple of the buttons as he made his way into the kitchen. The floor was flooded, and water cascaded from the sink. The faucet was on full blast. He turned it off and went outside. Overhead, the skies had opened and poured water down, the main concentration on the house and yard. He looked out over the surrounding trees and saw it was raining, but not with the same force as around the house, around Rikki. Sound asleep, she was curled up in a hammock swing, a blanket around her, expressions of fear crossing her face as she cried imploringly, palms upward toward the water. His little sea urchin diver was definitely bound to an element, and a strong one at that. "Come here, Lubi Maya Moya." He reached for her. She was so slight that even in his weakened state, he doubted if he'd have trouble carrying her. He gathered her against his bare chest, whispering to her when she began to struggle, "I'm bringing you in. You can bring the rain with you if you like, but it isn't doing your house much good." Her lashes lifted, and there she was. He felt the jolt through his entire body, the sensation of drowning in a sensual sea. He smiled at her. "I'm taking you inside. If you keep wiggling around, we're both going to end up on the ground. I don't like anyone touching me." "I know." He made no move to put her down. Already, the rain was lessening in intensity.
He carried her into the house and kicked the door closed behind him, noting that her bare feet were covered in burn scars that obviously went up under the hem of her jeans. "Are you worried that someone might set your house on fire?" She studied his face for so long he didn't think she'd answer him. Yes, the word came out reluctantly, and for the first time, her gaze shifted from his. He carried her carefully through the kitchen. The floor was wet and needed to be mopped. She didn't notice. She was too busy trying not to touch his bare chest or struggle so hard he fell. He pretended not to notice her dilemma, choosing instead to figure out what she wasn't telling him. Whatever it was important. He put her on the bed and sank down beside her, deliberately leaning his weight against her. He didn't have to fake weakness. His legs were rubbery and his palm very hurt, like a jerk. He pressed his thumb deep into the center, but before he could use healing energy, she reached out and took his wrist, drawing his hand to her. She had that little frown he found so endearing on her face. "Is your hand hurting?" She rubbed the pad of her thumb over his palm, tracing imaginary circles there. "I dreamt that your hand was hurting." The pain was gone the instant her thumb stroked over his skin. He was used to strange occurrences. He was gifted psychically in many different ways, but he'd never had a connection to another human being, at least he didn't think so. He'd hit his head pretty hard, and he wasn't remembering a whole freaking lot about his life. Only images of violence, a gut instinct telling him someone wanted him dead, and yet he was fairly certain he would have remembered something like this. His strange reactions to her felt completely foreign, but right. He knew it didn't make sense, but at the moment, nothing did. He needed to be with her. He needed to take the fear from her eyes. He needed. "You dreamt the house was on fire. This house." He'd get into the water aspect later. Right now, he could give her peace. He closed his eyes and centered himself, allowing his mind to expand, to stretch, to seek the energy of others. He couldn't find anyone close to her home. If someone had been close, they'd left no trace of themselves behind, which was difficult to do. "We're alone, Rikki. I can't tell you how I know, but I do. Just like the way you manipulate water, I know if someone is close." His revelation should have made her feel more secure, but instead, she looked haunted. Just for a moment, he caught a flash of terror in her eyes, and then her expression went blank, distant, as if she'd wiped her mind clean like a slate. He heard her breathing change, just for a moment, a quick inhale, and then she exhaled, a long, slow breath of air that gave away her agitation. "What time is it?" she asked. "I have to clean things up." "Nearly 4. What you need to do is to lie down and rest." She mumbled something incoherent under her breath and went out of the room. He could hear her mopping the floor in the kitchen. It occurred to him that this wasn't the first or last time she'd done this, so fires were a recurring nightmare, and she feared someone would start one. She was barefoot, and he'd seen the burn scars on her feet when he carried her. His mind was already cataloging each whirl and ridge. He sighed and brushed his hand over his face, and then just sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing his palm with his thumb thoughtfully while the rain beat on the roofs and she scrubbed her floor in the kitchen. Those burns were no accident then. It was no wonder she worked under the water. It was where she felt safe. Her legs and feet probably hurt when she walked on land, but in the water she was more fluid. He knew the scars would make her skin feel tight and stretched, so walking could be painful. Mapping the scars in his mind, he traced the pattern in the air and pushed warm healing energy toward the air sketches. As a rule, healing had to be done when a wound occurred, not months or years after, but sometimes, if one worked at it, they could ease the scarring. He pressed his fingertips to his temples. If he could remember that, why couldn't he remember why the freaking every memory seemed to be surrounded with violence? He knew he could take apart his guns and put them back together in seconds because he'd already tried it, the moment she'd gone outside. He'd needed to clean his guns. He knew what ammo he needed for each weapon. He knew he could pull a knife, turn, and throw, and hit his intended target with exact accuracy. When he saw someone, he saw targets on them and knew immediately where to strike to kill them if needed. His mind was like a computer, analyzing all the time, choosing kill spots. Did other people live that way? Lev? She stood in the hall looking at him, a worried frown on her face. Do you need more aspirin? I don't keep anything else in the house. No, I'm fine. I was trying to remember something. Anything that might tell me I'm a much better man than I think I am. She sent him a small, crooked smile.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. It was almost reluctant, as if she didn't really know how to smile. I think that tells you you're a better man than you think you are. She looked back at the kitchen and then glanced toward the bathroom. I'm sorry about the mess. It happens sometimes when I have nightmares. My guest bathroom was really flooded. Because you dream about fires? She nodded slowly, her dark eyebrows drawn together. He liked the shape of her eyebrows, the way they emphasized her eyes and those incredibly long lashes. Are you afraid you start the fires while you sleep? Her gasp was audible, her eyes widened in alarm. She actually took a step back from him and nearly dropped the mop. It isn't that difficult to figure out, Rikki. You're afraid to sleep in the house with me in it. You call to water when you do sleep. You have burns on your feet, and the house on fire in your dream was this house. You're scared you're the one causing the fires. She swallowed hard, but her gaze didn't waver. It's possible, maybe even probable. My parents died in a fire. 2 foster homes I lived in burned down, and then I lived in a state-run facility until I turned 18. I thought it was over until I met someone. A few years ago, my fiancé died in a fire. That's 4 fires, 2 that killed people. He saw past the belligerence to the real terror permeating her entire life. Rikki, it would be impossible for you to start the fires, awake or asleep. You couldn't do it. Rikki's frown deepened. That's exactly what Lissa said. Exactly. With the same absolute conviction. How could either of you know that when I don't even know it? She rubbed her palm down her thigh in agitation, right along the path of the shimmering raindrop tattoo dripping down her leg, drawing his attention to it even though it was hidden. I can't take the chance on your life, and you shouldn't want to either. It's obvious you're a water element. You're bound to water. You can't start fires. You can only put them out. I don't know what you're talking about. I like water, but I'm not bound to it. I just feel safer around it, and when I'm in the sea and the pressure of the water is all around me, I feel different, more normal. What in the freaking is normal? Not you, not me. I doubt if there is such a thing. She regarded him as if he had 2 heads. Of course there is normal. There are regular people. He swung his legs up on the bed and stretched out, linking his hands behind his head. Come lie down. There's no one close to the house. We're locked up and safe, and you need to get sleep. He patted the bed beside him. She looked utterly shocked. We can't sleep in the same bed. Why not? Well, because. There was that laughter welling up again. He found himself smiling at the idea of it. You know, I don't think I've ever actually slept in the same bed with someone either. If I have, I don't remember, and it doesn't feel like I'd trust anyone that much. So why in the world would you trust me? Or why would I trust you? He kept his eyes locked with hers. He could stare into her eyes for eternity. What the really difference does it really make at this point, Rikki? I don't think we can hide from one another, do you? Whatever it is that connected us in that water went bone deep. I'm not getting you out of me anytime soon, so come lie down and just let it all go for the rest of the night. I'm not having sex with you. His smile widened. Thanks for the compliment. It never occurred to me you would think I'd be capable. You have unexpected abilities. I won't touch you. The bed's big. I imagine you'd be lost in this thing. Abruptly, she turned back to the kitchen. He heard her rattling around for a few more minutes. More hand-washing. The woman loved water. She snapped off the kitchen light and moved a little reluctantly into the bedroom, eyeing him warily. I really don't mind sleeping in the swing. I mind it. It's raining out there, although that could be your fault. Just lie down and go to sleep. If anyone comes near the house, I'll know. She stretched out on the bed, keeping several inches between them. It took several minutes before she began to breathe normally.
He smiled at the ceiling, there in the darkness, while the scent of her enveloped him. "Thanks, Rikki. I know this was difficult, letting me in. I don't believe or trust myself, and I sure don't know why really you saved my life and helped me, but I'm grateful." His voice was gruffer than he intended. He wasn't used to allowing himself to feel emotion, and just for a moment, there it was, clogging his throat and changing his tone. She shrugged. "I can't imagine not being able to remember my past, although it might be a good thing. I might not be so afraid to go to sleep. I don't want to remember my past. You might have a family waiting for you somewhere, Lev. You don't want to leave them wondering. Believe me, until Blythe and the others came along, I'd forgotten there was such a thing as family. You don't want to be without one." His heart contracted painfully. "I don't have anyone. No one knows me, Rikki. They don't see me, and they're not supposed to. I'm the kind of man who lives in the shadows. How can you know that for sure?" Her voice was soft and got inside of him in spite of his determination not to allow her to come any further. He already felt too dependent on her. "Because all I know is how to kill. You know how to dive. You're very experienced in the water. Why do you say that?" he asked curiously. She spoke with conviction. "The way you acted underwater. The water was cold, too cold. You were going into hypothermia. You had no air, no wetsuit, and yet you didn't panic, not even when you were injured. It takes a lot of experience to behave like that when all the odds are stacked against you. But I had you to save me." She turned on her side and, sticking her elbow on the bed, propped her head in her hand to look at him. "Anyone else would have fought me. I expected you to try to fight me for the air, but you were calm and you breathed with me and allowed me to get us to the surface, decompressing along the way. That isn't just unusual, it's downright rare. Even experienced divers can panic. It took a lot of nerve. And then I ripped out your radio. I'll fix it for you. I can fix my own radio. I'm not certain you knew what you were doing at the time." That was the trouble. He'd known exactly what he was doing, had weighed the advantages and disadvantages of killing the woman who had saved his life. What kind of man did that? Not a good one. "I know you don't like people touching you, Rikki, but..." His fingers were already on her face, tracing every angle, stroking the softness of her skin, memorizing the details. She held her breath, but she didn't pull away, as if sensing the deep need inside of him. He didn't understand his connection to her, and he doubted if she did either. Just for this moment, they declared a truce and just accepted that it was there. He had to know her face intimately, but right now, this was enough. Mapping her face and imprinting it forever on his brain. She suddenly smiled. He felt it through his fingers before he made out her expression. His body stirred in response. "You don't even know if you can fix my radio." "No," he agreed. "I don't. But I can take apart a gun and put it back together again in seconds. I can see you'll be a big help on the farm." As soon as the words slipped out, he could tell by the way she stiffened that her expectation of him staying with her had been entirely subconscious. Now that she'd spoken the thought aloud, given the ideal life, she retreated back into her world, probably sorry she'd voiced the suggestion. Satisfaction slid into his gut, a quiet happiness he rarely, if ever, had experienced. Just being in her presence made him feel different, more alive, more sensual, more of a man and less of a killer.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. Lying beside her should have set off every alarm in his body. He had intimate encounters, usually satisfying, but they were a tool, and he was never comfortable afterward. He certainly didn't lie on a bed in a semi-vulnerable position and contemplate falling asleep with another living, breathing human being beside him. He knew it was completely alien to every survival instinct he had, yet he wanted her there. The thought of her sleeping outside, at a distance from him, bothered him on a primal level he couldn't explain. Not to her, and certainly not to himself. He kept his eyes locked on hers. "I was thinking more like helping out on your boat." He saw the shock, the instant rejection. She even shook her head. And that adorable frown was back, so that he couldn't help but smooth his fingers over the little lines between her eyes. He laughed softly.
I can see you're completely behind the idea. No one, and I mean no one, goes on my boat. I can understand that, but he put his finger over her pursed lips. He didn't seem to have control around her. As reasonable as that would be, I've already been on your boat. You ripped out my radio, which I intend to fix, he pointed out. What's a tender? He felt her shock. A what? She repeated, but she'd heard him the first time. He waited in silence, but she had gone stubborn on him. He sighed, and although he was taking a chance, he rubbed her chin in the dark with the pad of his thumb. Once, he stroked a caress across her lips. She was definitely frowning, and that made him smile. It isn't any great secret, is it? You said your sister Blythe told you that you shouldn't dive alone. She said you needed a tender. What is that? Someone that would drive me insane. They take care of the boat and equipment, sort of keep watch while a diver is underwater. They need a permit and have to know what they're doing. I trained a couple, but kicked them off after a couple of dives. They're annoying. They don't roll my hoses the right way, and there is a right way. You do it wrong, and they're all tangled. Now that she'd come out with her opinion on the subject, he could see she was extremely hostile about the idea. She hadn't let on to Blythe, but she had no intention of diving with someone watching over her. He had a vague idea that he might change that. Blythe thinks it's necessary. You were eavesdropping on my conversation with Blythe. Of course. Would you expect less? She opened her mouth and then abruptly closed it. I don't want anyone on my boat, and that includes you. You'd touch my things. I'll learn not to. Her frown deepened, and she narrowed her eyes at him. You will not. You'll do whatever you want to do. You're one of those men. If I don't know what kind of a man I am, how could you know? Because so far, you've been on my boat, in my house, touched my things, slept in my bed, and you're probably going to want food. You're demanding. Laughter spilled over, startling him. A real laugh, out loud. He sounded rusty, but it didn't matter. He was shocked at the sound, at the feeling, at the freedom he felt with her to laugh. I suppose you're right about that. She stared into his gaze, her eyes so black, there in the night, with the moon hidden behind the clouds, that she appeared mysterious, like the storm passing overhead. You're very beautiful, he said, before he could stop himself. I've never met a woman like you. A slow smile curved her mouth. He realized, like him, she didn't smile often. How would you know? You can't remember who you've met and who you haven't. But in any case, thanks. No one ever says things like that to me. A shadow crossed her face, and he remembered the fiancé, the man who had died in a fire. Tell me about him. His name, what he did, how you met him, how he died, and why you're so afraid you started the fires. She blinked, looked startled. I heard that, what you were thinking. You are telepathic, and you've made me weird, just like you. Okay, maybe I was already a little weird, but now I'm way worse than I already was. Am I going to hear what everyone's thinking? Can you hear my thoughts? You aren't projecting them to me, and that was an accident. I didn't mean to have you hear that, but I honestly am interested. Rikki laid her head back on her pillow and stared up at the ceiling, her mouth set in stubborn lines. The sound of the rain hitting the roof and windows seemed to drain the tension from her. He could tell she was listening to it, and while she listened, her fingers began to react, tapping against her leg. She didn't seem to notice, caught in the spell of the rain falling. Lev remained silent, realizing this was a part of Rikki's nature. Certain things, especially anything to do with water, he supposed, took her outside herself, and she focused completely on whatever captured her attention, tuning out everything else around her, tuning out him. His first thought was to bring her attention back to him, but before he could speak, her hand went up and she began to weave patterns in the air, just as he had done when directing healing energy, although her designs were more like those of a conductor with a large orchestra. At once, he detected a difference in the pattern. The beat changed, and then the resonance, the sound, depending on where each drop landed and how fast or hard. He found himself holding his breath. Her control and power were extraordinary, and she didn't seem to notice she was directing the rain. His brain computed her patterns, recognized and spit out the data for him. She was drawing the layout of her farm in the air and directing the heaviest parts of the storm where she wanted it. The rain over the grapevines was soft and gentle, like the sounds of flutes and clarinets. The rain in the trees and along the creek banks where the ferns grew was much more dramatic. It pounded down to saturate the area and feed the voracious redwoods, the other evergreens, and the flora growing in the forest throughout the farm. The garden was treated with a melody of patterns spread out over the various vegetables and herbs, in a symphony of violins and other instruments. Rikki was so deep into her concentration and focus, obviously completely forgetting him, her surroundings, and everything else, that he began to pick up images from her mind. Entire sections of the garden were dedicated to pharmaceutical plants, to plants for making various dyes, to all sorts of flowers, to vegetables of all kinds, and there was another section for herbs. There was an olive grove and an orchard with apples. It was amazing how clear the images in her head were, with exact coordinates, like a map. Just as the map in his head was laid out in grids, so was hers. He closed his eyes and let the music of the rain soothe him. He could feel her breath, hear the soft variations in her breathing when she changed each chord, when she played one area differently than another. He began to sort the various sounds. It was an orchestra of drops, a miracle performance. He would bet his last dollar, and he was fairly certain he had a great deal of money, that the farm was doing extremely well thanks to Rikki's ability to call the water and change how hard or soft it fell. He turned his head again to watch her face. She was so caught up in the musical aspects of her orchestration, the actual sounds of the drops, he doubted if she was fully aware of what she was doing, if at all. And he doubted, even if anyone else observed her, that they would recognize what she was doing, the enormity or significance of it. Who would ever suspect she was manipulating the rain? He turned the idea over and over in his mind. She called water to her. She couldn't manufacture the water, it had to be available, but she could control it.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. Rikki was so lost in the wonder of playing that she didn't notice when he got up and went to the window, shoving it open so he could see the silver sheets of rain falling from the sky. The sight was breathtaking. He turned back to look at her. She was breathtaking, extraordinary. She was such a rare phenomenon that he could barely believe he'd discovered her. A gust of wind drove the rain into the house and dotted his chest, shoulder, and arm. He knew he'd felt rain 1,000 times, yet it felt like the first time. The wonder Rikki experienced when she touched water spilled over to him through their strange connection. The raindrops felt invigorating against his skin. The liquid was cool, his body hot. He could feel each individual drop. More than the sensation on his skin was the way the liquid felt as if it seeped deeper. There was first a tingling along nerve endings, and then a rush, like a dam opening inside of him. He went very still and allowed the phenomenon to engulf him, to spread like a tidal wave inside of him. He felt renewed, happy, clean, and balanced. Lev turned back to the bed, leaving the window open. He loved the sound of the rain and knew he'd always associate the sound with Rikki. Her face showed signs of exhaustion. She'd worked hard beneath the water, hauled him out of the sea, given him CPR, and been up most of the night. Even playing as she was, manipulating water took tremendous energy. He knew she hadn't eaten anything since she'd brought him to the farm. It was no wonder she was so thin. He stretched out again, shaping his body around hers, careful not to touch her or disturb her, but he sent a push to get her to sleep. He used a very delicate, gentle touch, one designed to allow her to drift off slowly, unknowing. While he waited for his suggestion to work, he contemplated the tragedies in her life. If someone had deliberately set those fires, and it was too much of a coincidence to think it wasn't intentional, was her ability to control water the reason? Had someone realized Rikki was an element with tremendous power, even when she was just a child? She hadn't said how old she was when the first fire had occurred,
but she'd been in 2 foster homes and then was in a state-run facility. Someone had killed her fiancé using fire, the opposite of water. Who wanted her dead? He was convinced someone did. And if so, why the long gaps between the attacks? And why fire? Her hands dropped to her side and her lashes fluttered. He smiled down at her. "You've come back to me." She looked around her. "You're still here?" Her voice was drowsy, her eyes slumberous. She'd definitely crawled inside of him and wrapped herself tightly around whatever was left of his soul. He wanted to look at her all night, the rest of his life for that matter. He found peace in her. "Yeah, I'm here. I don't think I'm going anywhere soon. If ever." He should go. Whatever he was violent and deadly, and definitely trouble for her. But he looked around the room. She had a bed, a dresser, and a nightstand. The bare minimum. It was that way in every room. "How long have you lived here?" She thought about it. "We closed the deal on the farm just before Lexi's 19th birthday, and she just turned 23, so just about 5 years. The orchards were already in, and part of the main vegetable gardens. The houses were on the property, but they were all in bad shape. We remodeled ourselves, and extended the garden. Last year, we put in 2 greenhouses, a fairly large one for vegetables and one much smaller for flowers. The farm has really done well and produced for us." It was the most forthcoming she'd been about her life, and he heard the pride in her voice. She loved the farm. "Who did the work on the houses?" "We did, all of us. We started with Lexi's house. She needed to feel safe. It was important that she had a home, a place that was hers. Judith, she's our artist, is amazing with a hammer. Between Judith, Lissa, and Ariana, we were able to do just about everything ourselves, and Judith helped each of us decorate." He looked around Rikki's house. His first thought was that not much decorating had taken place, but then he realized he was wrong. Judith, whoever she was, knew Rikki's need for simplicity. The walls were done in cool water tones, producing a soothing atmosphere for her, and her bathroom had been a work of art. The few pictures in the house were watercolors, depicting rain over grass or rain in the trees. Judith saw Rikki and designed the interior to suit her needs. He had no doubt she would see right through him and made up his mind to avoid her. "How did you all meet?" Rikki's fingers continued to tap a beat along her thigh. He could hear the rain respond through the open window, drumming at the roof, following the beat of her fingers. "We met through grief counseling. It was sort of my last-ditch effort to save myself. I was fairly certain I was a sociopath or something, at least in my sleep. I didn't really want to keep living. But then I heard Lexi's story, and Judith's as well as the others, and they didn't make me feel so alone. They believed in me when I couldn't believe in myself." He was silent, digesting what she told him. "Rikki, is that why you took me in? I'm not like you, honey. You didn't start those fires. I've killed men. I see the images in my head. I don't know why, but I'm not the nice man you've got in your head." "I don't think you're a nice man," she protested. Her vehemence made him smile all over again. "Good. I don't want you to be disappointed when we find out who I am." "You really don't know?" "Don't feel sorry for me, Rikki," he cautioned. "I'm glad I don't know. Spending time with you has been cleansing. I feel free. I know that probably sounds crazy, but I don't want to look at who I was, not with the things I'm seeing. How could I have 10 names? I don't know what's real and what's made up, but I do know that every memory contains violence. Staying right here with you, lying here listening to the rain with you, I feel at peace. I shouldn't, but I do, and I'm going to enjoy it while I have the chance. Who knows, tomorrow a cop or someone wanting me dead might show up at your door." "They won't, you know," she offered, turning her body slightly toward his. She should have turned away from him. If she had any sense, his honesty should have shaken her. But Rikki didn't react like most people. Her eyes were steady on his. "If anyone is looking for you, Lev, they'll think you died in the ocean. Everyone was gone yesterday morning. The harbor was deserted when I went out. Only Ralph was there when I came back." Ralph noticed you, but he never saw your face." At the mention of Ralph noticing him, Lev's mind kicked into overdrive, rapidly calculating the benefits of finding Ralph and disposing of him before he could reveal Rikki hadn't been alone. It was an automatic reaction more than a conscious one, and that told him a lot about himself. Killing was a way of life. Killing was an option for removing obstacles in his path. What kind of man thought that way? Rikki had thought of herself as a sociopath because she didn't know whether or not she started fires, but she played in the rain, made water dance, and composed symphonies with it. He contemplated killing. To avoid her eyes, he covered his arm with his arm. She saw into him, and the last thing he wanted was for her to see him as he really was. "What's wrong?" He shook his head. "Go to sleep, Rikki. I'll know if someone tries to come near the house." Her fingers brushed his mouth. He felt the jolt of her touch like a lightning bolt slamming through his body. There was no gentle stirring of his body. His body's response was immediate and powerful, an ache in mead that encompassed body and mind. He let himself enjoy the sensation. Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase. He'd thought he was incapable of such natural physical arousal, one not planned out, one where he hadn't set up the seduction and controlled every aspect of the scene. Rikki made him feel alive, real, a human being. "First, tell me what's wrong." "Gosh it, can't you just go to sleep? I don't want to tell you." "I don't want you in my bed or my house. I don't want you near my boat." That didn't stop it from happening. "What do you want me to say? That the moment you told me Ralph saw me, I thought about killing him?" He pulled his arm away so his gaze could lock with hers, so he could see her reaction, the revulsion, the horror. He waited for her to order him to go. Her eyes softened, and God help him, she was looking at him with compassion. "Lev, you believe someone is trying to kill you. You didn't rush off to actually do anything to Ralph." She smiled at him, her eyes as soft and as liquid as ever. "I thought about killing you numerous times, but I didn't. The jury's still out on whether I will or not." There was a slight teasing edge to her tone. Her voice and the pad of her finger rubbing back and forth over his lips in an effort to erase his frown didn't do much for his peace of mind or his intense physical arousal. She put a lump in his throat the size of a golf ball, and he felt like he might be choking. He couldn't find a way to believe in himself, yet she did, this strange woman who had pulled him out of the sea. "Do me a favor, honey," he said softly. "Go to sleep and let me watch over you with the rain. You've done so much for me. Let me do this for you." She studied his face for a long time before she nodded and turned on her side, facing away from him. When she'd removed her finger, he found he could breathe again, but his body didn't relax until long after her breathing became even. He waited even longer until he was positive she was in a deep enough sleep before he wrapped his arm around her waist and laid his head near her shoulder so he could breathe her in along with the scent of the rain. Rikki took her responsibilities seriously, and Lev was a huge responsibility. He wasn't like owning a cat or a goldfish. She actually had to take care of him. She spent a great deal of her time muttering to herself over the next week and a half. He was unable to get up for more than 15 minutes at a time. His headaches were horrendous, and he'd discovered more aches from his battering against the rocks. She resumed her normal routine, circling the house morning and night, looking for signs of an intruder. She used every can of broth and soup Blatt had bought for her to feed the man. The first few days he ate little and slept most of the time. She worried that she needed to take him to a hospital, but each time she brought the subject up, he was adamantly against it, assuring her he would be fine. There was one day of beautiful weather, and she thought about going to work, but instead spent the day glaring at him. He seemed oblivious. 2 days of high surf made it easier to bear, but by the 12th day she couldn't stop pacing. She felt restless and out of sorts. She decided she had to leave him long enough to sit on the bluffs for a while and just breathe. At least, Lev didn't want to talk. He often woke up with a gun in his hand and his eyes cold as ice as he tracked around the room. She was careful never to startle him. He didn't seem to mind her helping him to the bathroom, and she gave him a massage twice a day. He rarely talked even then, and she could tell noise hurt. She didn't mind silence because noises often hurt her head as well. She knew she would have to find a way to get him clothes. That meant going into a store, and she wasn't ready for that kind of commitment yet. She just wanted to get him on his feet and out of her house. She hadn't slept very well after that first night. Mostly, she stayed in the hammock swing off the kitchen, or, if it was too cold, on her couch. She often paced, worried that Lev wouldn't wake up, and then afraid that he would. She was so used to being alone that she was very aware of his breathing, the way he took up her air and her space. She kept the blinds down in her house, and each of her sisters called twice, but they didn't ask questions. The huge news was that a yacht had sunk off the coast in a freak accident. The yacht was owned by a Greek businessman, a billionaire, and everyone on board was lost. Naturally, Rikki's sisters didn't want her going out into the ocean until it was pronounced safe, which made her want to laugh. How could going out to sea ever be considered safe? She knew they assumed she wasn't working because of the yacht sinking. She didn't consider it lying that she didn't give them facts they didn't ask about. But she couldn't breathe anymore, and she had to get out of the house and go where she could see the ocean and just absorb it. That meant leaving Lev alone and unprotected. Her main worry was always fire. She sat on the edge of the bed and pushed back his hair. The shadow on his jaw had grown into the beginnings of a real beard. I have to leave for a little while. She knew he was awake. She'd never go near him while he was asleep, but his eyes were closed. He didn't open them, but he caught her wrist, his fingers a shackle, preventing movement. It amazed her how he could do that, know exactly where her arm was when he had his eyes closed. And she always watched his face, not even blinking. He never so much as peeked, yet he never missed. Don't. I have to go, just for a little while. I've checked outside and no one's around. I think it's safe. I'll lock the door when I go out. She could tell it was a struggle for him to open his eyes enough to look at her. The impact of that blue stare gave her a jolt in the vicinity of her stomach. You'll come back? I live here. She was ashamed instantly. He seemed to need reassurance. Why was that so difficult for her? Soon. Don't shoot anyone while I'm gone. Take one of my guns. She could see the worry in his eyes, and that caused some sort of meltdown in her heart. Physical reactions scared her, especially physical reactions to men. Daniel had been an excellent diver who helped perfect her diving skills. They'd spent so much time together it seemed a natural progression to get engaged. But she hadn't spent time with him off the boat. They'd talked about a future, diving together, but the one time he'd come to her small rented houseboat to spend the night, a fire had taken him. What are you thinking about? She searched his face, his eyes, not certain what she was looking for exactly. She didn't want him to die, not in a fire, and not on her account. Rikki, I need to know. Why? You looked sad, upset. Did I put that look there? She couldn't help herself. With her free hand, she smoothed the frown from his face. No, I am just worried about leaving you. His fingers moved over her wrist and slid down to the palm of her hand to trace circles there. I'm a survivor, Rikki. I'll be here. The house will be here as well. Go do what you have to, but come back to me. I won't sleep until you're back with me. The drowning sensation was acute this time, and she jumps up, pulling away from him. As his fingers slid from her skin, her stomach did a slow somersault. She backed away from him. No one had ever made her feel the way Lev did, such a gut-wrenching physical reaction. She could barely breathe sometimes, and that's why she had to leave her own house. He was forcing her out, with this. She glared at him, scowled, her blackest, scariest, get away from me now scowl. He should have been intimidated. That practiced look worked every time. He smiled at her. Smiled, not just with amusement, but with a drippy, dippy, you're so cute sort of look. She backed completely across the room, to the door. You forgot the gun. I don't shoot people, she reminded him with a little sniff, and stalked out.
Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase.
She heard him laugh, but she didn't turn around. The sound of his laughter was too intriguing. It set off little sparks within her. She really needed to get out of there and go sit by the sea, breathe in the fresh air and listen to the gulls. She could almost believe he was a sorcerer who had cast some sort of spell over her. Privately, she would admit to herself that she liked touching him. She never touched anyone, and she sure didn't want anyone touching her. But the feel of Lev's hands on her skin, the way he stroked his fingers over her, was mesmerizing. The reaction of her body was frightening, yet at the same time exhilarating. She found herself almost reluctant to drive away from the property and leave him. She got out and walked around in the trees above her house, quartering the area carefully, searching for evidence of a visitor. She should have gotten a dog after all. She'd considered it, but she'd have to take care of it, and it might get seasick because she'd never leave it home alone. She sighed. She was leaving Lev alone. But he has guns, Rikki, she reminded herself aloud. A dog wouldn't have a gun. Muttering curses under her breath, she marched back to her truck and drove straight to the highway. This indecision was the very reason she didn't get involved with anyone. Her life was far simpler just living alone. Furious, she made up her mind to throw him out the very moment he was able to leave. A siren caught her attention, and she glanced behind her and swore out loud. Very the man. He'd made her speed on top of everything else, and now she was going to have to talk to a cup. She shuddered as she pulled over and sat, teeth clenched, with her license and registration and insurance out and waiting. She recognized Jonas Harrington as he walked up to the truck. Her heart pounded, and she tasted something metallic in her mouth. She silently handed him the 3 documents. "Rikki, you all right?" She'd seen him around the village hundreds of times in the last 5 years. Everyone knew him. She knew he was married to Hannah Drake. Her mouth was so dry she wasn't certain she could speak. She nodded, hoping that would be enough, gripping the steering wheel so hard her knuckles turned white. "You were speeding. Unusual for you. Everything all right? All your sisters fine?" She swallowed and nodded. He handed her back everything. "With our village being overrun with so many reporters, scientists, and investigators, we have to be a little careful. Watch your speed." Reporters? Scientists? Investigators? Her sisters had chatted on about the yacht that had sunk being owned by a Greek shipping magnate, but she'd only paid attention to the part about the owner having a bodyguard. She was certain Lev was the bodyguard. It would explain his presence in the sea as well as his weapons. She stared straight ahead, keeping her death grip on the steering wheel. She was thankful Harrington wasn't giving her a ticket, but sent a silent prayer that he'd go away. "I haven't had a chance to talk with Judith, but maybe you'd pass along a package to her. She's been working on a special kaleidoscope for Hannah. It's a surprise." He leaned his arms on the door and peered in at her, his eyes hidden by his dark glasses, but his expression friendly. She swallowed and nodded again, staring straight ahead. He laughed softly. "You talk too much, you know that." She turned her head then and looked at him, frowning. Maybe she should try her drop-dead scowl. But really, he was being friendly and nice. She just had to breathe. She took a deep breath and gave it a try. "I'll take it." He smiled at her effort. The wind came up and blew at his shirt. He glanced toward where the Drake house sat up on the bluff above the ocean. "Hannah's up on the captain's walk. All of her sisters are on their honeymoon, so she's visiting with her parents today. I haven't had a spare minute to get the package to Judith. It's in my car. Can you wait a second?" Rikki felt it would be wiser not to point out that if he hadn't stopped her, he might have had the time to drop off the mysterious package to Judith himself. Since she didn't want him to change his mind about giving her a speeding ticket, and she didn't mind talking to Judith, she kept her mouth firmly closed. Jonas returned with a very small packet. He grinned at her. "These are all those little things women keep for memories. Judith had this great idea for a kaleidoscope. I wanted something extraordinary for Hannah to focus on when she's giving birth." Rikki nodded. She had to say something. Being socially awkward didn't mean she was completely inept. And after all, she was representing Judith, not herself. Staring straight ahead, she tried a smile, hoping he couldn't tell it was forced. Everything Judith does is extraordinary. She'll make it special." He looked pleased as he patted her door with his hand and then waved to her. Rikki's hand shook as she turned the key. She was fortunate that it was Jonas who had stopped and recognized her, and she had to ask Judith about the reporters and what Jonas had been talking about. Really, she should read the paper more and at least turn on the news. She saved the newspapers for a week, just in case she wanted to read them, but they were always so depressing. She turned off the highway to enter the village. As a rule, tourists came from all over to see the small, artsy town set on the edge of the sea. Today, it was packed, overrun. Her pulse went into a pounding beat she felt inside her head. Ordinarily, she would have driven straight to the headlands to sit overlooking the ocean, but she'd promised Jonas she'd deliver his package. She probably hadn't been speeding. He'd most likely taken one look at the mass of people and turn tail and run, waiting for an unsuspecting innocent to do his dirty work for him. She blew out a disgusted puff of air as she found the only available parking place in town, a good distance from her sister's shop. Even the grocery store lot was filled. Rikki looked down the street, and every single parking space was filled. People jammed the wooden sidewalks, and trying to go into the local coffee shop was impossible. There was a crowd 10 deep. She'd been thinking about a nice cup of coffee. Very Jonas Harrington. He was probably somewhere smirking right now. She sat in her truck for a few minutes, working up the courage to fight her way through the crowded sidewalks to her sister's shop. Far out, she could see the blue of the ocean, and her entire being yearned to be out there where the waves swelled and crested, rolling in beautiful, powerful displays. She understood the sea, and the rules there, the life and death survival. But here, she looked around her. Here, she was definitely the proverbial fish out of water. Well, she had something to do. Resolutely, Rikki shoved open the door of her truck and stepped into the street. Out at sea, on the deck of the Sea Gypsy, she could keep her legs under her, riding the swells with perfect balance. But here, on land, the uneven terrain always made her feel clumsy and awkward. Maybe it was all the people. She could barely breathe. There was no way to drown out the noise. She had coping mechanisms that she'd developed over the years. Counting her steps sometimes helped, but she'd never seen Sea Haven so packed. She kept to the street, walking close to the bumpers of the parked cars to avoid the masses on the sidewalk. Her temperature soared, and she had to wipe beads of sweat from her face. She kept breathing, her sunglasses firmly in place, wishing she were on her boat where she could see whatever was coming at her. She had to push through people to get inside Judith's shop, and it was difficult to avoid touching anyone. Twice, she was jostled and nearly fell to the sidewalk. Once, a tall man's elbow struck her in the head, knocking her sunglasses askew. He quickly caught her elbow to steady her, apologizing profusely.
Breathiness, 25–30% natural increase. She nodded and scurried into the shop, banging the door closed behind her, hoping to keep everyone else out so she could breathe. She stopped, her entire body shuddering. The store was packed. Judith looked up and saw her. Judith, her lifeline. Tall, slim, hair flowing like a cascading waterfall of black silk, a heritage from her Japanese mother. Judith came immediately to Rikki, working her way through the crowded aisle, her expression one of concern. Rikki would never have come into her shop with people around, not if it wasn't important. Rikki felt relief, knowing Judith understood. "What's up, baby? Anything wrong?" She looked back toward the counter and raised her voice. "Ariana, I'll be a minute." Ariana, another one of Rikki's sisters, looked up with a small frown of annoyance until she saw Rikki. There was instant concern. "Of course, I can handle it. Hi, hun, everything okay?" Rikki lifted a hand to reassure her, but immediately turned and shoved open the door, practically falling onto the sidewalk. She needed to be outside, where she could gasp for breath. There were still too many people, so she pushed her way through them to the street. She drew in several deep breaths, holding her head down to clear her dizzy brain. Judith put a comforting hand on her back. "I'm sorry, Rikki. I had no idea you were going to come into town, or I would have stopped you. This place has been crazy ever since the yacht went down.
Unfortunately, a couple of bodies have been found, so the frenzy started all over again. You all talked about a yacht sinking. Rikki straightened and kept her gaze glued on the distant sea. But I wasn't really listening past the fact that it went down. What happened? It was some freak accident that has all the scientists in the world out there. Apparently, methane gas from the continental shelf was released in a huge bubble, and it was the yacht's bad luck to be there at the precise time the bubble hit the surface. Shades of the Bermuda Triangle. The gas changed the density of the water, and the ship just dropped down. The owner was a businessman, well known, in fact, rather famous. He, his bodyguard, and the entire crew were lost at sea. There are reporters and television crews from all over the world here. Along with that, every curious person in the world has arrived as well. Good for business, but difficult all the same. I couldn't get out there diving even if the day was perfect, Rikki grumbled. There are ships everywhere. What are you doing in town? I needed to see the ocean, she admitted. I got stopped by that moron sheriff, Jonas Harrington, and he asked me to give you a package. Judith's mouth tightened. Was he mean to you? No, actually, he was very nice. He didn't even give me a ticket, but he asked me to deliver this package to you, and he knew what it was like in town. Judith smiled. That's true, but he doesn't know you, Rikki. He probably assumed you'd be coming into the shop anyway. Rikki shrugged, sending Judith her first small grin. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right, but it gave me a good reason to be mad. Judith laughed. Do you need anything from the store? She glanced down the street to the coffee shop. Coffee, maybe? Rikki frowned. Soup, broth. Blythe bought me a bunch of cans and I've used them up. I don't know what's good, so anything. And Inez's coffee is fine if you can manage to brave the mob to get me a cup. If not, don't worry about it. Your store was overrun and poor Ariana looked a little overwhelmed. You wouldn't believe it, Rikki, but the reporters are so desperate for information, they're filming everything in town and doing interviews. I'm hoping it's good for business. 3 different crews have filmed my shop. She indicated a film crew across the street. Those people are everywhere with their cameras. Judith was striking with her tall, slim body and waterfall of hair, as well as her sparkling personality. She saw people in colors and tended to shine the moment she walked into the room. Rikki could understand why a reporter might want to talk with her on camera. She would draw the eye of the audience with her animation and personality. That's insane, Rikki murmured in agreement anyway. What can any of you tell them about a freak accident? A few years back, I read about the theory of methane leaks causing ships to go down in the Bermuda Triangle, but seriously, who would ever believe it would happen, especially here? I'm out there all the time. Rikki pointed out, glaring at the news crew, silently wishing they'd all go home so she could have her tidy little world back. They say it really did happen, and that yacht definitely sank. How long is all this going to go on? She meant before she could have her ocean back. Judith smiled at her sulky face. I don't know, babe, but just think about all the business we're getting. Think about all the business I'm losing, Rikki muttered, and then was instantly ashamed. In a rare gesture of affection, she flung her arms around Judith. The hug was brief, but fierce. I hope they film the inside of your shop and see what a genius you are. I could never have enough of your kaleidoscopes or painting. Judith looked out toward the sea, and for a horrified moment, Rikki thought there were tears in her sister's eyes. But when she looked back, she was beaming. You just made my day, little sister. Wait here, and I'll get the soup for you. It will only take a minute. Ariana is going to kill both of us if it takes more than that, Rikki pointed out, but made no move to let Judith out of the task. While you're there, can you pick up more toothpaste and a good toothbrush? Judith burst out laughing. I'm on it. They had a supply room for the farm, and it was kept well stocked with everyday items, but when Rikki had checked it, no toothbrushes or toothpaste had been on the shelves. She found a razor and shaving cream. The cream smelled like lavender, but if Lev wanted to shave, he could just make do. Besides, it might lessen his ultra-male impact on her. She tapped the toe of her shoe on the street, counting, all the while keeping her gaze glued to the sea. The white caps were foaming and curling, the spray shooting into the air when it hit the cliffs. She found herself smiling, feeling each ebb and flow begin to set her right inside. She wrapped her arms around herself and hugged tightly, needing the pressure to help hold together until Judith returned. Judith came hurrying out, her straight white teeth flashing, her dark eyes bright. Rikki took a moment just to enjoy the sight of her, the happiness flowing from her. Rikki saw Judith as a burst of color across a monotonous background. She sparkled, and in another world, she would have been a fairy of some kind, waving her wand and leaving happiness in her wake. "What?" Judith asked as she handed the bag of groceries to Rikki. "You just look especially beautiful today," Rikki said, idly fiddling with the turtleneck collar, drawing it up around her mouth. Judith's expression changed. She reached out and touched Rikki's face, pushing down the sweater. "Is everything all right, Rikki? I can close the shop and go home if you need me." Rikki looked at the masses of people. Today would be a potentially killer day for sales. Judith had rocked the kaleidoscope world, winning all kinds of international awards, and her name was synonymous with quality. She had made her money in art restoration, but her first love was making kaleidoscopes for individuals. She studied the person, Rikki knew she could read their aura, and she made the perfect scope for each customer. Rikki had one that she only had to pick up in order to gain more control. Even the feel of it in her hands was enough. When she turned it to look into the swirling sea, she immediately felt serene and calm. "I'm fine. I'm going out to the headlands and sit for a while."
Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase. You know me, I just have to be out on the ocean sometimes, and it's been too long. Come for dinner tonight, I'll serve salad with a peanut butter dressing. Rikki burst out laughing. I think I'll skip it, and you should be happy that I am. Judith laughed with her. All right, go sit by your precious ocean, and I'll go see what I can sell today. Well, one of us has to be the breadwinner, because it sure isn't going to be me for a while, Rikki groused as she slammed the door of her truck closed and waved to her sister. She watched Judith go back into her shop before she started her truck. Judith was a true sister of the heart, not born of blood, but certainly chosen and very loved. The 5 women had taught Rikki trust. It was fragile, but she'd learned to count on others when she needed them, at least here on land. Rikki sat for a long time on the edge of the bluff, knees drawn up, just breathing in the scent of the sea. Almost immediately, relief flooded her body, practically a euphoric rush. The waves mesmerized her, transporting her away from a world where she didn't fit, where she was out of sync with everyone else. There was no rhythm for her on land, no order. She rocked gently, picking up the beat of the waves, letting the song of the sea whisper to her, drowning out the noises of the world around her. She let herself drift off, envisioning the sea floor, the smooth rocks, the forests of kelp, the coral and the crevices. She found herself laughing as she remembered the time she had had an encounter with an octopus just south of Casper, where a big rock about 50 feet off the headlands stuck up out of the water. She was relatively new to the area, and she anchored her boat there. The floor was some 30 feet down, but she found sea urchins on the rocks at around 15 feet and began raking them fast into her net, elated at the easy find. Without warning, an octopus was suddenly in her line of vision, bobbing in the water. Normally, the ones she encountered were relatively small, but this one was larger than she was. Its tentacles were down, but it was watching her. Thinking it prudent to give the octopus a little space, she moved in a counterclockwise motion around the rock and began working again. The octopus swam clockwise and met her on the other side. Her heart jumped when she saw the creature coming toward her, getting bigger and bigger as it came near. Again, she changed direction. The moment she began picking, the octopus followed about a foot behind her, just bobbing, tentacles down. At that point, Rikki decided the octopus wanted the sea urchins more than she did. Either that or it was protecting his den. Whatever the creature made a rather loud statement she wasn't ignoring. Laughing at the memory, she rose, her arms outstretched, embracing the sea. Happiness wrapped her in mist, and the wind whipped her hair into a wild frenzy.
She inhaled and closed her eyes, needing to feel, to absorb the water into her skin, into her blood. She could feel the tides running through her, filling her need for freedom, to be able to be wild and to show every emotion, deep and strong. The force of her passions often shook her. She rarely showed feeling, but the emotions were there, hidden beneath her carefully constructed false calm. Just like the sea, she was turbulent and wild, angry and loving. She felt every sensation, but it was only here, with water around her, that she dared let herself feel so strongly, so passionately. She opened her eyes to take one last look at the sea before she went back to the farm. The swells were enormous, the sea crashing against the bluffs. "Oh gosh," she whispered, dropping her arms and staring at the turbulent, choppy water. "Did I do that?" There were boats out in the very rough sea. Swearing under her breath, she raised her arms again to encompass the coastline and did her best to calm her mind, to still the fears she had about allowing Lev in her house and the guilt over not telling her sisters about him. Breathing slowly, in and out, she brought forth the image of a calm sea, of clear skies, of the gulls flying overhead, and water lapping gently at the rocks below the cliffs. She felt the wind tugging at her clothes and ruffling her hair. The mist swirled around her, the spray dotted her skin. Her body, thirsty for the moisture, instantly absorbed the droplets. In her veins, the pounding rhythm slowly began to calm, and her heart slowed to a gentle beat. Water swirled for a moment just under the bluff, rising like a cyclone in a thin column, leaping up toward her as if reaching to kiss or embrace her. And then it spun itself out, collapsing back into the calm sea. She slowly allowed her arms to drop as she looked out over the gently rocking water. Jubilation, pride, satisfaction, a dawning hope. Emotions flooded her, and her brain began working 1,000,000 miles an hour, trying to assimilate what had just happened. She hadn't accidentally turned on a few faucets. She hadn't skipped water out on open sea. She had actually manipulated a huge body of water. She had a gift beyond price. Lev had been so matter-of-fact about her ability, so certain she could do it, but this, controlling a large body of water, had never occurred to her. Rikki wasn't certain she believed her own eyes. Turning away from the water, she made her way back to her truck, all the while wanting to practice. She needed a place to go where no one could observe her, and no one could get hurt. The farm had a pond that was used for irrigation. She could sit beside the mass of water to her heart's content and see if she really could do this amazing thing. She did have the presence of mind to drive slowly so she didn't get stopped again. With her usual single-minded purpose, she drove straight out to the pond and jumped out, nearly running to the pond. The water lay flat, seemingly unresponsive to her, but as she made her way down the slope, she imagined she could see ripples forming, moving toward her, as if she were a magnet. Rikki sank down on the very edge of the bank. The lip was narrow, and she knew it was a precarious perch at best, but she was eager to test her ability. On the drive, she'd begun to doubt, thinking it was much more likely a coincidence. But she'd felt the water that time, felt it move through her, inside her, just as she did when she was under the water. She'd felt like she was a part of the sea, connected to it in a way she never had been with anything else. The discovery was both terrifying and elating. She threw out her arms and closed her eyes, deliberately absorbing the feel of the water. Immediately, she could feel the normal centering in her brain that she always felt when she was near water, but beyond that, she could tell there was a difference. The sea was powerful and moody. The pond was serene and lazy, a gentle, steady presence, more peaceful than one that battered and pounded as the ocean did. This body of water didn't tap into her emotions as the sea did. There was no release of anger, of fear, of the golden happiness this farm and her sisters represented, or of the wild sexual energy she was desperate to repress ever since pulling Lev from the sea. She absorbed the calm, took it in, and then tried her dance, singing softly and using her palms to feel the water. When she opened her eyes, small columns leaped and played under her direction, just as on the open sea.
The small spouts whirled and leapt, racing one another across the surface. Delighted, she stood up, raising the energy, and saw the instant response. The columns grew taller, whirled faster, and more broke off into multiple geysers. Joy burst through her. This gift was hers. She couldn't walk down a crowded street or go into a store with fluorescent lights, but she could join with water, make it whisper or roar, be a part of it.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. She reached out over the small strip of land she was standing on toward the columns of dancing water, her fingertips tingling as she manipulated the many waterspouts across the pond. She stepped forward and felt the narrow edge crumbling. Desperately, she tried to throw her weight backward. Her heart hammered, her palm burned, the pain rushed up her arm. The columns collapsed, sending water spraying into the air as the earth continued to erode beneath her. She flung out her hand to catch an exposed root. Without warning, she felt a jolt, like a hand lifting her and flinging her back onto solid ground. The force was so strong, she landed hard enough to knock the wind out of her. She lay there, trying to find air, her lungs burning and her mind racing. She should have fallen into the pond. Rikki rolled over and stared up at the sky, all the while cradling her left arm and pressing her palm against her wildly beating heart. What had saved her from a cold dunk? It would have been difficult to climb out, but she had no doubt she could have. It would have been messy and cold and very embarrassing, but still. She looked at the narrow ledge where she'd been. It had collapsed completely in a mini avalanche. Rikki? Rikki, answer me. I need to know you're all right. Lev's voice filled her mind. She realized immediately he had done something to help her from a distance. Swallowing hard, she rubbed her hand over her face, trying to think. He had to have tremendous power to do something like that. She lived in Sea Haven, and everyone there knew the Drake family. It was rumored that 7 daughters were always born to the 7th child, and each carried tremendous gifts. But she'd never heard of anyone else having such powers, and the Drakes were, well, the Drakes. Everyone accepted them as fact. Answer me now. The voice was a soft growl of command. She couldn't stop the instant response. I'm fine, don't worry. Rikki clapped her hands over her ears. She had no intention of engaging in telepathic communication with him. If he could get inside her head, he might be able to read her thoughts. You could read mine too. There was relief in his voice. It flooded her mind, and the intimacy of his velvet tone shocked her. Her body reacted, coming alive, every nerve ending alert. Electricity sparked over her skin, and deep in her most feminine core, she felt empty and needy. Get out of my head. Trembling, she managed to get her feet under her. You scared the gosh out of me, and my head hurts like a jerk. You might consider that before you go getting yourself into trouble. She sensed his anger was shocking to him, that he was horrified at his own fear for her safety. Somehow, that was unusual, his concern for another human being. He didn't understand their connection any more than she did, and knowing that made it easier for her. Well, thanks for saving me from a dunking. He was silent a moment, but she could still feel him there in her mind. It was a bit like being underwater, everything in her stilled and steadied, as if he anchored her in the same way the sea did. If you're finished playing, come back to me. She could hear the pain in his voice, in his mind. Her heart stuttered in her chest, and she pressed her palm tight against it. Lev, did you try to get up? I wasn't going to leave you in danger. For her. He'd tried to get to her. He could barely stand for more than a couple of minutes, just what it took to get to the bathroom and back, and even then he was dizzy. Each day had been a discovery of new bruises from the battering he'd taken, yet he'd tried to get to her. You're not nearly the bad man you think you are. Come home and find out. He growled it at her, meant it to be a threat. She found herself smiling as she walked back to her truck. Maybe there was something to this telepathic nonsense after all.
When he spoke out loud, she basically wanted to hit him over the head. But when he talked to her in her mind, she could sense his feelings. She didn't pick up nuances of voices or read facial expressions like other people, but she didn't have to when he projected his voice into her mind. He was there inside her, and she knew the feeling behind the words. "I'm coming. I hope you're back in bed. I'm getting a little tired of picking you up off the floor. If you'd quit mopping it so much, it wouldn't be so slippery." The amusement creeping into his voice made her happy. She knew laughter was even more foreign to him than it was to her, yet for some reason she couldn't quite fathom he found her funny. Most people thought her odd, but her strangeness not only didn't bother him, but he seemed to enjoy her company. "You give me massages." She swung into the truck and slammed the door, frowning. "I knew it. I knew the moment I let you into my head, you'd be trying to go where you don't belong. My thoughts are not for you to go eavesdropping on. You were thinking about me." Satisfaction purred in his voice. "Well, think about me becoming very angry with you." "I'd rather think about you giving me a massage." She choked on laughter. "Doesn't this way of talking make your head hurt?" She had the beginnings of a headache. "I already have a headache. I can't tell what's making it worse or what isn't. All I know for certain is I want you back here safe in this house with me." She tried to block the rush she got from his words and the way he said them. It was impossible not to feel the heat spreading or the way her body responded to him, reaching out the way it did when she was near water. "I'm on my way. Lev, you need to listen to me." Rikki glared at his back as he paced around her kitchen. "This is important information. A yacht sank off our coast the day I pulled you out of the water." She watched carefully, but there was no reaction from him. "It's a huge deal. They've got investigators and scientists swarming all over. Everyone is presumed dead." When he continued prowling around opening all the cupboards, she sighed with exasperation. "Don't you understand what this means? You had to have been on that yacht. It was just a short distance from where I was when it went down." It had been 3 days since she'd gone to the village, and this was the first time Lev had been up for more than 15 minutes. He'd actually showered, and although he'd had to lie down for a half hour, he was back up again and hungry, wanting an actual breakfast, not broth or peanut butter sandwiches. She'd run out of the soups Judith had bought for her, and she was feeling a little desperate, hoping to distract him from eating. And she hadn't been out to sea in more than 2 weeks. It seemed like months, and the effects of her last little visit to the bluff days ago had already worn off, leaving her agitated and distressed. Lev banged another cupboard closed and she glared at him, irritated. "Stop that. What in the world are you looking for?" "Food. There's tons of food. Quit slamming the doors. You need to shut them quietly. Or, better yet, not touch them. You're leaving fingerprints all over them, and I'll have to spend hours polishing them." She touched her throat. She'd been wearing turtleneck sweaters for freaking weeks to cover up the fingerprints he'd left on her throat. She didn't mind tight, heavy sweaters, but high necks bothered her because she tended to fall back into an old habit she had of hiding in them. She'd fought hard to stop that, but wearing one for 15 days made her want to disappear into the warm material. She was desperate, desperate for the sea. His gaze shifted to her face, then drifted down to her neck. She suddenly wished she hadn't drawn his attention. His face darkened, and shadows crept into the blue of his eyes. "How bad is it? Let me look." He stepped close, looming over the top of her so that she hastily backed up to create more space. When he was in bed, he seemed vulnerable and needed care.
Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase. She actually could lie on the bed and fall asleep beside him as long as she got up before he woke, although she sometimes suspected he knew the moment she opened her eyes and just didn't say anything to her. She wasn't certain how to feel about that either, because it meant he sensed how uncomfortable she was with him when he was awake. Rikki shoved at her unruly hair in agitation. She had no idea what to do with him, but he had to sit down and quit walking over her floor. He was barefoot at least. She might have to hide his shoes if he demanded to put them on and walk across her clean floor. It was that or kick him out, which she was certain was the better idea. "Keep your hands off my neck. In fact, keep your hands off of everything. You're making a mess." He hadn't stopped coming at her, not even when she gave him her blackest scowl. She held up a hand to ward him off. "People say I don't know boundaries. You have none at all. Don't touch me, and don't touch my things." He ignored her hand and pushed at her sweater, exposing her throat. His fingers brushed strokes over the marks. They had long since faded to little green smudges, but she didn't want anyone, not even him, to see the evidence. She had never liked being closed off, and his body trapped hers between freedom and the table. She held her breath, afraid she might explode into violence, but somehow the stroke of his fingers took away the sense of being ensnared. Instead, sensation poured through her body, like a wave of heat, brushing over her skin, sinking deeper, until she felt his touch in her bones. "I didn't mean to do this. I actually don't remember grabbing you around the throat." She pulled away from him and jerked the neckline of her sweater up, stepping to one side to give herself room to breathe. "Do you remember the knife?" He kept his gaze locked with hers. "You should have dumped me back into the ocean." "Very right, I should have," she agreed. "Now that that's settled, sit down. I'll fix you a sandwich." He looked pained. "I don't eat peanut butter." That genuinely shocked her. Who doesn't eat peanut butter? It's the perfect food. He shuddered. "Even to make up for all the things I've done wrong, I don't think I can do it." "For a man who carries around as many weapons as you do, you're a bit of a baby." "It isn't being a baby not to eat peanut butter. I don't think babies eat the stuff." "That's un-American." "I'm not certain I am American," he pointed out. She had to agree with him there. "Fine, you can put peanut butter on waffles. Blythe bought some of those frozen thingies that you put in the toaster. I'm not sure how old they are. Do frozen foods last like 4 years or more?" He groaned and dropped into the nearest kitchen chair, pushing his head into his hands. Death by peanut butter. I never thought I'd go that way. Rikki found herself laughing. Nothing made her laugh, not out loud, not hurt her tummy laughing, not like this. He looked so dejected, a big, tough man done in by peanut butter. He looked up at her and smiled, and the laughter faded. Her stomach somersaulted, and her heart contracted. Suddenly, it was hard to breathe again. "I don't know how to cook," she blurted out. He looked at the dishes and pots and pans. "I just wash them to keep them clean, but I've never used them, not once in the 4 years I've had them. There's broccoli in the vegetable bin. I can't cook it, but you can eat it raw," she offered. "You fed me soup." She tapped her foot and counted to 20 before she faced him again. Color crept into her face. "I heated it up in the can on this little gas outdoor thing I have. All the soups are ready made, so it was easy." There was a small silence while he studied her expression. "How about I cook for us? If you're going to let me stay here while I recover, that's the least I can do." Was she going to let him continue to stay in her home while he recovered? Rikki chewed nervously on her lower lip. He would say he wouldn't touch her things, but he would. And she'd have to be very vigilant. Just because the house hadn't caught fire during the last 2 weeks didn't mean it couldn't happen. The risk was far greater with someone else in the house. He sent her a small smile. "You're thinking of kicking me out." She shrugged. "I'm always thinking about kicking you out." She spread her arms out, encompassing her home. "I'm used to living alone, and it's safer." "Not really. Not if someone's really trying to burn you out. I'd be very handy to have around." He leaned toward her, his blue eyes so intense she lost herself there, in that wild blue sea. "Let me stay with you, Rikki. I have nowhere else to go. I don't have a clue who I really am. If I was on that yacht, everyone thinks I'm dead." So he had been listening. He'd chosen not to answer, as she often did. "Maybe this is my chance," he persisted, "my one chance at a new life. I can be someone else, someone different." "If you don't know who you are." "I've killed men. Every instinct I have is all about survival." "That doesn't mean you weren't protecting people, Lev. I saved the newspapers." She got the newspapers but never read them, not until she'd gone into town and seen the influx of reporters. The mess was still going strong. The man who owned the boat was a billionaire, and everyone on board was lost, including his bodyguard. You could have been his bodyguard. Don't bodyguards have to shoot people occasionally? Lev shook his head. You're incredible, you know that? Don't bodyguards have to shoot people occasionally? Who thinks like that? Let me stay with you, Rikki. She wasn't going to kick him out. She'd found him in the sea, and she was bound to him. She'd taken him on board her boat, and that made her responsible for him. Besides, she pressed her fingers to her temples. She'd gone to sleep with him beside her. She'd never even done that with Daniel. She couldn't just abandon him, not when Blythe and the others had given her a chance. Not when he'd given her a gift so precious as to know that once in her life, she'd been normal enough to sleep beside another human being, which was the only reason she'd continued to sleep on the bed, not because she wanted to be with him. I don't know what I'll do with you, and you can't touch my things. I'll do the cooking, he volunteered immediately. She didn't eat anything but peanut butter, not unless Blythe made her go to her house for dinner. Then she forced herself to do it so she didn't hurt Blythe's feelings. His slight grin made her heart turn over. Sheesh, she hated the effect he had on her. Do you want to go shopping now, before breakfast? Inez's market is open. Instantly, his expression went blank. For a moment, he looked a little scary, his blue eyes diamond hard. It would probably be best if no one sees me for a while. We don't want any questions. She didn't like questions either, and she sure wasn't going to answer any of them. She glanced at the clock. It was still very early. She might get there while the store was empty. Make a list then. It took seconds to go to the drawer where notepads and pens were neatly stacked. She handed him both. He immediately began scribbling. Twice he opened her fridge, frowned at the milk and broccoli, and wrote more. The cupboards contained jars of both smooth and chunky peanut butter. I can see you're into variety. She put on her darkest scowl. Blythe can lecture me about my eating habits. You can't. He put down the pen. I suppose that's fair. I'm not going to be a burden to you financially. Things are coming back to me, and I must have money somewhere. Sooner or later, I'll have access to it, and I'll pay you back. And I can work for you. Her scowl deepened. You stay really off my boat. His grin widened. She supposed he had reason to look a little cocky. He had the perfect place to hide out.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. She was so antisocial, no one but her family came to visit her, and most of the time she went to their houses. His contact with outsiders would be minimal. We'll see about that. Her gaze jumped to his, and the breath left her body in a foolish rush. That intimate voice stroked every nerve ending. Her mouth went dry. They'd never discussed their strange conversation or her near fall in the pond. She found ignoring subjects she didn't want to discuss was usually the best way to go, but he didn't seem to realize he wasn't allowed in her head. She narrowed her eyes at him. Give me your list and I'll go into town and get the supplies. She wasn't arguing with him over the boat or telepathy. She was the captain. Out at sea, no one questioned her authority. His fingers brushed hers when he transferred the paper to her. She felt a jolt through her entire system. Everything seemed so out of focus. She didn't like anyone touching her, yet when this man did, she didn't feel thousands of pinpricks as she normally did. The pressure of her wetsuit helped to combat the way her body felt as if it were flying apart. She had a weighted lap blanket she used for the same purpose, but she had neither item to help her now. She just stood there looking at him a little helplessly, trying to figure out how to think or feel in such an unfamiliar situation. It will be all right, he murmured softly, and his fingers stroked over her face, tracing her bones. She sucked in her breath, shocked that she could stand there, trembling, feeling nervous flutters instead of pinpricks in pain. She shook her head, trying to throw off the spell he seemed to weave around her. Only my sisters ever come here, and they won't with my truck gone. Just keep the doors locked and the shades pulled down. I doubt you'll be disturbed.
She turned back to him. "Don't kill anyone while I'm gone. They might be important to me." Rikki started out the door, but Lev caught her arm. "You won't say anything about me?" She scowled. "I dragged your butt out of the sea, cleaned you up, and gave you a place to stay. Who the gosh am I going to tell?" He shrugged. "It just matters. You're dead. Stay that way until I get back." She shoved her dark glasses onto her nose and marched out, indignant that he thought she was too stupid to keep quiet. Muttering to herself, she started toward her truck, but she couldn't quite force herself from her normal routine. She cast a surreptitious glance toward the window, but even if he was watching, did it matter? This was her home, her life. She wasn't going to change because she'd hauled some man out of the sea. And he was just as strange in his own way as she was. He was definitely secretive. Everything he owned seemed to be a weapon, and his first reaction was usually violence. Yeah, she was not going to apologize for who she was. She circled the house, checking each window, making certain her silk threads were intact. If anyone tried to lift the windows, they wouldn't notice the small thread fluttering to the ground. She examined the flower beds she'd planted beneath the windows. The dirt was soft and damp and would reveal any prints. She checked her hoses, rolled perfectly around the hose reels on each side of the house. She was very fussy about the hoses. They had to be able to be pulled off fast with no kinks, in case of an emergency. When she walked around to the front of her house, Lev stood there watching her. She sent him a dark frown. "What?" "You don't have to worry with me here." She tilted her chin. Usually she didn't bother with explanations, and she wasn't going to tell him. Let him find out she had a routine, a ritual. She couldn't go anywhere without performing first. She had a lot of those. He could leave if her ways bothered him. She climbed into the truck and slammed the door without answering him. She did look back in the rearview mirror and felt sad for him. He looked very alone. She drove along the winding, tree-lined road that led to the coastal highway, and she felt immediate relief. She hadn't spent this much time with another human being since she had been a teenager, and it was very stressful just to be with people. Once she turned onto Highway 1, she could see the ocean. The sea soothed her, no matter what mood it was in. The expanse of water always helped her to stay centered enough to deal with going into a public place. It was early enough that few people would be out, but Inez's store was a local hangout. People tended to gather there and exchange news, and Inez knew just about everything there was to know about everyone. Rikki parked the truck at the far end of the lot and got out slowly, taking a careful look around. Thankfully, the reporters and investigators, whatever they were, hadn't gotten up as early as she had. She had the village nearly to herself. The morning air was crisp, and a wind blew in from the sea, carrying the feel of salty mist. She could hear the water breaking against the cliffs as she walked across the lot, to the sidewalk where she took another long look around. Her blood moved with the same rush in her veins, and she stood at the top of the hill, just in front of the store, looking down the street to the powerful display the ocean was putting on. Sea Haven's main street ran right along the actual coast, separated from the water only by the bluffs. She could be in the town because from just about anywhere she shopped, she could see and hear the ocean. Right now, whitecaps danced over the surface and spray blasted up the rocks. The sight was breathtaking. There was no one out but Old Bill. His blanket wrapped around him, he huddled in the small area between the grocery store and the kaleidoscope shop Rikki's sister Judith owned. She lifted a hand toward him. Like her, he was different. He muttered to himself and made a living from the cans people left for him, and he often rode around on his prized possession, the old bike that was propped against the wall of the store. It was his only method of transportation other than his feet. His clothes were old and dirty, and the soles of his boots worn. She made a mental note to remind Blythe that they were going to find him a comfortable pair of boots for the winter. As she pushed open the door, there was an all too familiar tightening in her stomach. At once, the walls closed in and she felt like she was choking. Ordinarily, she could grab jars of peanut butter and get out, but the list required actual walking up and down the aisles. When she stepped inside, the fluorescent lights seemed to flicker like a strobe. Flashes went off behind her eyes, her stomach lurched, and even with the dark glasses, she threw her arm across her eyes to protect them and backed out of the store, shaken. Rikki bit her lip hard and looked toward the sea, trying to breathe in the salt air. It had definitely been too long. She actually felt a little dizzy, and it was hard to catch her breath. The store wasn't crowded or noisy, two things she avoided at all costs, so she just had to get past the lights and force herself to go up and down the aisles. Everyone did it. The peanut butter was stocked on the outer shelf and she could just grab it and go. But she squared her shoulders. People did this every single day. She was a grown woman, the captain of her own boat. There was nothing she couldn't do. She pushed open the door a second time and walked in. Inez Nelson, a fragile-looking woman with graying hair and a slender body, stood at the counter looking up with a friendly smile. "Rikki, you're always up early," she grated. "How are you? How are your sisters?" Rikki nodded to her, ignoring the questions. She moistened her lips, concentrating on putting one foot in front of the other. She could do this, walk into the space between the aisles. Her feet didn't move. She just stood there, frozen, with the lights fluttering, pushing sharp little darts into her brain.
Breathiness, 25–30% natural increase. Her stomach lurched, and she turned and went back outside where she could breathe. Gosh, she was used to being different, but when it interfered with her ability to do everyday chores, it made her angry. She was used to the lights in stores actually hurting her, where she could tell others didn't have the same problems. Noises were the worst, and textures, especially in her mouth, were brutal on her. The taste of silver or plastic just couldn't be tolerated. Certain fabrics hurt her skin. She knew others weren't like her, but for the most part, she'd learned to cope. But this shopping thing was a nightmare. The hum of the lights reverberated through her head until she wanted to scream. What was she going to do? Ask Blythe? One of the others? They'd want to know why she wanted food she'd never eat. She chewed on her thumbnail and glared at the store. A person could do anything for a short period of time. She had to be able to go into a grocery store, and if she didn't hurry, more people would come, and then it would be impossible. Squaring her shoulders, she went back inside, and this time she managed to make it to the actual entrance to the aisle before she stopped, dizzy and sick. She couldn't enter that small space, where the lights pushed needles into her brain that exploded like firebombs behind her eyes. She shook her head, near tears. Anger welled up like a tidal wave, black and ugly. It was a force she often had to fight when she became frustrated. "Rikki?" Inez's voice was brisk, matter-of-fact, never that pity sound she detested. Rikki turned around to face her, knowing she had to leave the store again and fighting her blurred vision. "Give me your list. I'll get your things, and you can stand over by the window." Inez held out her hand. Was it defeat or victory? Rikki didn't know, but she had no choice. She handed the list to Inez, grateful she seemed to understand the problem. "You weren't at the wedding," Inez said, all chatty. Rikki grit her teeth. Did one answer a statement? She made a sound in the back of her throat, the only acknowledgement she could think to make. The timbre of Inez's voice took a background to the hum of the fluorescent lights. The lights were like a strobe now, continually flickering. The needles stabbing through her skull became ice picks. "The girls looked lovely," Inez added. "Everyone had such a good time. We missed you, though. Elle made a stunning bride, and Jackson was so handsome." She sounded proud of Jackson, almost as if he were her son. What did Rikki know of Inez anyway? Other than she knew everything about everyone, so Rikki made certain to avoid her whenever possible. Jackson was a deputy, and as far as Rikki was concerned, that put him right up there with the officials who had relegated her to the state home and accused her of starting fires and killing the people she loved. Frank and I danced the night away. Frank Warner, was Inez's fiancé, who owned one of the local galleries. He'd been incarcerated for something. Sometimes he was in the store sitting behind the counter. He was quiet and had little to say. Rikki identified with him more than she did most people. She knew others probably judged him, just as they did her odd behavior. Inez was still talking, the sound of her voice grating on raw nerves. But the woman was doing her a favor, so Rikki wasn't going to let the pain in her head make her do something stupid, like get violent. It had happened in the past, more than once. Lexi called them Rikki's freakouts, but it was embarrassing not to have control. She did deep breathing, hoping she didn't pass out. "Thank God you weren't out on the ocean that day, Rikki," Inez was saying, pushing a cart with great efficiency. A huge rogue wave came out of nowhere and would have hit the beach, but the drakes did their thing. But your sisters must have already told you that. Now the ice picks were daggers stabbing through her brain. Rikki put her hands over her ears to drown out all sound and concentrate on her breathing. Inez was working fast. Rikki could see that the woman was aware something was wrong. She was trying to help, obviously talking to distract her. But between the humming of the lights, her voice, and the flickering, the pain in Rikki's head had increased. "You can take anything for a short period of time," she murmured to herself, uncaring that people thought her strange for talking to herself. If it helped her get through this without losing her mind, she'd talk to herself. "Here you are, hun," Inez said, her voice that same brisk tone. "I'll just run them through fast." Rikki pressed her fingers to her temples. "Put $20 on Bill's tab, and after I leave, will you take him coffee and something nutritious for breakfast?" "Sure." Inez worked fast. "No peanut butter today?" "I picked up a large supply a while ago." "Are you having company? Your sister's over?" Rikki drew cash from her wallet and put it on the counter, ignoring the query. Inez was still talking, but Rikki couldn't make out the words. 1,000 needles pricked her body, and she felt as if she was made of lead and could barely move. She couldn't have produced a sound even if she'd tried. She could feel each individual muscle, hear the blood flowing in her veins and pounding in her head. She hated those sensations, the overload that made no sense. It had taken years before she realized everyone else didn't have the same responses to stimuli in the environment around them. Her body felt as though it might break apart on her if she stayed one more moment. She picked up the bags and hurried out, cursing under her breath. The man better eat these things slowly, because she wasn't ever putting herself through that again. Feeling sick and disoriented, she hurried to her truck and drove the few blocks to the headlands where she could park and get out and walk around on the bluffs overlooking the pounding sea. She got 2 feet from the truck and was sick, her stomach protesting the vicious stabbing in her skull. Rikki stumbled down the narrow path through the heather to reach the edge where she could stand with the ocean stretching out in front of her like a cool blanket of gray-blue. Whitecaps broke along the rocks, and spray hissed up the sides of the cliffs. Gulls screamed, and far out she saw a whale breach. The wild chaos in her mind and body began to settle enough that her hands stopped trembling. She needed to be out on the water where she belonged. She didn't belong on land, in public, any place where there were other people. She didn't realize she was crying until her vision was completely blurred. She yanked off her dark glasses and rubbed angrily at her tears. Lev had to go. He couldn't ruin her life. She couldn't deal with someone in her house. She knew what she was like. There was no pretending she'd be all right. She had nearly lost it right there in Inez's store. He just had to go. That was all there was to it. She drove home faster than she normally did, not allowing any other thought to get the upper hand in her mind. She just had to finish this before it cost her too dearly. She parked the truck and, catching up the groceries, rushed up her back porch to the kitchen door. Lev must have heard her coming, because he was there before her, unlocking the door so she didn't have to use the key. Rikki pushed past him, dumped the grocery bags on the table, and whirled to face him. "You have to go. You do, right now. You just can't stay here, and that's all there is to it," she blurted out. Lev frowned and stepped close to her. Before she could elude him, he removed her glasses and looked at her eyes. "You've been crying. Rikki, tell me what happened to upset you. Talk to me." She shook her head, stepping back, and to her horror, fresh tears spilled over. "No talking. I'm done talking."
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. "You can't be here, that's all." He went to the door, closed and locked it before turning back to her, his expression unreadable. "Lubimaya, you're going to have to talk. I'm not leaving without finding out what happened to you."
She was trying not to sob. Her emotions were out of control. She detested being out of control, and it was his fault. Why couldn't he see that? You'll touch my dishes and use the pans to cook with. I'll have to go to the store again, and I can't. I just can't. You don't have to do anything, Rikki, not for me. And if you don't want me to use these dishes or the pots and pans, I can buy some others. Come on, Lyubimaya, what really happened? There was no way to make him understand, because she didn't understand. She'd always thought her strangeness was due to her childhood, but others had suffered all kinds of trauma, and they weren't like her. They didn't feel as if their entire body was going to come apart. Everyday noises didn't make their minds so chaotic that they couldn't think straight. They didn't need order the way she needed it, just to breathe. His voice, gentle, almost caring, velvet soft, was her undoing. She turned and ran for the bedroom, slamming the door behind her and flinging herself on the bed. She reached under it to find her weighted blanket. Made of soft material, it had inner pockets of small pellets to provide the needed 12 to 15 pounds for her body weight. She pulled it over her and jammed her hand in her mouth to try to stifle the weeping. She hadn't cried in months, and now, with someone nearby, she had to go and lose it. After discovering that the pressure from her wetsuit made her body feel less like it was flying apart, she'd recognized the calming effect of her vest and sought to find something that would help her off the water. She'd read a great deal about the blankets and knew the weight was supposed to help release serotonin by putting pressure on the sensory nerves in her muscles, joints, and tendons for a calming effect. Whatever. She didn't care how it worked, only that it did. And right now, she was feeling foolish and embarrassed and very tired. She wanted to curl up under the blanket and go to sleep. She heard him moving around the kitchen. It didn't sound like he was leaving. Maybe if she drifted off, he'd be gone when she woke. The door to the bedroom pushed open, and she closed her eyes with a soft groan of despair, wanting to just disappear. "Rikki, I made coffee. Sit up and drink some. It will help. The groceries have been put away. I just want you to explain to me what happened." She felt his weight on the edge of the bed. She blew out her breath in exasperation and abruptly sat up, dragging her blanket around her for comfort. "Do we really have to do this? You don't owe me any explanations, but I'd like one." She took the coffee and frowned at the dark liquid, not wanting to look at him. "I just need things a certain way. I can understand that, but it wouldn't make you cry. Why the hell do you care?" She resorted to belligerence. It usually pushed people away from her, so she didn't have to try to deal with emotions she had difficulty keeping under control. "You saved my life. You saw what kind of man I am, and you still gave me a place to stay. I'll admit I don't remember a lot about my past, but it doesn't feel to me as if I know kindness. You showed me kindness." "I'm not right, Lev." She clenched her teeth, hating to say it out loud. She didn't mind the way she was, as long as she stayed away from people. She liked her life. She was captain of her own boat. She made a good living. Why should she care that she couldn't go into a grocery store? She wouldn't if he wasn't there. She hated feeling inadequate. Neither am I. I'm not asking you to change. Tell me what you need. Feel comfortable. It isn't reasonable for you. Rikki, look at me." Lev waited until she reluctantly lifted her tear-drenched gaze to his face. He wanted, even needed, to kiss her better, but she had huddled inside that peculiar blanket as if it were a fortress. "Don't you think I should decide what's reasonable for me? You took me in, not the other way around. I had to lie down the entire time you were gone, and if I didn't come in here and sit down, I would have fallen. I've got nowhere to go. At least give me a chance to put things right with you. I don't know how to explain it to you. I live alone. I have a certain order to things, and I need it that way." She took a sip of coffee to steady herself. Her hands were trembling, and her body reacted the way it always did, flooding with adrenaline and an anger that just seemed to take her over. Happy or angry or sad, there was rarely an in-between for her, and anger was a way to keep people away from her. "I don't talk to people." Amusement crept into his eyes. "Baby, I don't talk to people either. We aren't people. Here, in this house, there's only us.
What we do, how we act, doesn't matter to anyone else. If you need order, teach me your order, and I'll follow it. You steady me, Rikki. I don't know why, but I feel more balanced with you around. She nearly spewed her coffee over him. Was he completely crazy? How in the world could she possibly keep someone else balanced? You really did hit your head hard, didn't you? He smiled and touched his head. Maybe it knocked some sense into me. I'd appreciate you letting me stay here for a while, Rikki. Let me try not to disrupt your routine. I can learn to eat peanut butter. The look on his face was that of a man going valiantly to his doom. In spite of everything, laughter bubbled up. I don't know what to do with you. It would be silly to buy new dishes, and you can't eat peanut butter if you don't like it. Why don't you eat anything else? She frowned again, studying his face. Textures bother me. It was just easier to find something I liked that was high enough in calories to sustain my work underwater. So you can eat other foods. I used to before I lived by myself. Think of it as a great adventure. You can try new things and tell me what you like and don't like. Once we have a list, we'll stick to it. And I'll keep the dishes clean. She took a breath to try to still the pounding of her heart. Blythe was always telling her that she needed to stretch her limits, to keep expanding, not just in her thirst for knowledge, but in her social abilities. Living with someone would certainly come under that heading, wouldn't it? I can't lie to my family. I haven't asked you to lie. If they ask questions, then answer them. Swear to me you won't hurt them. Honey, it makes no sense that you'd believe me. Do it anyway. She stared into his eyes, seeking the truth. He didn't look away from her, and she saw what she'd seen before in him: vulnerability. He looked tough as nails, a big, muscular man well-versed in survival. But like Rikki, he wasn't at ease in the world of family and friends. He was an outsider, just as she was. In spite of all the problems having him there caused, she identified with him. We can try it, Lev, but living with me isn't going to be all that much fun. He reached out and pushed strands of her hair from her face. As long as I don't make you cry, I think we'll be all right. I want you to know it could be dangerous. 4 homes have burned down around me. I escaped, but others didn't. People I loved, people who lived with me. You're taking a chance. You told me. I want you to believe me. The fires were arson. He nodded. I heard you. I'm not worried. I think you'll be a lot safer with me here. I'm not so worried about me, Lev. I don't want any more deaths on my hands. He closed his eyes briefly and then looked into hers. Neither do I, Lubimaya, but you aren't responsible. No matter what others led you to believe, you didn't start those fires. A water element could never do such a thing. You said that before.
Breathiness, 25–30% natural increase? What does that mean? Because she was fairly certain he knew what her special gift was. He'd been there, in her mind, when she'd directed the pond to respond. Some people are born with gifts, Rikki. You're one of them. You're bound to water. It answers your call. You play with it, dance with it, call it with song. You're at home in the sea for a reason. I'm at home in the sea because I'm a sea urchin diver. I love what I do, and it gives me independence. I can't work with other people. More likely, you're a sea urchin diver because the water called to you. You're gifted with a rare trait. I imagine that your family, your sisters, are gifted as well. We chose one another. We aren't of the same blood. Elements are usually drawn to one another, he said. More than likely, each of them, or at least some of them, are bound to an element. Are you? She tilted her chin at him and drew her left hand under the blanket to hold her palm close against her heart. She dared him to lie to her. Not in the same way, but yes, I have a few gifts of my own. I knew it. She scowled at him. I'm not telepathic, but I heard your voice. You connected us in some way. He shook his head. You did, under the water, when you saved me. She opened her mouth and closed it again. She had no idea about elements, gifts, or anything else, but she was going to do research, and maybe one of her sisters knew what he was talking about. He was in her home, and in spite of every instinct demanding she throw him out, she couldn't. It wasn't sane or reasonable, yet she couldn't. Lev smiled at her and drew the pad of his thumb over her lips. It isn't going to be so bad, Rikki. You'll hardly notice I'm here. She made a derisive noise in the back of her throat. He was enormous and very male. How could she not notice him? His shoulders took up more space than her furniture. I'm going to stay in here while you cook breakfast. She didn't want to see her precious dishes or pots and pans get dirty. I'll cook everything separately so you can try it. She wrinkled her nose. Looking forward to it. He laughed and ruffled her hair as he got up before taking her coffee cup. She watched him leave and snuggled beneath the blanket, hoping it would help her stay calm. Lev took the pans out carefully, staring out the window while he considered the best course of action. The longer he was in Rikki's company, the more he found himself wanting to be with her. She intrigued him. While he was certain others would find her ways off-putting, he found them endearing. Obviously, her sensory system was not functioning properly. For a man who had always believed he felt no instinct other than survival, he found he had a protective side. She seemed to bring it out in him. He was a loner, so was she. Neither felt comfortable in the company of others. Neither liked to be touched, yet he found he liked her hands on him, and she didn't seem quite as opposed to his touch either. Never had he trusted anyone enough to actually go to sleep with them, yet he had with her, and so had she. He believed in fate, and the sea had brought them together for a reason. His memory of his past was coming back one small piece at a time, although, truthfully, he didn't remember anything about a yacht or what he might have been doing on it. The good thing was that maybe it didn't matter. He was dead to the outside world. Rikki was the only one who really knew of his existence. He could build a whole new life, start over again, be someone else. First, before anything, he had to buy time with her. That was imperative. His gaze swept the terrain outside the kitchen window. The cover was good as long as no one was on the drive leading to her house or trying to sneak up on them through the trees. He'd told her the truth when he admitted to having a few gifts of his own. While he cooked a few slices of bacon, he studied the grounds out the kitchen window. Rikki had obviously set up her house with an eye toward protecting it from fire. The trees were a distance away. The flowers and bushes surrounding the house itself were plants that held water and would burn slowly. She didn't think in terms of guns. Did he think those fires were aimed at her? Of course they were. The investigators had a scapegoat in a young teenage girl who obviously was a social misfit in their eyes. Rikki had been a target not once, but 4 times. No one had bothered her in the last 4 years, and that meant one thing to Lev. Whoever was trying to kill her didn't know where she was. But they'd be searching for her, and when they found her, they'd find Lev. She wouldn't be unprotected. He settled on pancakes for breakfast, thinking the texture of eggs might bother her more than the pancakes. He heard her coming and turned to watch her walk into the room. She flowed like water, but he could see she was uncomfortable. "I was reading the newspaper article again," she greeted. "The bodyguard was identified as Sid Kozlov. Does that sound at all familiar to you?" He wanted to smile when she studiously avoided looking at the bacon and pancakes. Instead, she went straight to the door and opened it, and then began pacing around the table as if her nervous energy was so overwhelming she couldn't stand still. He found her adorable. How could anyone not see her struggle to overcome whatever sensory problems she had? He couldn't help but admire her for the life she'd created for herself. Yes, he had promised himself that he would tell her the truth as much as he could. "It's one of about 10 names I recognize." She sent him her small frown and rubbed the bridge of her nose as she continued to circle the table. "Are you telling me you have 10 names?" He nodded. "That I can remember." He gave a casual shrug. "Who knows how many more I have?" "So Lev is one of those 10 names." Yes, his voice was curt, short, and clipped. She hadn't taken her gaze off of him, but she still couldn't tell if she was annoying him. She doesn't pick up social cues as easily as other people. "I don't like it when people interrogate me, so anytime you think I'm doing that, it's okay not to answer me." "Is that what you do when you don't like a question? You simply don't answer?" She shrugged. "So if I ask you a direct question, will you answer me?" Because he had all sorts of questions he wanted to ask her, especially about the men in her life. There was no evidence that she was dating, and he'd looked. He could only stay up 20 minutes at a time, but those 20 minutes had been used wisely. He knew quite a lot about his elusive little sea urchin diver. And he was already building a new identity for himself. A slow smile curved that soft, unbelievable mouth. He found himself captured, spellbound.
and he thought her frown adorable, but now he was holding his breath, waiting for that full effect. Her dark eyes, so black they reminded him of shining obsidian, sparkled like gems. Her small white teeth flashed at him all too briefly, and his body reacted with a powerful surge of attraction. He was intensely aroused, instantly, out of control. Control was his life. Discipline was everything to him. He stood in the kitchen, unable to move or breathe properly, with his pancakes burning and his heart pounding. He had come alive. His body, his soul, there in the water. No, there in her eyes. Those dark, dark eyes. Lev, he stared into her eyes, knowing his reaction to her wasn't ever going to go away. He could dismiss it if it was physical attraction, but throughout his entire life, he had controlled physical attraction. She pushed past him, crowding close. Ordinarily, he would never allow anyone into his personal space, but his space seemed to be her space. He felt the spatula taken from his hand, but he didn't move, caught in the shock and wonder of that perfect moment. He was real. He was human. He felt. He looked down at the top of her head. She had given him something he never thought he would ever have.
Breathiness, 25–30% natural increase. Lev, sit down. He felt her hand on his arm and she led him to a chair. He sank into it slowly. She wet a cloth and gently dabbed his forehead. He hardly felt her wiping the sweat from him. He inhaled her, that fragrance that was woman, and yet uniquely hers. You overdid it. You can't be up this long. I'll figure out how to do this and bring you breakfast. Can you make it back to the bed? He loved the sound of her voice. She talked just a little differently, with little inflection. Her tone was low, almost husky. Sometimes, when he concentrated on the notes and not the words, it sounded like music to him. She crouched in front of him, worry in her eyes. Lev, should I call a doctor? He framed her face in his hands and let himself fall into her eyes. He wanted to live there. She reached up and touched his face. He realized it was wet. What the hell? Feeling was shocking, wonderful, terrible. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Afterwards, breathless, he rested his forehead against hers. How did a man tell a woman she moved him, changed him, took wrong and made it right? How did he tell her she was a miracle? He didn't. He just held her to him, with the strength in his fingers. His body was trembling, allowing feeling to sweep inside and take hold. Lev, it will be all right, she whispered, comforting him. She thought something was wrong. Not that being with her was the most right thing in the world. An incredible gift he wasn't passing up. He couldn't lift his head yet. The emotion was too strong, too overwhelming. So he just pressed his forehead against hers and kept his thoughts contained, so she wouldn't accidentally connect with him and decide to run. He was going to have to be careful, very careful. His woman, and there was satisfaction in thinking in those terms, was skittish at best. She represented hope, belief, trust, and he had lost those things before he'd ever had a chance to know them. Come on, I'll help you back to bed. She slipped her arm around him. He shook his head and straightened, knowing she wouldn't talk about kissing him. She simply ignored the things she didn't want to talk about, but he could see arousal in her eyes, hear it in his breathing. He knew the signs, and she'd been just as affected physically as he had been, but her emotions. She hit them well, and she wasn't meeting his eyes. Look at me. She drew back, flinching, dropping her arms. Don't say that to me. She tried to get up, but he caught her arms and held her. He could see she was annoyed by his strength, but she stilled under the shackles of his fingers and turned her dark eyes on him, and they were filled with fury. Thank you, he said quietly. Sometimes I need to look into your eyes. She clenched her teeth, and he could tell she was still seething. Why can't I ask you to look at me? He felt the wave of fierce anger well up and rush through her. The black in her eyes sparkled. What do you think I heard growing up 1,000,000 times? I was in foster homes and a state-run facility. I don't look at people. I can't tell you why, but I just don't. I can't tell you how many times I got my face slapped for not doing something I couldn't do or didn't understand how to do it. I trained myself to look at a person's nose, so I appeared to be looking into their eyes, and then, apparently, I was inappropriately staring. She jerked back away from him and stood up. This is my house. I can look anywhere I very well want. He stood up too, his speed catching her off guard. He tugged her off balance so she fell against him, her eyes spitting fire. He killed coldly, professionally. It was always a job to him and nothing more, simply exterminating where there was a need. But that soft hiss of her memory, "I got my face slapped," built an instant rage so deep, so extraordinary, he was shaken at the depth of his ability to feel. "You don't understand, Lyubima. I love the way you look at me. I need it the way others need to breathe." Her stare was so intense. She'd managed with her direct stare to break through the wall his trainers had erected in his brain. She'd penetrated deep with her intensity, finding him beneath the layers and layers of armor. He never thought he'd ever be capable of feeling such intimacy with anyone, and knew he wouldn't with anyone else. He growled the declaration at her, allowing fierce desire to show in his eyes as he bent his head toward her. She didn't move away, going still, in that way she had, as if she were making up her mind whether to fight or flee, but she stood under his hands, her face upturned, her gorgeous eyes watching intently as he lowered his head slowly to hers. He felt the small tremor run through her body just before his mouth claimed hers. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. He lifted his head, brushing the top of her silky hair with several kisses. "I didn't mean to trigger bad memories, Rikki. Goodness knows I have enough of those for both of us." Her gaze drifted over his face, and he had to really resist the need to read her thoughts. A small, brief smile curved her mouth, and she shrugged her shoulders. "I don't think you're any better of a cook than I am. You've burned breakfast." He whipped around to look at the stove. She'd removed the pans, saving what was left of the scorched pancakes and bacon. It took a few minutes to orient himself again, to put the food on the plates and set them in the middle of the table. She sank back into a chair, obviously uneasy. Rikki cleared her throat. "I've never actually used these dishes before. My sisters gave them to me when we finished building the house." She touched the edge of one of the plates almost reverently. Realization slammed home. No one had ever given her presents before. These plates represented family and love to him. He touched the same plate, just as reverently. "Then this is a special occasion, our first time eating from beautiful dishes together. I'll never forget this memory, not even if I take another bump on the head." He poured a small glass of orange juice for both of them and put one pancake on her plate and a stack on his. He lifted his glass, waiting until her fingers slowly, almost reluctantly, curled around her glass. "Here's to many more firsts and many more great memories." Rikki clinked her glass against his and took a cautious sip of the juice, watching him the entire time. Her expression changed as she tasted it. "This isn't anything like I remember." "Good or bad different?" he encouraged, studying her face. He loved to look at her. There was no guile there. She didn't look at him, but into the glass, as if studying each tiny drop as though fascinated beyond a leaf. She swirled her glass and her eyes widened as she watched the juice moving before she took another sip. He found the way her lips touched the glass just as fascinating as she found the orange juice. He had an unreasonable urge to reach out and stroke back her sweater so he could see her throat move as she swallowed. "Good different," she said, and turned her head to smile at him. Her smile hit him like a punch. His belly tightened into hard knots. He indicated her pancake. "Since you helped, if it isn't any good, I'm blaming it on you." Her smile widened, and her eyes lit up, sparkling at him. "I see how you are." She studied the pancake without touching it, looking at it from all angles. He couldn't take his eyes from her, even as hungry as he was. Food wasn't nearly what he needed anymore. He needed her. He was broken, shattered. He was wide open, and somehow she had done it, with her penetrating gaze. She'd stripped him of his past and the monster he'd become, and she'd given him life and a purpose beyond use as a weapon. She'd managed to slip past his guard and open him up.
And now, when he was at his most vulnerable and should have been terrified and fighting for his survival, he felt at his safes, there, with her. "Lev, it will be all right," she whispered, comforting him. She thought something was wrong, not that being with her was the most right thing in the world, an incredible gift he wasn't passing up. He couldn't lift his head yet. The emotion was too strong, too overwhelming. So he just pressed his forehead against hers and kept his thoughts contained so she wouldn't accidentally connect with him and decide to run. He was going to have to be careful, very careful. His woman, and there was satisfaction in thinking in those terms, was skittish at best. She represented hope, belief, trust, and he had lost those things before he'd ever had a chance to know them. "Come on, I'll help you back to bed." She slipped her arm around him. He shook his head and straightened, knowing she wouldn't talk about kissing him. She simply ignored the things she didn't want to talk about, but he could see arousal in her eyes, hear it in his breathing. He knew the signs, and she'd been just as affected physically as he had been. But her emotions, she hid them well, and she wasn't meeting his eyes. "Look at me." She drew back, flinching, dropping her arms. "Don't say that to me." She tried to get up, but he caught her arms and held her. He could see she was annoyed by his strength, but she stilled under the shackles of his fingers and turned her dark eyes on him, and they were filled with fury. "Thank you," he said quietly. "Sometimes I need to look into your eyes." She clenched her teeth, and he could tell she was still seething. "Why can't I ask you to look at me?" He felt the wave of fierce anger well up and rush through her. The black in her eyes sparkled. "What do you think I heard growing up 1,000,000 times? I was in foster homes and a state-run facility. I don't look at people. I can't tell you why, but I just don't. I can't tell you how many times I got my face slapped for not doing something I couldn't do or didn't understand how to do it. I trained myself to look at a person's nose so I appear to be looking into their eyes, and then, apparently, I was inappropriately staring." She jerked back away from him and stood up. "This is my house. I can look anywhere I very well want."
Breathiness. 25–30% natural increase. It was as if he'd melted into her space somehow and become part of this. He looked around at the neat kitchen, the cherry cupboards obviously crafted by a master woodworker. She'd done this, carved out a safe haven for herself in a world that didn't understand different. There, under the water where solace waited, he'd found himself trapped in her eyes. She'd never once looked at his past as if it mattered, and to her, whatever he'd done before that moment didn't exist. She reached across the table, cut his pancakes, and lifted a bite to her mouth. He opened automatically, thinking it the most intimate thing he'd ever done in his life. His gaze didn't leave hers as he chewed and swallowed. A slow smile welled up. Happiness. So this was what it felt like. He'd never known kindness or caring. He'd never known love. Maybe love was a woman feeding him pancakes. Maybe it was someone sitting across from him, sipping orange juice, just to please him. "It seems I'm a good cook, after all." She grinned at him, and a curious fluttering in the vicinity of his belly startled him. He took the fork from her, his fingers brushing hers. The contact gave him intense satisfaction. For the first time in his existence, he knew he was drowning, and he wasn't thinking about survival. His head, his heart, everything he was, rushed to take the plunge. What, after all, did he have to lose? "You think it's safe to risk it?" Her soft words startled him, and for a moment he misunderstood, certain she was reading his thoughts. Her eyes held amusement and a bit of a mischievous glint. Her face might not be expressive, but he could read it all, there in her eyes. "I think you should," he agreed, and settled back in his chair to watch her take her first bite of pancakes. Who would have thought something so simple? He'd made each pancake quite thin in the hopes the texture would bother her less. She put a thin spread of peanut butter over one. Her knife made lazy little swirls that weren't quite as lazy as he first thought. Each circular wave was exact, creating a pattern. The top of the pancake began to look like the surface of the ocean. Her entire attention was on the peanut butter as she drew waves swelling, cresting, and rolling over. Each stroke was deliberate and seemed to absorb her completely. He found himself nearly as mesmerized as she was. "That's a beautiful drawing, Rikki." He kept his voice low. "Do you paint?" She startled, raised her lashes, and blinked several times before she focused on him. "What?" She frowned, processing his question. "Why would you think I paint?" He indicated the top of her pancake. "That's a beautiful picture of the sea, and it's in peanut butter. If you can do that with a knife, you must be good with a brush." Her frown deepened, and she turned the dish around and around, studying the decorated top from all angles. "I never noticed. It is an art." "It was very precise," he commented, and forked another bite of pancake. "I suppose it is. I count." She looked at him, obviously expecting him to find her revelation disturbing. "In my head, I count," she actually muttered to herself, half aloud, mostly under her breath, but he didn't point that out to her. He liked the little talks she seemed to have with herself, especially when she was annoyed with him. "It's the ocean." He ate more. His body needed fuel, and he downed a piece of bacon. "It is, isn't it?" She smiled at the design. "I can't draw. This, apparently, is a secret skill." Her eyes changed, and a little frown came back. "When I lived in foster homes or at the state home, whenever they forced me to eat something, I weighed the punishment for not eating it, and if I didn't want to pay the price, I counted to focus my attention on what I was thinking and not on how the food felt in my mouth." A stabbing pain pierced his chest in the vicinity of his heart. He reached across the table to still her hand as she raised her fork. "You don't have to eat the pancake, Rikki." She shrugged. "I know that." She looked around her home with satisfaction. "Not here and not on my boat, but Blythe says I should always try to expand my comfort zone. It's hard to do when I'm alone. I just fall into a routine. When I'm with one of my sisters, eating at their houses, or going somewhere with them, it's easier to make myself try new things." There was just a hint of Blythe's voice in her tone. He knew it was unintentional, that she'd taken on a bit of the woman who she so admired. He sent her a smile as she put the pancake in her mouth and watched her face. It was silly, really, but he actually felt privileged that she included him with her sisters, trying something new for him. "How is it you've never eaten pancakes before?" She chewed thoughtfully, made a face, and delicately spit the pancake into a napkin. "I probably did when I was a child," she admitted. "I got stubborn as I got older. I didn't like anyone telling me what to do, and after a while, I just refused to do anything. I got so I liked making people uncomfortable before they trashed me. I figured it was going to happen anyway, so why not? Especially the police. I dealt with them quite a lot when I was younger." "Didn't anyone recognize that maybe you needed help?" She blinked, drew swirls in her peanut butter, her gaze locked with his. "No one ever asks me questions like that." "I'm interested." She sighed. "Lev, everyone believed I murdered people by setting houses on fire. I was strange, and that just added to their conviction that I was the guilty one. Maybe I even acted guilty. It occurred to me that I was setting the fires in my sleep." Lev watched her push away the plate and cross to the bread box. She looked over her shoulder at him as she extracted a piece of bread. Why in the world would someone eat those things when they could put peanut butter on bread? He waited until she sank back into her chair, drawing her knees up, feet tucked up where no one could see, while she spread peanut butter on the slice of bread. He wasn't going to get drawn into another discussion on the merits of peanut butter, not when she was giving him pieces of her childhood. "You were 13 when the first fire broke out?" he prompted. "Do you remember much about that night?" She jumped up and paced across the floor with a quick, restless movement. She poured herself a cup of coffee before she turned and regarded him from what she must have considered a safe distance. There were shadows in her eyes and her mouth trembled. "I remember everything about that night." She took a small sip of coffee and turned to stare out the window. "My mother told me I could read in bed.
I couldn't sleep much, and she or my dad stayed up with me as a rule, but if they'd gotten a book I wanted that day, they'd often let me read. I loved reading. She turned around, leaning back against the sink. They'd given me the complete works of Sherlock Holmes the week before, and I was anxious to start it. I'd wanted it for so long, and when we'd gone to the bookstore to get it, there was a terrible wreck on the freeway, a huge pileup. Both my parents were injured and taken to the hospital. I'd been so scared, afraid I'd lose them. I didn't read a word. I sort of made this pact with God, you know? Let my parents live and I'll be so good. The kind of thing kids do. He watched her drink her coffee to steady herself. Her hands trembled slightly. He doubted if anyone else would have noticed that small sign. He wanted to put his arms around her and hold her, but he knew she wouldn't allow it. She was holding herself together by a thread, and one touch would shatter her. She sent him a small, humorless smile over the coffee mug. I was already so strange, you know? I couldn't do things like other children. I was clumsy and never quite got their social cues, so school was extremely difficult. My parents were my safety zone, so you can imagine how frightened I was.
Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase. My dad was able to leave that night, but my mom couldn't. So my idea was that I wouldn't read my book until she was home. Was Sherlock Holmes worth the wait? He kept his gaze locked on her, absorbing her reaction. He knew he'd been trained for interrogation, for gathering information, and he automatically had fallen into the examination mode. In the back of his head, he recognized, as he usually did, that this information was important and he needed to file it carefully for future reference. She turned abruptly and dumped the rest of the coffee in the sink, set the cup on the counter, and simply walked out the back door. He caught the glint of tears in her eyes as she turned her head. Lev sat there quietly finishing his breakfast while his mind turned over what she'd said, continuing to dig through the facts to get to the reasons anyone would target her for death in such a particularly ugly manner. He sat back and contemplated what to do. His head wasn't completely better, despite all the energy he'd spent trying to heal himself. The force of the waves had been tremendous, slamming his body into the rocks. Even with his special gifts, he hadn't been able to combat the power of the ocean. He was dizzy most of the time, and his head still pounded with alarming vigor, threatening to explode if he moved around too much. All of a sudden, he felt a sense of urgency, and for a man who lived in the shadows, with no real name and only one purpose, it wasn't a good idea to ignore his feelings. He had recovered enough memories to know he didn't want the man he'd been to come back from the dead. As far as Lev was concerned, Sid Kozlov was going to stay in the sea, his body lost for all time. He had already identified himself to Rikki as Lev, so he'd already come up with a variation of that name, making it more American. It was time to put the finishing touches on his new identity, one he could use here with her, because he was staying, and that meant he had to use his head and force his memories to cooperate. He needed an untraceable computer to finish the process, and he needed to get into the small town close by. He'd left himself a few packages scattered around for emergency exits if the need was there, a major requirement in his profession. He just had to remember where his safety stashes were. He carried the dishes to the sink and meticulously washed them while he tried to force his memory to cooperate. He knew how to make up a new identity that would pass inspection by any official. He'd been doing it for years. He was certain he had plenty of money, and he'd hidden more weapons and ammunition, but he couldn't quite remember where everything was. That small, important fact continued to elude him. So, identity first. He had to get strong enough to go outside her home and study the surrounding terrain and set up warning systems. And he had to get on her boat. Her boat was far more vulnerable than her house. He'd been aware of the harbor, a small open community with a park right there where people could easily come and go. Her boat was tied up to the dock, and anyone could rig it to blow or rig her air compressor so she died of carbon monoxide poisoning while she was beneath the water.
He looked around the kitchen to make certain everything was in place before he went out onto the porch. Rikki was curled up in a chair, her bare feet tucked under her, her dark glasses pushed onto her nose, covering her eyes. He sank into the chair beside her and took possession of her left hand, tracing circles with the pad of his thumb. "I didn't mean to upset you, Rikki." "You didn't." She sighed and indicated the trees with her chin. "I love that grove of redwoods right there. That many redwood trees indicate water, a lot of water. I love that I might be living with water running just under me." "I can see why that would appeal to you." The peace of her farm appealed to him. Trees surrounded the house, tall and majestic, as if guarding her property. She kept everything neat and orderly. There was no lawn, but she had terraces of plants, bright, colorful flowers and shrubs in every shade of green. The rockwork on the terraces was beautiful and obviously done with care by someone who hand-picked each stone. "Tell me about that night. Did you hear a noise? Did you see anyone? Were your parents acting different? Worried maybe?" She was silent a long time. He waited patiently, giving her space, letting her work out whether she trusted him enough to give him something that personal. The wind rustled the tree leaves overhead, and birds flitted from branch to branch. A squirrel chattered and another answered. He noted it all rather absently as he watched in the distance for the telltale dust rising that would indicate a car on the road leading to her house. Rikki was utterly still, no squirming, no sound. She simply stared out into space, her face averted, her eyes hidden behind her dark glasses. She hadn't pulled her hand away, and Lev pressed his thumb into the center of her palm and closed his eyes, feeling his way. Immediately, he saw numbers in his head. She was counting to herself, and she was on 78. She took off her dark glasses, turned her head to look him straight in the eyes. The jolt was like a powerful punch straight in his gut, hard, encompassing. She did something to his insides, where he was tough as nails, strong and impenetrable. She slipped past his guard and affected him deeply. His reaction to her bordered on primal. "You think my entire family was a target, and whoever killed my parents missed me and is still hunting me?" He wanted to pull her into his arms and hold her close, but her entire demeanor screamed hands off, so he continued to stroke caresses over her open palm, satisfied that she hadn't pulled completely away from him. If it was a contract hit, they wouldn't stop, not until they were dead, and even then the contract could be given to another hitman. "Are you a hitman?" A day earlier he wouldn't have been so certain. "No." He kept his gaze on hers. "I don't know exactly what I did, and I've certainly killed, but I'm not certain why. My memory is coming back in pieces, but it's definitely returning." And he wasn't all that happy about it. She moistened her lips, shoved her dark glasses back on her nose, and turned to look out over her trees again. "If someone is trying to kill me, for whatever reason, why the gaps between fires? And why fire? Wouldn't that be an unusual choice for a hitman?" "Yes, very unusual. My memory is coming back slowly, so maybe I'll eventually remember someone who uses that method. It isn't in any way familiar, but that doesn't mean it couldn't happen." "Were your parents different? Upset? Was there anything unusual that you can remember in the days or weeks before that night?" He pressed her because he was certain he was on the right track. "You have the instincts of a bodyguard," she pointed out. He didn't allow his smile to surface. She had no idea what instincts he had, and he wasn't going to enlighten her and risk getting kicked out, but they sure as gosh weren't that of a bodyguard. He remained silent. She chewed on her lower lip for a few moments. "My mother was my stability. Without her, I was lost, and all I really remember is being alone with my father. He tried to understand me, but he was disappointed that I was so different. Don't get me wrong, he loved me, and he tried to do all the things Mom did, but he was stiff and annoyed most of the time. He tried to hide it, and when Mom was in the hospital, we both were so miserable that anything else would have been impossible to notice." "The car accident when she was hurt, could that have been deliberate?" She shook her head. "It was one of those pile-up things where everyone is sliding into everyone else. A couple of the cars caught on fire, and the rescuers pulled everyone out fast and made us stand as far away as we could get, even those injured."
Breathiness,
25 to 30% natural increase. There was such chaos that if someone wanted us dead, they could have killed us right there, and no one would have noticed. Several people died in that accident. It was horrible. What happened to your mother? Her leg was smashed. She was in the hospital for a week, and I remember my father crying, afraid she was going to lose her leg. He was there the first night, with broken ribs and a concussion as well, but then they allowed him to come home with me. Lev frowned as he brought the tips of her fingers to his mouth, considering them absently as he tried to make the pieces of the puzzle fit together. He had a feeling, more than a feeling, he was certain she was a target, and that meant if there was a contract, she was in very real danger. That night, how did you escape? I was reading, and the house was very quiet. I was listening to classical music while I read, and I had earphones on, but I knew my parents had gone to bed. I checked a couple of times because I liked the sound of them moving through the house, turning off lights, and getting ready for bed. It always comforted me. She spoke very matter-of-factly, and there was no expression on her face. Lev held his thumb against the center of her palm and let his mind expand to encompass hers. She replayed the sound of her parents moving through the house to herself often. He brought her hand back to his mouth and pressed a kiss there. She jumped and swiveled around to face him, her eyes wide and startled behind the sunglasses, but she didn't pull away. I read for a long time after they went to bed, and suddenly I was coughing. I noticed it was difficult to see the words on the pages and blinked. Inside me, there was this strange calling, and I yanked off my headphones and looked around. The room was smoky, and I could hear a roaring sound. I dropped to the floor and crawled to the door. I wanted to get to my parents. I tried, but every room was on fire. We had a carpet in the hallway, and it melted into my skin while I crawled. I remember the sounds and the heat vividly. Do you remember calling water to you? She nodded. The pipes in the house burst. At least that's what the fireman told me later. I hadn't realized I'd done it, of course, not until much later, and I still wasn't entirely certain it wasn't all a huge coincidence. She pushed her free hand through her hair in agitation. My mother couldn't walk. It appeared that my father tried to carry her out, and a piece of the ceiling fell on them. The fire burned hot and fast. There was an accelerant poured inside the walls as well as outside. Why not in your room? At the time, the investigators said my light was on, and probably whoever did it didn't want to risk getting interrupted. Later, of course, they figured it was to allow me an escape, although they couldn't figure out why I didn't go through the window. He turned his head toward the road, his internal radar sounding off loud. You're about to have company. Probably one of my sisters. I'll go inside and wait. Don't shoot anyone. He grinned at her, leaned down, and brushed a kiss across the top of her silky head. She felt alone to him. He knew exactly what that was like, and he didn't want it for her. I'll be close if you need me. She looked up at him, but she didn't reply. Rikki watched the door close behind Lev, and her heart began beating normally once again. She hadn't realized that she'd been barely breathing. Lev had pressed a kiss into the center of her palm, and for one moment, she'd felt it physically, felt it deep inside her. Her body reacted with a clasping gasp of shock, and the bundle of nerve endings felt raw and sensitive. She had been unable to think clearly after that brief touch of his mouth on her. She felt raw and needy and so empty inside. Sex with Daniel had been, at best, rote. She didn't believe she could really enjoy it because she didn't like close contact, but he was good to her and she cared for him. It made sense that they could dive together and make a good living. Daniel was content to have quick sex as long as she was available to him, and because he was the first and only person she'd felt affection, even love for, she wanted the relationship. They made sense. Lev made no sense. None. And it was terrifying to feel the sensations he produced in her, yet she craved his touch now, craved his touch both in her head and in her body. His kisses were extraordinary, melting her until her entire body flowed against him like water.
Blythe's car distracted her from her thoughts. Her stomach tightened. What in the world was she going to say? Guilt was sharp and edgy, a knife cutting her open. She didn't lie to Blythe, not ever, not even when she wanted to. She knew Blythe would never approve of Lev, and she wouldn't understand about not taking him straight to the authorities. Blythe believed in the law. She'd never seen what false accusations could do to a person. Rikki sat up straighter and pushed at her glasses to make certain they were firmly in place. She would not betray Blythe by lying. But Lev... Blythe got out of her sporty little spider and walked up to Rikki slowly. "Are you all right?" She took off her glasses to study Rikki's face. Rikki was certain guilt was stamped there. Color rose in spite of her determination not to allow it. She shrugged. Yes, that at least wasn't a lie. Blythe dropped into the chair Lev had vacated, and for a moment, Rikki was afraid the warmth of the seat would give him away. She would have noticed, and she was certain Lev would have as well, but Blythe was too busy inspecting her. "You don't look sick." Rikki shook her head. "You missed a diving day this week. On Thursday, the weather was perfect, the sea was calm, and you didn't go. You always go." Too many boats out there. Again, she felt relief. She was still telling the absolute truth. She hadn't wanted to share her sea with so many, and it was dangerous. A boat could get too close and cut her hose. "Honey, talk to me. You've had the soup for 2 months, and suddenly you're buying more. And Inez said you were in this morning and needed groceries. She asked if you were putting on a dinner party. I know you better than that. What's going on?" There it was, the direct question she'd been dreading. She sat in silence, her mind working fast, discarding ideas as soon as they popped into her brain. "It's all right, Rikki. I'll handle it." Lev's voice slid into her mind and she turned, knowing exactly what he was doing. He pushed open the screen door and stepped out. He looked tough and dangerous, his jeans riding low on his hips and his shirt stretched taut across his broad chest. It was impossible to miss the defined muscles rippling beneath the material. He looked gorgeous to Rikki. Blythe stood up and backed up a couple of steps, her eyes wide with shock. Lev smiled at her and offered his hand. "I'm Levi Hammond," he announced. "Make certain you use Levi instead of Lev," he cautioned Rikki. Blythe reluctantly shook his hand, all the while looking at Rikki. She couldn't have failed to notice his bare feet or the intimate way he brushed his hair through his hair before towing a chair close to her and straddling it. "Blythe Daniels," Blythe muttered, and raised her eyebrow expectantly toward Rikki as she took her seat, a determined, almost alarmed look on her face. "I'm hoping for the tender job on Rikki's boat," Lev announced. Rikki choked. She glared at him. "I'm telling the truth." He sounded so innocent. She kept her face averted from Blythe. Gosh, the man. She could already see what was going to happen. He was going to use Blythe to manipulate her into letting him aboard her boat. Her mouth tightened. "I told you I don't need a tender." The moment the words left her mouth, she knew she'd made a major mistake. If she'd just kept her mouth closed, Blythe would be concentrating on Lev's dangerous look, not on whether she needed someone watching over her out at sea.
Breathiness, 25–30% natural increase. And that was exactly how Blythe saw it. She knew nothing about urchin diving, but she wanted someone on board checking on Rikki's safety. And Lev looked like the kind of man who could handle things. "Of course you need a tender," Blythe objected, falling neatly into Lev's trap. "I've told you so for a long time. It's just much safer with someone up top looking out for you." Behind the dark glasses, Rikki rolled her eyes. Although she'd offered on the day of the wedding to go to sea with her, prior to that, Blythe had refused to even go out in the boat after the first time, when she'd been so sick. The water had been calm the day Rikki had taken her out, but Blythe had been terrified. She was certain a great white was going to come up under the boat and take a big chunk out of it, or a giant squid would rise up and wrap its tentacles around the boat, dragging it beneath the sea. Now that the word was out that a methane gas bubble was suspected in the sinking of the yacht, Blythe had one more thing to worry about. "I don't want to have to go rescuing some amateur," she muttered. "I know how to dive," Lev asserted. "Tenders stay in the boat." "Which I have every intention of doing." He managed to look pious. "Where did you meet?" Blythe asked, looking from one to the other. "Out at sea," Lev said, "and we were sort of thrown together in the harbor. She was diving alone, and I'm out of work. I know my way around a boat, so I was hoping it might work out for both of us." He spoke in an easy, casual tone, believable. Even Rikki believed him. How had he gone from scary, gun-toted dingler man to cuddly puppy in 5 seconds? He was sprawled out, his face in the shadows of the porch, which somehow softened his edged features. He looked open and honest, although still tough and strong, which would appeal to Blythe. She would want someone tending the boat who appeared to be able to pull a whale out of the ocean. She didn't understand sea urchin diving and what the very real risks were. Rikki took off her glasses and pinned him with her darkest stare. Blythe nudged her. "Stop trying to intimidate him." "If he was on my boat, he'd be intimidated," Rikki muttered. "Are you Ricky's neighbor?" Lev asked, all chatty. Rikki clenched her teeth together as she pushed her glasses back on her nose. She should have known he could pull out the charm. He was a chameleon, and she was beginning to get a sense of how lethal he could be. Blythe wasn't a woman who could be snowed easily, and while she couldn't say Lev was lying, he certainly was misleading, acting like a docile goldfish when he was really a shark. Suddenly, his head went up alertly. Rikki turned to look at the road, but she didn't see any dust to indicate anyone was traveling on it. She waited a few heartbeats, and sure enough, a small cloud of debris shot into the air. Lev stood up. Not exactly stood up, more like flowed to his feet, a graceful, fluid motion, more like a dancer than a big man. "Would you like coffee, Blythe? Cream? Sugar?" Blythe looked shocked. Rikki never let anyone in the house. It had taken her months to get Rikki to allow her to go into the kitchen, and there was Levi making himself at home. Rikki glared at him again. "I know exactly what you're doing." And she did. His little show of gallantry earned him 2 things. Blythe would see he was at home in Ricky's house, and it would get him inside, where he was not only out of sight, but he could shoot someone he considered a threat. "I knew you were a smart girl when you wanted to throw me back into the sea." He was laughing at her, even as he took Blythe's order for both cream and sugar in her coffee. Let the inquisition begin. She sat up straighter. She hadn't considered that. The moment he went into the kitchen, she was going to be interrogated like there was no tomorrow. Squirming, she realized there was no way out. She simply handed him her coffee cup in surrender. No sugar or cream. He gave her a cocky smile. "I knew that. Of course he did." He was observant. She sent him another dagger-cutting stare, but he just grinned as he closed the screen after him. "Oh my gosh," Blythe caught her hand and leaned into her. "He is so hot. Where did you find him?" "I pulled him out of the sea and decided to keep him." Ricky's answer was strictly honest. Blythe burst out laughing. "I'd keep him too. So he really wants to work with you?" Rikki scowled at her, her most fierce scowl, usually reserved for anyone but Blythe. "For me, not with me. Let's just keep that totally straight. I'm captain, and he's a lowly tender." Her palm throbbed, a dull ache that swiftly turned into an itch somewhere else. She pressed her hand against her leg tightly, trying to dull the sensation. "I accept the position of lowly tender. I'm good with that title." "He looks like a man who would be helpful on a boat, Rikki," Blythe said. Rikki growled aloud. "I'm a solitary diver, Blythe." The car was in sight now, and Rikki recognized it as belonging to Judith. Both Judith and Ariana were inside. Rikki groaned and covered her face. "What is this, Blythe?" "An intervention." "You have got to be kidding me, because I bought groceries?" "You haven't bought anything but peanut butter and bread in 4 years." Rikki was indignant. "I buy coffee and broccoli and sugar for you." "We were going to talk about nutrition. You can't just eat peanut butter all the time, and since you showed an interest in food, we thought this was a good time to talk to you." Rikki glared at her. "Levi showed an interest in food. See, I remembered. That's my woman. I guessed that after I saw him, but you shopped for soup a couple of days ago, which means he's been here for a while." Rikki tightened her mouth and refused to speak. "Brace yourself. I think they're planning to show up en masse. And when they get going, they're relentless. Last time they came, they insisted I start eating broccoli. It was really annoying." She wasn't touching the "my woman" comment for anything.
He laughed softly in her mind, sharing his amusement over her obvious disgust of anything green and her cowardice. As I want actual food, I'm going to be on their side, he warned. She growled deep in her throat, warning him of dire consequences. You do, and I'll retaliate. Every time you shower, the water is suddenly going to go ice cold. Judith and Ariana walked up the paved walkway, Ariana looking up at the sky, and Judith clearly drawn to the colorful flowers. Rikki found herself relaxing a little, as she always did when her sisters showed up. She loved just watching them. In their own ways, they were as different as she was, and they accepted her. It didn't matter to them that she didn't like them going into the house. They might not understand, but if it was important to her, it was important to them. She loved feeling their acceptance. Maybe that was what appealed to her about Lev. Her peculiarities didn't seem to bother him at all. She smiled at the newest arrivals and indicated chairs. As long as we're not talking about food, groceries, or anything green, I'm glad to see you. Judith burst out laughing and bent to brush a kiss on top of Ricky's head. She was nearly as tall as Blythe. With her long legs, slender figure, and exotic looks, she could have been a model. Rikki tried to glare. You ratted me out. Judith looked unrepentant. I had no choice. Blythe subjected me to her. She whirled her hands around, her long, fashionable nails glinting dark red in the sunlight. That look she gives us when she will get her way. In any case, it was Ariana who blurted out that you'd gone grocery shopping. Blythe laughed. You all remember my evil eye when you're thinking of withholding information. Actually, Inez called me worried, so I already knew. Ariana, a small, fragile-looking woman of 25, with natural platinum hair and huge blue eyes, flashed a small grin at Rikki.
Breathiness. 25 to 30% natural increase. I was feeling so guilty. I'm sure you were, Rikki said drolly. Ariana started to sink into the chair Lev had vacated. Blythe caught her arm, shaking her head. That chair's taken. She leaned forward with a conspiratorial air. By a man, she added, lowering her voice. A very hot man. He's in Ricky's house. Judith and Ariana gasped in unison. You let someone into your house? A man? Judith said, clearly shocked. I'm going to go see. She started toward the screen. No, panic welled up. Judith couldn't go into the house with Lev, not two people, not together. It was bad enough that Lev was in there, but not someone Rikki loved, not Judith. Rikki shook her head adamantly, barely able to breathe. You have to stay out here where I know you're safe. She blurted out the order, her heart hammering so loud she could hear a roar in her head. Judith immediately held up her hands and halted in mid-step. I won't, honey. Calm down, Lubimaya. Just breathe. There is no fire. There is no one close other than your sisters. I would know if an enemy was near. I won't let anything happen to you. I'm not worried about me, she was emphatic. I don't want anything happening to my sisters. She hesitated. Or you. What's taking so long with the coffee? Rikki found that she could breathe easier, that her strange connection to Lev steadied her. I'm just holding back for a minute or two to let the others arrive. They're coming up the drive. Their energy feels happy and affectionate, but I prefer to be certain. Rikki glanced up the drive. Sure enough, there was a small but telling cloud of dust. How did he do that? If we keep meeting like this, we're going to need more chairs. She got up, vacating hers so her other two sisters would have a place to sit. She perched on the railing, leaning her back against a post, leaving Lev to bring out a chair or sit in the hammock swing. Lexi Thompson jumped out from the passenger side of Lissa Piner's bright red convertible. Lexi waved madly, her wild mass of auburn hair flying around as she leapt up and down. She looked like a little pixie with her large green eyes and her pale oval face. Rikki adored her. Lexi, at 23, was the youngest of all of them. She'd had the worst life any of them could imagine, yet she remained an upbeat, positive person, one Rikki looked up to. She'd managed to make peace with herself after meeting Lexi. I'm here for the defense, Rikki. Lexi called. "I've totally got your back." Rikki had to laugh. Of course she could count on the little rebel. "Way to go. Sit next to Blythe, and every time she mentions vegetables, kick her." "Lexi's the one growing the vegetables," Lissa reminded, and stepped out of her convertible. Rikki couldn't help but admire her. Bright red hair, deep blue eyes, she had curves and a small waist. Rikki was skinny, and she didn't have a waist like that. Lissa was the resident martial arts practitioner, and her body was a tribute to her abilities. She also was a carpenter and welder. She excelled at blowing glass and showed many of her glass and metal pieces in Judith's store. "I do eat your broccoli, Lexi," Rikki said as piously as she could manage. "And I love you for it." Lexi blew her a kiss. Blythe waited until both women were seated before she dropped the bombshell. "Rikki's got a man!" 5 heads turned to stare at her. Rikki lifted an eyebrow and pushed her glasses firmly on her nose, trying to look nonchalant. "In the house," Judith hissed. "She won't let me in to see him." "He's not on display," Rikki defended. "I want to see," Lexi insisted. Lissa looked at Blythe. "You met him?" There was suspicion in her voice. "Who is this man, and how did he get into Rikki's life? Rikki doesn't just pick up men." Rikki sent Lissa her most ferocious frown. "I certainly am capable of picking up men." "I wouldn't be saying that where I can hear you. You have nothing whatsoever to do with it. Maybe not yet, but I will." 1,000 butterflies took wing in her stomach. She wasn't touching that statement. He sounded far too confident, and his killer kisses might have given him reason to believe he might have a say in her life. But it wasn't true. No one told her what to do. She could hear her sisters talking around her, but their voices had faded into the background. Her mind was filled with Lev. His laughter was low and amused, and all too male. He cut off abruptly, pulling out of her head. For a moment she was dizzy and nauseated. She breathed deep to allow the feeling to pass, when it suddenly occurred to her that it was Lev who was sick and dizzy. He wasn't hiding in the house. Well, maybe he was, because he was inclined to be paranoid, but he hadn't been able to stand more than 15 or 20 minutes at a time. He'd been up and even cooked breakfast. He must have been resting and trying to hide it from her. She brushed her hand over her face, hardly able to breathe. She wasn't the kind of woman to take care of sick people. She just wasn't. He needed to have a doctor or Lexi look at him. She started to move when the sudden hush of chatter warned her, and she turned to see him standing in the doorway. Her heart jolted at the sight of him. Tall, masculine, the 2 weeks' growth of beard hiding his stubborn jaw. His eyes were deep blue, just like the sea. It was difficult, looking at the obvious muscle, to think of him as being sick or dizzy. He looked too strong, too invincible. Judith made a single sound, drawing her attention. Judith had gone pale, and she turned her head to look at Ariana. The 2 women exchanged a look of fear. Lexi, Blythe, and Lissa flashed bright smiles. Rikki's stomach tightened into knots. "I shouldn't have had you getting coffee, Levi." She jumped up and took the cups to her sisters. "Levi hit his head pretty hard the other day, and he needs care." "You aren't responsible for him," Judith said. Rikki was startled by the belligerence in her voice. As a rule, Judith was open and caring. Just the bandage on Lev's head should have produced her usual empathy. "Actually, I am," Rikki countered. It was true. She was captain. She'd pulled him out of the sea. Her code made her responsible. "Everyone, this is Levi Hammond. Levi, my sisters. You know Blythe already. This is Judith, Lissa, Ariana, and Lexi." "So you brought him home with you because you feel responsible?" Ariana clarified, ignoring the introduction. Rikki scowled at Judith and Ariana. "Why are you being rude? He's a guest in my home. I may not have social skills, but in your homes, I'm always polite to your guests." Okay, that wasn't strictly the truth. She usually backed out and left the moment she saw company, or she simply didn't speak.
But she kept her dark glasses on, and that could be considered polite. Her throat felt funny, a strange tickle. Lev put his hand on her shoulder. "It's natural for them to worry about you, Rikki." Even as he said it, his head whipped around, looking toward the trees. "His aura," Judith broke off, gasping, one hand going to her throat. She began to cough. Ariana leapt to her side. "What is it?" Judith shook her head and held up her hand as she tried to breathe. Lexi rushed over to her. Rikki went still. She pulled her glasses off and her gaze locked with Lev. She knew she was giving him the death stare, but if he was responsible, she was never going to forgive him. She couldn't tell by his stony expression or his eyes. He was completely inscrutable. Judith coughed again, and Rikki hurried to get water, her mind racing. Lev was telepathic. He'd admitted to other gifts as well. His strongest drive was self-defense. Would he see Judith as a threat to him? She should never have brought him anywhere near her family. It bothered her that she had even conceived the idea that he could be a threat to Judith, but she couldn't get the nagging doubt from her mind. She handed Judith the water. Lev hadn't reassured her.
Breathiness, 25–30% natural increase. And she had observed him enough to know he had some healing abilities, but he wasn't rushing to assist Judith. He stayed quiet, out of the way, standing over near the railing where she'd been sitting. He was looking out toward the sea, or maybe up to the road, but he wasn't looking at Judith. Judith managed to get water down, and she slumped in her chair, gasping for breath. Lexi put calming hands on her, and Judith drew in more air. "I have an allergy to something, I think." "Has this happened before?" The suspicion in Lev's voice startled Rikki. He was still looking out toward the road. A chill went down her spine. What did he sense out there? She couldn't stop herself. She stepped in front of her sisters, all huddled around Judith, and she faced the road as well, trying to make herself larger, even going so far as to spread her arms out. "What is it?" Lissa whispered, coming up behind her. "I don't know. Something. Can you feel anything?" Rikki murmured back in a low tone. Lissa was a warrior woman. If something was wrong, she might be able to feel it. "Go in the house," Lev snapped. "Now, all of you." Horror was a metallic taste in her mouth. All of them together in her house? She shook her head. Lev didn't argue. He simply caught her arm and thrust her inside. "You really stay there, you hear me? The rest of you get inside and stay away from the windows. You keep Rikki inside and out of sight." She felt the push in her mind, knew he was using some sort of strong compulsion along with his command. He didn't need it. His demeanor and voice alone would have stopped her sisters from going outside against his wishes. He dragged her through the kitchen into the living room. Rikki couldn't breathe. The temperature in the house was extraordinarily hot. She broke out in a sweat. She was dizzy and weak. Her panic was full-blown, and she couldn't talk, couldn't get the words out. Lev strode past her into the bedroom and began strapping on weapons. She could see him from where she was, but her sisters were oblivious, all peering out the windows. Ariana started to protest, but Lissa stopped her. "He's right," she agreed. "I feel something out there." "Call Jonas," Blythe said, all practical. "Stay the gosh away from the windows," Lev snapped, as he stood in the doorway of the bedroom. "Keep Rikki in here." He crossed to her side and bent down, his face close to hers, his hands on her upper arms as he pulled her against him. "I know you're worried about fire, Lubimaya, but no one is going to get past me to get to you. Just breathe this away, and I'll be back soon." He brushed a gentle kiss across her upturned mouth and abruptly strode away, leaving her in shock. Blythe, Judith, Ariana, and Lexi stared at her with open mouths, obviously not believing what they'd just witnessed. Lissa followed Lev through the bedroom to the back window. "I can help." "He'll be long gone. He's watching the house. He's up on the high ridge to the north. I caught the flash of his binoculars. Could be nothing, but then again, I don't want a pervert lurking around either." "Rikki can't have us all in the house," Lissa advised, hanging on to the windowsill.
It was impossible to see the northern tree line from where they were, which meant whoever was watching couldn't see Lev as he went out. I know, you can get her through it. Better a panic attack than a bullet. Lissa went to catch his arm, but as fast as she was, he was out of reach, his eyes were flat and cold. Just watch over her until I get back. Rikki tried to make her feet move, to follow him. She didn't want him going out alone, not with a concussion. He was sick and dizzy, but he was functioning. That made her feel worse, guilty even. He managed. There was nothing wrong with her at all, but she was so upset over her sisters gathered under her roof that she couldn't move. Lissa put a hand on the nape of her neck and pushed her head down. Breathe, honey. We're by the gore. If the house catches fire, we'll all get out safely. Lissa's right, Blythe's tone was brisk. Judith, have you had this happen before? No, never, but I do have allergies, Judith answered. She took another swallow of water. That man is very, very dangerous. He's out there trying to protect us, Lissa reminded. Ariana shook her head and stepped close to Rikki as if to protect her. Judith is right. We both can see auras, and his is very strange. He carries many colors, but the colors are layered and surrounded by a deep red and then covered completely in black. The man lives with death and shadows. Whatever is inside him is equipped by his violent nature. I've never seen a man so dangerous. Judith nodded. The only two people who even come close to date have been L. Drake's husband, Jackson, and even more dark is Jolie's husband, Lev Prakenskii. This man, this Levi Hammond, honestly, Rikki, he scares me. Rikki forced air through her lungs, anger welling up in spite of her belief that they were right about Lev. She didn't like that they were saying aloud what she was thinking. He was violent. She couldn't argue with that, but that wasn't all there was to him. And they had given her a chance. Lord only knew if she was worthy of it. They were all convinced she didn't start fires. But who, besides her, had 4 homes burned down, 2 with people she loved in them? Lissa put a gentle hand on Rikki's shoulder. He went out the window like a pro. He's fast and silent, and I'm betting very efficient. But he was definitely in protection mode. He'd be handy out in her boat, or any other place for that matter. Rikki shot her a grateful look. If we're going to stay in this room, all together, I have to open the front door. There were beads of sweat dotting her forehead, and her chest felt on fire, as if she was already desperate for air. She swore she could smell smoke. I'll get the door, Lissa assured. You sit down before you fall down. Maybe Blythe can get you water. Rikki shook her head. Everyone should stay together. She looked around. Do you smell smoke? My eyes are burning. Judith passed the glass of water to Lissa. There's no smoke, Rikki. Take a drink. You'll feel much better. Rikki inhaled deeply, trying to draw in air, terrified that she was reliving a nightmare that would never go away. Her feet and calves burned, a fierce, bone-wrenching pain. The scars had seemed a little less tight, but now they hurt as if newly formed. Usually they ached when she walked, the tight skin resisting stretching. Underwater, she didn't have the problems. He even forgot about the scars until she was back on land. Her house had been purposely designed so that she could look from the kitchen door straight through her house all the way through the backroom door that led to the back of the house. There were doors in almost every room leading to the outside, a safety net should there be a fire. She had wanted sprinklers, but with her penchant for nightmares and calling out for water, her house would have been destroyed in the first few months of occupation. She chose the chair she'd placed in her living room where she could see every door. The kitchen had only the screen door closed, so she had a good view of the outside. Lissa, open the front door and the back bedroom door, please, Blythe said. When Rikki started to protest, Blythe put a gentle hand on her. She'll be in sight the entire time, and she's very safe around fire. Your screen doors are dark, so no one can see in, but we can see out. You'll feel so much safer with the doors open. We'll all watch for anyone close to the house. I'll call Jonas, Ariana announced, reaching for the phone. Rikki shook her head. No, not yet. I don't want to talk to him. I'm too stressed, and I don't know if I could handle it. Let Levi see what's out there. Maybe it's my imagination.
She huddled in the chair, drawing her feet up off the floor, rubbing at her burning scars.
Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase. Lissa opened the back bedroom door and stopped to get Rikki's weighted blanket. Take this, honey. Rikki didn't see how cowering under her blanket was going to stop her from feeling guilty. She should be outside, helping Lev. He shouldn't be out there alone. He's hurt, Lissa. He really hit his head. He's had a terrible concussion. That's why I let him in the house. Someone had to take care of him. The women exchanged relieved glances, and Rikki realized that made sense to them, that she would bring him home to take care of him. You should have told us, Blythe said gently. We could have helped you. I didn't want anyone else in the house, she muttered. That would make sense to them as well. They knew she was extremely leery of having anyone inside her house. She looked around her at the faces looking back at her with so much open affection. You thought he was using me, didn't you? There was an awkward silence. He's gorgeous, Blythe said. Any woman would take one look at him and fall at his feet. You mean like Judith and Ariana did? The scent of smoke was fading as her mind cleared, slowly releasing her from the grip of a full-blown panic attack. She turned her gaze back to the outdoors. She couldn't be comfortable with the people she loved gathered under one roof, so she would have to pull herself together in order to keep them safe. Or just me. I'm not desperate for a man, you know. I'm quite happy here without one. Rikki, no one is saying you're desperate for a man, Judith objected, her voice every bit as gentle as Blythe's. There are predators in this world, and they look for certain traits in women so they can use them. Certain traits? Rikki sat up straighter, the scent of smoke dissipating altogether as her temper kicked in. Just what are you saying? She glared at them all. No man is going to want to be with me because I'm so different. You think I don't already know that? That's not what I said, Judith replied, nor do I think it's true. Yes, you do, Rikki said. I think it, so why shouldn't you? I don't care. That's the important thing here. I honestly don't. I'm happy. I have a life. I don't like other people around touching my things. He used my dishes this morning. He doesn't eat peanut butter. Sheesh. He wants on my boat. Blythe folded her arms and sat back in her chair. Let's think about this. Let's not, Rikki said. As soon as he's feeling better, he's gone. No one has to worry about whether or not I'm going to be so desperate for a man's attention that I let him use me. She glanced up at Judith. Or abuse me, if that's what you're implying. Judith shrugged. You can get as angry as you want with me, Rikki, but if you think I'm going to back off from protecting my sister from a predator, you can just get over it. That man is no lamb. He's got teeth, and he's dangerous. It's not some small shadow surrounding him. He lives with violence. Judith always managed to disarm her with affection, and Rikki couldn't very well deny that Lev was a violent man. He'd put a knife to her throat, and he was a walking weapon. But they'd given her a chance, and she saw something in him that apparently Judith and Ariana couldn't see. She saw past those shadows to something altogether different. But how could she explain what she didn't understand? I know what he's like, Judith. You have to trust me this time. He's much more than the protection he's wrapped himself in. Rikki looked up at the one person she knew she'd have to convince. Judith always amazed her with her insight into people. She was calm where Rikki was stormy. She chose her words carefully, while Rikki often blurted out a response, if she bothered at all. I'm asking as a personal favor to me that you give him a chance, Judith. Judith sank down in front of Rikki and took both of her hands. Tell me why you feel so strongly about him, honey. Make me understand. Rikki shook her head. I'm not like you. I'm not good with words. But I know him. I know him better than he knows himself. I see him. I can't tell you how, but I do. He needs us, all of us. We have to help him. He's lost, just like I was. The women exchanged wary looks. Judith sighed. You were never violent, Rikki. You don't know that. You don't. You took it on faith that I didn't start those fires, but even I don't know for certain.
It makes sense. Everyone else believes I did. And don't think Jonas Harrington hasn't had his suspicions about me. He watches me. I've seen him. You gave me a chance when there was no reason to, and I'm asking you to do the same for him. And if you're wrong, Blythe said, I'll keep him away from the rest of you. I'll be the only one in danger. Judith shook her head. Absolutely not acceptable. I'm sorry, baby, but if you take the risk, we all do. Rikki looked around her. Each of the others nodded solemnly. There was no dissenting vote. It was up to her. How strongly did she feel about Lev? She barely knew the man. She rubbed the pad of her thumb over the center of her palm. Why are you doing that? Ariana asked. Rikki frowned. What? You're rubbing your palm. You've never done that before. Ariana was frightening in her observation of detail. Rikki shrugged and turned her palm over, pressing it against her jeans. No reason. I'm just confused about all this. I want to give Levi a chance. Blythe glanced at the others and then nodded. We're with you then. Lev opened the window in the bedroom, grateful it slid up silently. Whoever was watching Rikki, and how the hell had they found her, had some kind of psychic power. He'd felt the shift in energy. It hadn't been particularly powerful, but he noticed the two women who he had determined were the most sensitive to psychic forces had been the only ones really affected. Rikki had been with him all week, holed up in her house, so if this was about her, there had to have been a trail leading to her. And if it was about him, well, no one was going to hurt her or the others because of his dubious past. He did a rolling somersault, coming up on one knee, allowing a couple of seconds to orient himself in the surrounding terrain. The few minutes he'd managed to stay up, he'd spent studying the house and the immediate acreage around it. He'd committed the map of the farm to memory, so he was fairly certain he could find his way around. But it was imperative he scout Rikki's 5 acres as soon as possible. He needed to know every shrub and tree, every hollow, where the tall grass was that might conceal someone, everything, especially if he was going to make his home here. That brought him up short. What was he thinking? Living here? With Rikki? Men like him don't have homes. They didn't have loved ones. Those things were liabilities to his kind. He'd been trained to move, to shed his identity fast and assume another one just as quickly. That was life. Trying to be someone was a certain road to death. He moved as fast as his pounding head would allow him. Each jolt sent a dagger through his skull. His stomach lurched. He knew his head injury had been worse than he'd first imagined, but it was healing. He was speeding the process along as best he could, and now he needed to be at full operating capacity. He made his way up the terraced flower beds and began working his way over toward the northern side of her property, up toward the tree line. Sid Kozlov was dead. Did that mean Lev Prakenskii was as well? An image of Rikki's little frown filled his head. A few times, when he couldn't sleep and he just lay there, aching, wishing, he fantasized that she was his, that the world he was in was real. Maybe this was his one chance. It was a miracle he'd survived the sinking of the yacht. Another miracle that, although he'd been slammed into the rocks by a powerful wave, he'd lived through it. And Rikki.
Breathiness. 25–30% natural increase. She was the real miracle, with her quirky ways and her eyes that could see beyond his armor and straight to something he'd thought long gone. Very. He wanted her. He wanted this life. He wanted it to be real. Were there second chances? It was possible he'd have to walk away, but before he did, Rikki Sitmore was going to be safe. She would know that she didn't start fires in her sleep. She would know she hadn't killed her parents or fiancé, nor had she burned down the homes of her foster parents. As he made his way through the trees, he tried to figure out what it was about her that appealed to him so much. Passion. She was passionate about everything she did, everything she was, who she was. He was fairly certain she had some form of autism, yet she had carved out a life for herself in spite of all the odds, and she made it her own. She was the sea she loved so much, moody, joyful, playful, and at times stormy and wild. He was ice cold, a passionless floe out in the Arctic seas, alone and struggling for survival. He had faced death every day of his life, and never once had he flinched. He'd seen things that no man should ever have to see. He'd made decisions no man should ever have to make. Some might call him courageous, yet compared to Rikki, he saw himself as a coward. She took hold of life and lived it, in spite of her limitations. She forced herself out of her comfort zone for those she loved, while he stayed in his, behind his wall of armor, behind his survival instincts and his vast training. He wanted life with her. With Rikki, he wanted to lie awake at night and feel her next to him. He wanted to hear her breathing while she slept. He wanted to know that she couldn't tolerate anyone else in her bed, only him. He wanted to see her frown and the flash of her eyes, hear her breathing change right before he kissed her. They had a connection he didn't understand, but it didn't matter, even though everything else in his life had to make sense. She didn't. She just was. And that was enough. And that was everything. He glanced up at the sky, watching until he spotted a hawk in the outer branches of a fir tree. He closed his eyes and summoned the predator, pushing it to take flight. Its talons dug into the branch for just a moment of resistance before the hawk spread its wings and glided into the air. The hawk began the search with a tight pattern, widening each circle as it took in a larger and larger radius. Images poured into Lev's brain, but none of them were of what he was searching for. He released the hawk with a small nod of thanks, knowing even before he came up on the spot where he knew the intruder had been, that the man was already gone. He still moved carefully, wanting to preserve evidence. The watcher had been much lighter than Lev. The storm had left the soil damp, and there were impressions everywhere. Crushed grass and sunken boot prints, but not too deep, indicating a lighter build. The man was tall, though, because the needles had been knocked off several branches of the tree he'd been standing under at about an inch or so below Lev's height. He liked fire. As Lev examined the ground, he had no doubts in his mind that this was the man who had stalked Rikki since she was 13, starting the fires that had destroyed her loved ones. Tiny bits of grass were burned in small clumps, as if, while idle, the man had started tiny fires to amuse himself. How long had he been up there? There were 4 cigarette butts and 7 places where the grass was burned. Fortunately, the entire area was soaked, so there was little chance that the fire would have gotten out of hand, but Lev could see the potential for disaster. Fire generally burns uphill, but that didn't mean the stalker wasn't contemplating a massive strike. Lev studied the house from this position. Rikki was in the habit of sitting on her kitchen porch each morning and having her coffee. There was a clear line of sight to the porch. The stalker could have been here observing her often, but Lev doubted it. There was no evidence that visits to this particular spot had occurred at any other time. He tracked the boot prints through the trees back to the road. The man had scouted along the ridge, but he hadn't gone off the narrow deer trail. Lev didn't have the feeling the stalker was experienced in the woods. He'd avoided deeper woods and didn't try to go through heavier brush. He was no professional hitman. This wasn't about a contract. But how could it be personal when the trouble had started when Rikki was only 13? Lev cast around for more signs, but as far as he could tell, whoever was watching her had only come this one time, and had stood in the grove of trees above her house, watching long enough to smoke 4 cigarettes. Lev hadn't caught the smell of smoke, but the wind had been blowing toward Blythe's home. "Next time," he whispered aloud. He knew with absolute certainty there would be a next time, but he'd be more prepared. Rikki had set up security around her immediate home. She'd installed an amazing widespread sprinkler and water system throughout her yard and the farm, but she had no surveillance on the property anywhere. He would have to change that.
He found where the stalker had parked the truck, not a car, and took note that the back tire was worn. He should have sent the hawk toward the road first. Next time, he repeated, and searched for more signs, trying to get a good picture of the man responsible for several murders. He liked fire. There was no doubt in Lev's mind the stalker had been playing with it while he waited, almost absently playing with it. Fire intrigued him. Maybe the man even needed the crackling bright flames, like some addiction, or maybe in the same way Rikki needed water. Elements attract one another. Could she have run across another element as a child, and this was a bizarre war she didn't even know she was in? He turned the idea over in his mind. He had to find a way to get her to talk to him about the events leading up to the fire, the days and weeks before the fire. The event was so traumatizing, he doubted if she remembered much before that. And right now, he wanted to lie down for a good 10 hours and try to keep his head from falling off. Unfortunately, he had a lot of work to do before he could rest. With a small sigh, he made his way back to her home, the home he wanted for himself. He found his gut tightening, hard knots developing, which was a little shocking. He wasn't exactly a tense man, but then he'd never had anything this big at stake. He wanted to see her eyes when he walked through the door. Rikki could hide a lot of things behind her still face, but she couldn't hide anything she felt behind those dark, liquid eyes. Tension didn't suit him. He was a man who cared little about the pleasures in life. He had been programmed nearly from birth to do a job, exterminate the enemy. There had been no other way of life for him. His emotions should have been gone, had been. He killed coldly and efficiently, just as his handlers had taught him. There was no room for emotion. Emotion meant mistakes, and mistakes meant death. His life was in the hands of Rikki Sitmore, and she didn't even realize it. Because if this didn't work out, and he made a mistake, they would send everyone after him, and they'd never stop until he was dead. But who the hell were they? He glided onto the kitchen porch in silence before turning back to take a slow sweep of the surrounding trees. Closing his eyes, he reached out, sending his call to the birds foraging or making their homes in the trees. Hear me, watch, call to me when we are disturbed. He waited another moment until he felt the positive response. The network of spies and sentries would grow. Once he could show them what to look for, a single vehicle he wanted watched, or better yet, the actual man, he would have an unbeatable alarm system.
Breathiness. 25–30% natural increase. He stood in the doorway, his shoulders filling the entrance to Rikki's house home. He inhaled, drawing the scent of it into his lungs. She was sitting in a chair with a clear view of the screened door, and he noted vaguely, somewhere in the back of his mind, how clever the design of the house had been. But he was utterly still inside, waiting for her to look up, waiting to see his fate in her eyes. He wasn't a praying man. Men like him hoped there was no God to judge them, but he couldn't help the silent appeal stealing into his mind. Let her choose me. He'd chosen her with her quirky ways and her adorable frown. And God help him, he wanted to see that right now, because it would mean she was serious. He wanted her to be serious about him. She looked up, her eyes locking with his, and his heart stopped. Everything in him went still, settled, anchored there in her dark gaze. She was worried, she was relieved, she was happy to see him. There was no smile, no outward sign, but all he needed was in the depths of her eyes. He stepped inside and closed only the screen door. Too many people together in the house made her crazy, and maybe that would never change. He didn't care if it ever did, as long as she could close the doors with him inside and she had that look in her eyes. Lev smiled as he walked the short distance to her, through the kitchen and straight down the hall into the living room. He ignored her sisters,
taking both her hands in his and pulling her close until he could wrap his arms around her and hold her tight against his chest. He needed the closeness more than she did right then. He wasn't used to his emotions being so close to the surface. He registered Judith and Ariana exchanging a surprised and rather pleased expression, just as he noted the position of everyone in the room, the escape routes, and the potential weapons. Observation was his way of life, and that would never change, even though he was determined that Sid Kozlov and Lev Prakenskii were dead and buried for all time. He was never going to be anyone but what those nameless faces in his past had made him. "I was worried," she murmured, and reached up to trace his honed features. "You shouldn't have been," he answered. "You can always reach out and I'll answer." Color swept into her face, and she glanced back at the circle of interested faces. "Well, I was worried," she told her sisters a little belligerently. Blythe nodded. "We can see that." "I take it no one was out there," Lissa said. She didn't sound as if she believed that. "Someone had been," Lev said. He needed to sit down before he fell down. As if reading his mind, and maybe she was, Rikki took his arm and led him to the recliner, gently pushing him into it. "I won't give you a lecture about wearing shoes in the house," she said. "This time." "Sorry, Lubimaya." He leaned his head back because he couldn't help it. It felt good to be off his feet. He hadn't realized just how dizzy he was. "I'll remember." "Tell me," Lissa insisted. "He's a fire lover," Lev confirmed. "And he was watching Rikki. He smokes Camels. There were several cigarette butts there. I didn't touch them. While he was watching, he started 7 small fires, just playing, but the potential could be disastrous. Fortunately, everything is soaked from the storm." Rikki sucked in her breath, the color draining from her face. "Do you think he plans to start a forest fire?" Lev studied her sisters' faces even as he took her hand, his thumb sliding over the center of her palm, tracing small circles there. "I don't know what he plans to do. If he wants to destroy everyone Rikki cares about, then none of your homes is safe." Lissa lifted her chin. "He'll have to fight all of us." Rikki shook her head. "No, no way. If he's found me, then I'm getting out of here. I'm not taking chances with any of your lives. Who is he? Why is he doing this to me? And if he didn't know where you were, which he couldn't have, or he would have been starting fires before this, then how did he find you?" Lev asked. "You're not leaving," Blythe said. "We're in this together." The other women nodded, and Lev liked them all the more for their united stand. Judith snapped her fingers. "The news. Rikki, you were on the news the other night. I meant to tell you about it." Lev scowled, his fingers tightening around Rikki's hand. He tugged until she was up against the chair. "What the heck were you doing on television?" She shook her head, looking confused. "I have no idea what she's talking about. How could I get on the news, Judith?" "When you came to the village and I went into Inez's store to get the soup for you," Judith reminded her, "remember the place was crawling with news reporters? You were standing outside by your truck, and then there was another shot of you sitting on the bluff with the sea behind you, right out on the headlands. I didn't notice anyone filming me. They were across the street filming everything. The man who owned the yacht was big news all over the world. And it was such a unique event, a methane gas obel sinking a ship," Lexi added. "Very strange and sort of spooky. That's why so many scientists are here." "They've thinned out a lot," Lissa pointed out. "That's how he found Rikki," Lev said. "I'm calling Jonas, Rikki," Blythe announced. "I know you're uncomfortable with anyone official, but he needs to know that someone's stalking you." Rikki shook her head. "He'll think it's me, just like they all do, Blythe. None of them believed me. He'll read all the reports and he'll start watching me." "Let him," Lissa said. "At least he'll be keeping an eye on things." Rikki remained silent, but Lev could feel the thoughts racing through her head. She was close to tears, yet it didn't show on her face. She was going to leave them all, try to draw the danger away from them. All of them, even him. "You're not leaving," Lev said quietly. I know what you're thinking, Rikki, and no arsonist is going to take your life away again. I know you're saving my life. Maybe I'm supposed to be here to save yours." He said it aloud deliberately so she'd know he was serious. He stated it quietly yet firmly in front of her family, uncaring what they thought. "Do you trust me enough to stay and see this through? And risk them?" Rikki gestured at her sisters. "They mean everything to me. Even if you're gone, there's no guarantee that he won't strike at you through them," Lev pointed out gently. "You've been inside my head. You know me. You know what I am. You know I can do this." She shook her head. "No, I don't want you to go after him. You wanted this chance to be someone different, and I'm not taking that away from you." "A man has the right to protect his home, Rikki," Lev said, "and his woman." He wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her to the arm of his chair. "That's what men do." Ariana inhaled sharply and looked at Judith. Blythe stood up. "Let's everyone just slow down. What is it, Judith?" "His aura changes when he's close to Rikki," Ariana whispered. "Judith, did you see that? He's totally different when he's near her." "I don't know what that means." Rikki trembled, but she didn't move away from him. He knew in her mind that she was standing with him to protect him, not to commit to him. But her sisters saw it differently, and he was very well going to take her position in the same way they did. "I tried to tell you earlier," Judith said. "Ariana and I see auras, colors surrounding people. Every color you have around you, Rikki, is about water and compassion. You're incapable of starting a fire that would kill someone. Lissa has the colors of fire, bright and passionate, but she tempers those things with her protective instincts." Lev held up his hand to stop her. "She's trying to say that my colors say something else, Rikki." The knots were back, but he kept all emotion from his face.
Breathiness, 25 to 30% natural increase. You surround yourself with darkness, with violence and death, Judith said without flinching. Yet, when you're with Rikki, other colors pierce that shroud of darkness, almost as if when you're close to her, your true self emerges. He forced a nonchalant shrug. If one believes in that sort of thing. He didn't see auras, but he knew they existed. He'd known from the moment Judith and Ariana had approached the house that they were strong psychics. He didn't doubt for a moment that they saw death and violence surrounding him, but it was disturbing to know they caught glimpses inside, to the man he hid from the world, hid from himself. He slowly let go of Rikki and forced himself out of the chair. His head nearly exploded. He needed a quiet place to try to keep healing the concussion, even if only for a few minutes. "If you ladies will excuse me for a time, I need to lie down." It was true, but he was still retreating. Her sisters didn't trust him, but they wanted to for Rikki's sake. He'd made his claim in front of them, and while Rikki wasn't paying attention, they were, and they were a protective bunch. Blythe followed him right into the bedroom, and he turned a cool stare on her. She didn't flinch. In fact, there was steel in her dark chocolate eyes. "You'd better not hurt her." He sank down onto the bed, mostly to keep from falling. He was more nauseated and dizzy than worried about appearances. "Is she autistic?" Blythe shrugged. "I believe so. She certainly has acute sensory dysfunction, and if she is autistic, which we all believe, she's very high-functioning. As far as we know, she's never been diagnosed, but she doesn't talk much about her past." She put her hands on her hips and pinned him with what he could only interpret as a stern mother stare. It was very effective. The woman, as elegant and sweet as she appeared, could look intimidating. "I don't want her taken advantage of." He laid his aching head back on the pillow. "Do you really think that's possible? Rikki is very intelligent, and more than that, she's tough. She's also very fragile. I'm just saying, mean what you say, or leave us alone." "She's not starting those fires, Blythe. She's got someone out to destroy her for whatever twisted reasons he thinks he has. And he's found her. Go up to that ridge and examine it. He was there.
I'm not leaving her to face him alone. You don't have to like men, none of you do, but I'm staying. Are you a man of your word? He thought that over. Was he? He didn't know if Lev Prakenskii was, or if Sid Kozlov had been, but Levi Hammond would be. Yes. And you'd never hurt her? Not intentionally. He closed his eyes and allowed himself to sink further into his own consciousness. Nor will I let anyone else. That's good enough for me. He knew it wasn't. The moment she left, she would be going to someone she knew to have him investigated, and that didn't leave him much time to become Levi Hammond. Fortunately, he'd already done a lot of work on his new identity, using Rikki's laptop. And if there was one thing he was exceptional at, it was creating identities. He was a ghost in a computer. There was no database he couldn't find a way to hack, and his online identity, the Phantom, was well known to hackers around the world. They owed him favors and would repay instantaneously when asked. Levi Hammond already had a complete history, including a few parking tickets, a sea urchin diver's license in Alaska, and up and down the coast of California. He had a tender's license, a social security number, a driver's license, a college education, and extensive travel on his passport. He also had a gun permit. He'd learned diving in Japan. His one problem was with the sea urchin divers here on the coast. It was a small group, and most of them knew one another, or at least of one another. If he was lucky, no one would ask them about Levi Hammond until he had a chance to meet them and impress memories of him upon them, another talent that served him well. Whoever Blythe asked to check up on him would no doubt be a cop, and they'd look up his criminal history. "Be careful," he said, as Blythe turned to leave. "All of you. Remember, this man killed Rikki's parents and her fiancé. He's just as likely to go after one of you." Blythe nodded. "We'll be alert. We were prepared for this to happen. We all figured that if he struck at her 4 times, the chance that he'd do it again would be very high. All of us have security systems, smoke detectors, and sprinkler systems." She looked up at the ceiling. "Rikki's got plenty of smoke alarms, but we couldn't install a sprinkler system in her house." "She had a nightmare the other day," he conceded. "I saw what happened." Blythe raised an eyebrow. "And that didn't scare you off?" "I don't get scared off easily," he said. "Rikki has gifts, incredible gifts. If most people want to look at the surface and never see what's inside of her, that's their loss. I'm happy to keep her to myself." "If you're with Rikki," Blythe warned, "then you're with us." He smiled and closed his eyes again. "I got that, Blythe, and I'm fine with that." He heard her leave the room and listened to the low murmur of voices as they talked more with Rikki. He didn't want to leave her alone with her sisters. They had indicated they were willing to give him a chance, but he knew they didn't like it. None of them, well, maybe Lissa, would prove to be his ally. She understood his nature more than the others, but even she would want to protect Rikki from a man like him. He respected them, even understood their need to watch out for Rikki, but he wasn't going to let them influence her away from him. He didn't deserve her, he knew that, but this was his one chance. He'd never met a woman who could make him lose control, who could make his desire grow and his heart soft. Something had happened there beneath the sea, and if he chose to view it as a personal miracle, a second chance, then no one had the right to take it away from him, not even her sisters. He heard the soft footfall of Rikki's bare feet as she padded into the room. "Lev, do you need something for your headache?" He wanted to open his eyes and drink her in, but he waited. "Are they gone?" He knew they were. She was calling him Lev again. He shouldn't allow it, but he liked the way the name rolled off her tongue so intimately. He craved the sound of Rikki's voice. That soft monotone soothed him. She sat on the edge of the bed, and the coolness of her hand slid over his forehead. "Yes, they've gone home. You shouldn't have rushed off like that without help. You haven't even been up for more than a few minutes at a time." He opened his eyes then, needing to see the proof of her concern, the soft look in her eyes, the slight frown to her mouth. He didn't really remember much about his mother, and he'd certainly never had anyone fuss over him. He doubted if he would have tolerated or liked it from anyone else, but Rikki. From her, he needed that anxiety and care. "We've got to go into a town, Rikki. I need to go to an internet cafe, someplace where I can use a computer," Lev announced. His head hurt really bad, and all he wanted to do was lie down, but he'd set the ball rolling before he had everything up and running. He had to finish putting his identity in place, and fast. Her sisters weren't going to just let him into Rikki's life without knowing who he was. That meant a post office box and sending for necessary documents. He had to concoct a plausible story for losing everything as well. He needed an exit plan too, for both of them, just in case his past came knocking. "You can use my laptop." She gave him her little look, the one that said she knew what he'd been up to. "You've been using it regularly already." He caught her hand and pressed her fingers against her lips. "I don't want anything traced back to you."
Breathiness. 25–30% natural increase. Better we use a public computer. Afterward, he'd upload a slow-moving virus that would corrupt the hard drive over several days until eventually it would have to be replaced. If his hacking raised red flags anywhere, the computer would be long gone, discarded by the cafe, and no one would ever remember who had used it. She studied his face. "Did you remember something?" He'd promised himself he wouldn't lie to her. "None of it's good, Rikki. I'd like to be able to tell you I'm a good man, but I don't think I am." Her gaze never wavered. "As long as you don't lie to me, we'll be all right, Lev. I'd rather hear the truth, no matter what it is. And if you can't take it, I'll tell you." He searched her face. The woman was courageous. He had to hand her that. She meant what she said. "I want to go the nearest big town." She laughed. "We don't have big towns here, Lev. Fort Bragg is about 8 miles or so from here. That's as big as we get. And no, we're not a military base." "Let's go then." He'd been to Fort Bragg. He recognized